so that's why he doesn't want to let himself enter the entertainment industry. Moreover, Lin Weiwei couldn't look down on those other third and fourth tier artists who came, seeing as how they weren't even dressed as well as herself, and didn't look like they were doing well either. So Lin Weiwei didn't bother with them. But Yan Feifei was different. Yan Feifei was not only the top stream in the circle, even her family background was very impressive. If she found a chance to add Yan Feifei's contact information in a while, there would be ways for her to become friends with her in the future. The small expression on Lin Weiwei's face was all caught in Yan Feifei's eyes. Though more than some, she did say she was more innocent because she was so well protected, but after all, she was also considered to have been in the entertainment industry for 2 years, and before that, she had followed Shang Yan next to her, and had seen pigs run without having eaten pork. So now what little thoughts Lin Weiwei had, Yan Feifei naturally knew in her heart. Is it true what she said? Is that really how you treated GE? Then what's the point of us attending a banquet organized by someone like you? Yan Feifei said with a cold face. What? Ms. Yan, this is all a misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. You must not listen to this woman's side of the story. And, seeing that the matter was all exposed, Chen Kai also panicked at once. Only when he said something, he seemed to have thought of something. And, today's banquet was all organized for this woman. Yi Rou and Shen Mumu were both introduced to me by her as well. Chen Kai said loudly. I don't care about anything else. All I know right now is that you're intentionally bullying my friends. So it's fine to not come to a party for someone like you. With that, Yan Feifei took out her cell phone to dial a number. Shi also looked at Yan Feifei with some confusion, not knowing what she was going to do. Just after hanging up the phone, Yan Feifei looked at the others around her with a smiling face. Everyone, I've booked a banquet hall on the top floor. We'll be hanging out there in a little while, so if you're interested, you can come along too. With that, Yan Feifei looked at Shi on the side and said with a smiling face, Shi, do you want to go up with me and have some fun? Seeing the young girl in front of him quietly winking wryly at himself, Ge more or less cried and laughed. Good I can't wait. It just so happens that I stay here is also more or less disgusting. Miss Yan. Now, Chen Kai Malice understood that Yan Feifei was ironclad, and at this instant, his originally dark face turned a little pale with fear. Ms. Yan, let me explain. He was about to explain something more, but Yan Feifei interrupted. There's no need to explain. I've actually been listening to the situation outside just now. I have just contacted the person in charge of the hotel and they will refund the money you paid back to your account and you are now no longer welcome in this hotel. The moment Yan Feifei finished saying these words, the two security guards who had just been standing at the side quickly stepped forward and dragged Chen Kai directly out with Chen Kai in their arms. Now the tactics he had just wanted to use on Ge were thoroughly used on him as well. Chapter 70, High Heels in the Men's Restroom. Seeing that things were already difficult to undo, Chen Kai did not yell anymore. The stares around him made him feel humiliated. Instead of being dragged out screaming and yelling, he should go out properly. When he thought of this, Chen Kai turned his head and glared at Lin Weiwei in a sorrowful and very vicious manner. Having messed with two people he couldn't afford to mess with, Chen Kai recognized his own bad luck. However, this woman who fell down the well, Chen Kai would likewise not let go. If it ended badly for him back there, then he would make it worse for that woman than himself. Thinking of this, Chen Kai smiled threateningly at Lin Weiwei. Only before Chen Kai could laugh out loud, he was directly dragged to the ground. Shi smiled provocatively at the stunned Chen Kai in the distance. He did think well enough to try to follow and walk out, but unfortunately the two guards had obviously been prepared before. Coupled with the fact that those two security guards had originally grown to be quite a bit taller than Chen Kai, they took large strides towards the front, raising their arms in the process, directly dragging Chen Kai to the ground. Now the face Chen Kai wanted was completely gone. He yelled at the two security guards without any good humor. You two dare to do this to me? Aren't you afraid that I will turn around and find you? I'm telling you, as long as I, Chen Kai, stay in Yunhai City, you two will definitely be finished. Just like that, Chen Kai was dragged all the way to the front door of the hotel with the woman killed yelling, and in full view of everyone, those two men directly threw Chen Kai out. You two, I won't let you stay in Yunhai City. Chen Kai climbed up from the ground and angrily rebuked. The two men, on the other hand, were looking at it like it was a cutie. Generally, they looked at Chen Kai with contempt. I think you're mistaken. We're not from this hotel. We're both from the Yan family. Once these words came out, Chen Kai immediately swallowed all those threatening words he hadn't finished. Looking around at those people who were staring at him in dismay, Chen Kai let out a cold snort. Then he turned to his head and walked towards the place where he had parked his car in large strides. As a result, after walking over there, Chen Kai realized that his car has disappeared. This time the real security guards came up, said his car has been towed away by the traffic police. because of illegal parking. Now, the embarrassment on Chen Kai's face was also completely concealed. All he could do was gray and hurry into a cab and leave. And at that moment the people in front of the hotel have started talking about it. Chen Kai they naturally knew. After all, Chen Kai did make a lot of trouble in Yunhai City before, and they had all heard about it. So when they saw Chen Kai being dragged out and thrown at the entrance of the hotel, the crowd became curious. What the hell happened to get dragged out? After Chen Kai was dragged out, Lin Weiwei just wanted to pretend to be pitiful and complain to Fei Fei Yen at GE. However, she had just made a pitiful look on her face, and before she had the chance to speak, she saw Yen Fei Fei walking to Yi Roro's front. It's been a long time since Zoe. The last time we met was when Mr. Yi and Hin Yen had their party, Yen Fei Fei said with a smile. Since just now, Yi Roro had been standing at the back and observing. Naturally, she could also tell that Yen Fei Fei was intimate with GE, and even the way she looked at him was different from everyone else. This could not help but make Yi Roro's heart a little bitter. She had obviously discovered the goodness of GE not long ago discovered the highlights of GE. But then she suddenly realized that GE had become very good without her realizing it. Even top stream stars like Yen Fei Fei seemed to be very fond of GE. At the same time as her heart was bitter, Yi Roro's heart was suddenly terrified. Not only that, she was more anxious. When GE went out before, he didn't even know it himself. Is it possible that it's not just one person who adores GE anymore? Wasn't it true that without realizing it, there were already a lot of people around GE? And what makes Yi Roro panic even more is that the woman beside GE is so outstanding, while she herself is. Thinking of this, Yi Roro cannot help but clench her fists. But, looking at Yen Fei Fei's outstretched hand, Yi Roro still shook it back. It has indeed been a long time. She laughed. Now, Lin Weiwei beside her was dumbfounded as she stared blankly at the two. You two know each other? Yen Fei Fei said. I've met with Zoe's brother, Mr. Yi, before. The moment these words came out, Lin Weiwei completely froze over. Although she did not know exactly which Yi Zoyo's brother is the Yi general manager. However, until today, she had thought that Yi Roro was just an ordinary college student. That's why after ranking Chen Kai, Lin Weiwei this has been mocking her and isolating her. Now, Lin Weiwei was instantly alarmed. Thinking of Chen Kai, who had just been dragged out, and then thinking of herself, Lin Weiwei instantly became a little weak in the legs and feet. However, on this occasion, Lin Weiwei was still constantly telling herself to calm down and be calm. Maybe it was just an ordinary position? After all, in terms of what Yi Roro wore and such before, it didn't show that she was a rich person. Thinking of this, Lin Weiwei's heart then lightened up quite a bit. By the time she raised her eyes again, the crowd had already made their way upstairs. Looking at GE's back, Lin Weiwei clenched her fists and secretly gritted her teeth. She had just lost to Chen Kai, no matter if it was for the sake of not being retaliated against, or for the sake of afterward. She must get GE, no matter what the cost. Over here, GE had just walked to the banquet hall above and excused himself to go to the restroom. Just after walking to the restroom, GE operated on his cell phone. He had already promised Yihan to carry out an undercover mission, so it was natural to reduce his exposure now. And the moment Yen Fei Fei came in just now, he had already seen many people starting to take pictures with their cell phones. It's hard not to be sure that you're being filmed in as well when Fei Yen is standing right next to you. This would not work if the people of the Guhua gang were to see it. Thinking of this, GE ducked into a compartment and began to operate. After all, it's only a cell phone now, which isn't as convenient as a computer in the end. So after deleting the images of himself on everyone's phones, GE went back to inspecting the internet. Luckily, no one had had time to send it out yet, but GE incidentally erased his previous message on the internet again, this time before putting away his cell phone. Just then, GE heard the sound of high heels gradually approaching. After freezing, GE instantly reacted. Wait a minute. Isn't this the men's restroom? What's with the sound of high heels? Is it hard to believe that you just took a wrong turn and walked into the women's restroom? Or did someone do it on purpose? Chapter 71, Are you going to be rude to me? GE still trusts his own eyes. He can't do such a thing as going to the wrong restroom, so he was almost immediately sure that someone had deliberately walked into the men's room wearing high heels. Not. This person is designated to be a bit of a problem, isn't he? I don't know if it was a man walking in with high heels or a woman. Thinking of this, GE was more or less curious. He put away his cell phone and listened carefully in his cubicle for movement outside. He heard the footsteps wandering around the restroom for a bit, walking this way and that, just not going out. This made GE's heart even more confused. GE was helpless. If she didn't go out again, then wouldn't he not be able to go out as well? Those three little girls outside are still waiting for themselves. While GE was struggling with whether or not to go out, The footsteps outside suddenly stopped. "Ge, are you in there?" The moment he heard his name, Ge froze, and then he was somewhat dismayed, hearing this familiar voice. Isn't this the Lin Weiwei from just now? So this was Lin Weiwei walking here to the men's restroom specifically to find herself? Ge a moment some skepticism life. No, what's going on here? Ge, me, I know you're in there. I just saw you walk in with my own eyes. Lin Weiwei outside the cubicle said petulantly. Ge, helplessly biting his back teeth, Ge could only helplessly push open the door of the cubicle and walked out from inside. And the moment he pushed the door open, Ge stood there frozen. Because at this moment, Lin Weiwei outside the door was standing over there daintily. And when she saw Ge walking out, she was still red-faced and very shy as she looked over to Ge. Not only that, but what made Ge even more shocked was that this Lin Weiwei was obviously still wearing a decent dress. And at this point the gown had obviously been organized by Lin Weiwei, just not in a proper sort of way. Originally as a deep V dress. At this time in Ge look over has been about to put that peach to reveal. Ge, you this person can be really bad. Why have you been hiding inside and not come out? With that, Lin Weiwei then bit her lip with a red face and slowly walked up to pat Ge's shoulder. Seeing this, Ge hurriedly dodged Lin Weiwei with a slight frown, but the back was already unavoidable. And in the end, Ge was still touched by Lin Weiwei. Ge looked at Lin Weiwei helplessly, and just as he wanted to warn her not to do it again, he was dumbfounded again by the situation in front of him. Obviously, he was the one being touched. Why did he now look at Lin Weiwei as if he was the one being touched? Only to see her face red, dainty look at Ge. See Ge looking at himself also pursed lips and leaned forward again. Ge, people have already come here, don't you have anything to show? Saying that, Lin Weiwei even stretched out a finger and poked Ge's chest with her fingernail, and even blew out a breath. This blow directly blew Ge's goosebumps up. Not that he was really mesmerized by Lin Weiwei, rather, it was because it was creepy. After all, the current Lin Weiwei looked like a demoness in general. Actually, in the end, Lin Weiwei does look pretty good and nice, but it's just a kinda thing. It's a far cry from my own sisters-in-law in every way. Not only that, Ge cannot have the habit of playing with second-hand goods. I'm sure that Chen Kai was able to throw such a big banquet for Lin Weiwei today, so the two must have struggled together last night. Just think about that scene. And then look at the face of Lin Weiwei at this time. Ge more or less a little guilty of nausea. Compared to the current Ge, Lin Weiwei's heart was beautiful, because from just now until now, Lin Weiwei had been watching Ge stiffen over there. Lin Weiwei had seen a lot of such men before, and basically such men were mesmerized by themselves. Looking at Ge like this, it's obvious that he's also, perhaps, a bit shy as well. Thinking of this, Lin Weiwei's heart became even more ecstatic. This made Lin Weiwei think of Yi Ro, Yan Fei Fei and Shin Mumu who were outside at this moment. Looking at their eyes, they thought that they all had some thoughts about Ge. But what's the point of having an idea? Isn't it almost there for you to get your hands on now? Even if Ge had more or less disliked himself before. But in this case, he could hold it? Even if Icky was more attracted to a few other girls before. But now as long as Icky and herself became a thing, those feelings were still different in the end. And she couldn't believe that Ge wouldn't have no thoughts about himself in the future. Thinking of this, Lin Weiwei became even more pleased in her heart. It's as if it's all done already. Ge, I'm standing in front of you like this now, don't you understand? Lin Weiwei let loose a bolt of electricity at Ge, and then directly lunged forward, directly into Ge's arms. This startled Ge. He quickly tried to push back, but this Lin Weiwei tightly grabbed Ge's clothes with her hands and followed him backward. Ge frowned and looked over at the doorway, afraid that he wouldn't be able to wash himself after someone came in now. And this look in Lin Weiwei's eyes seemed as if Ge was scrupulous about something, so she directly laughed. Don't worry about it. I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, when I just came in, I've already put the under repair sign outside. Ge, ha yeah. Ge gritted his back teeth and laughed, holding Lin Weiwei's hand hard as he did so. In Lin Weiwei's petulant eyes, he directly threw his arm out and forcefully threw Lin Weiwei to the side. Ah! Lin Weiwei exclaimed, hurriedly stabilizing her form. I don't have the interest. Ge coldly glanced at Lin Weiwei and turned around to walk out. Lin Weiwei over there saw that Ge was about to walk out, and in her heart, she hurriedly pounced on him again. She wrapped her arms around Ge's waist with force. Ge, don't go. I'm afraid you don't believe in love at first sight, but that's really what I'm doing to you of. Saying that, Lin Weiwei moved her hands and started to wash her own clothes. Listening to the sizzling sound coming from behind him, Ge was really angry with his forehead protruding and jumping. And the whole person was going to be furious. Lin Weiwei, you'd better stop what you're doing right now. or I'm going to be rude. Ji gritted his teeth and threatened. While Lin Weiwei heard Ji's words from the back, she did instantly light up. What are you going to be rude to me? It's okay. As long as it's you. It's okay to be very all unkind to me. Chapter 72, Meeting Your First Ex-Girlfriend. Ji really had no place to say how speechless he was right now. He didn't know how else to describe how speechless he was. How is it that when anything comes to Lin Weiwei's mouth, it suddenly changes to a different flavor? He swore that he really didn't mean to be immodest, but the words had become very immodest when they came to Lin Weiwei's mouth. Lin Weiwei pressed herself tightly against Ji's body. Looking at the broad back in front of her, she inhaled very indulgently, her heart very satisfied. She was used to facing Qin Kai before, but now that she was facing Ji, she realized that Ji was the ultimate, especially since she was now hugging Ikoi's waist. Gosh, this hand feeling. It's really great. To be honest, Lin Weiwei was now beginning to look forward to what this man in front of her would look like after he tore his clothes and went berserk. Ji reacted to something when he felt his torso behind him become hot. His body stiffened and he clenched his fists tightly. Ji is not hitting women, but he's also really nauseous right now. Ji couldn't bear it any longer. Ms. Lin Weiwei, please stop right there. Lin Weiwei laughed softly a few times. Good. So are you going to take the initiative? Looking at the man who was standing motionless at this moment, Lin Weiwei just thought he was trying to be brave. After all, she was aware of her own charms. Ji. No. This woman is stupid. Why do you have that kind of thing on your mind? All the way until he felt Lin Weiwei's hands start to be dishonest. Ji really couldn't hold back any longer. He violently grabbed Lin Weiwei's hand and turned around to look at Lin Weiwei coldly. Ah, so good. Brother, your strength is so big. Lin Weiwei endured the pain on her wrist and looked at Ji seductively. I did not think that this Ji looked at the refined, but behind the scenes really a berserk paragraph. It's okay. She likes it. She looked at the man in front of her with fascination and just tried to ease closer, but the next second she was pushed straight out. Ah! Lin Weiwei cried out in shock, and was directly pushed to the ground by Ji. For the reason that she didn't stand still, she fell straight over. When she fell, she subconsciously tried to hold onto something, but ended up missing it, and even accidentally chinked her own hand into the toilet bowl. After reacting, Lin Weiwei hurriedly screamed and pulled her hand back. Ji disgustedly glanced at the woman on the ground. Not, Aunt, you this body or don't tee it. A little bit of posture. You show it to whom? WH? What? Lin Weiwei couldn't even be bothered with her own hands after hearing Ji's words, but instead froze and looked at Ji. Ji directly snorted. Lin Weiwei, I'll warn you once more. I'm a person who doesn't beat up women, but if you come back to bother me again, it won't be the same. After saying that, Ji's eyes were cold as frost as he glanced at her. Then he turned to leave. This time Lin Weiwei, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground, was completely frozen, as she stared blankly at the disgusted Ji. Now she was also finally reacting to the fact that just now, Ji had been standing still, not in a show of reserve, but simply could not look at herself. Thinking of this, Lin Weiwei was almost trembling with anger. Her face flushed red and green and red, and in the end she didn't dare say anything. After all, looking at the ice-cold look on Ji's face just now, I'm afraid that if he really pissed him off, he would really dare to make a move. As he was leaving, Ji also washed his hands with a disgusted look on his face. And as he walked out of the door of the restroom, Ji also kicked the maintenance sign directly in front of the restroom door in passing. But even if Ji didn't kick it away, Lin Weiwei's voice was loud enough just now that it seemed like everyone who could hear it should have heard it. Despite having just straightened up inside, Ikki frowned at his suit as he walked out. The original suit that had served him well was now wrinkled by Lin Weiwei. And not only that, even he was stained with the smell of some poor quality perfume. Ji smelled on himself, really disgusted. Thinking that when he went back in a while, he had to ask those three little girls if they had brought any perfume, and sprayed it for himself. Otherwise, if he just walked around with this perfume smell for a day, Ji would really just pass out. Just as Ji frowned and hung his head to straighten the clothes on his body, he suddenly heard someone in front of him calling his name in surprise. Ji. He Yuebai looked at Ji, who was walking over from that side, with a surprised expression. Who is it? If it isn't your broke-ass ex-boyfriend. Hearing He Yuebai's words, Yan Xiaotong beside her also looked over, and at the sight of Ji, she also had a look of disgust on her face. Ji subconsciously looked up when he heard their words and saw the two women over there at a glance. Yes, this He Yuebai is his first girlfriend, and the one next to him, Yan Xiaotong, is his first girlfriend, He Yuebai's best friend. Thinking of these two women, Ji's originally unpleasant mood suddenly became even worse. He frowned at the two over there, honestly not understanding how these two women were here though. but he also didn't want to bother with these two women at all. After all, when he came over before, he was broken up with Hiyubai after spending some time together. Although it was then that the breakup was just mentioned, but at the time before that, Hiyubai had already moved to break up. Why is that? It was because of following Ji's side. Hiyubai naturally met the male lead. With the aura and charisma of the male lead, Hiyubai naturally couldn't hold it. Not only that, because Yihan was also interested in Hiyubai, so it led to that period of time. The two were actually sneaking around behind Ji's back and having an affair. Just has not been into it, but also because of Yihan and their own ambiguous Hiyubai felt that he and Yihan is sure to be able to become. Compared to the rich and attractive Yihan, she naturally couldn't look at Ge. Plus there was Yan Xiaotong on the side who had been badmouthing Ge, had been pounding on the two to break up, and had been looking down on Ge. So this leads to Hiyubai making up her mind to want to break up with Ge. She still remembers that time when Hiyubai and Yan Xiaotong had asked themselves out to a cafe. There were quite a lot of people in that cafe at that time. In fact, Ge could already guess what the two of them were thinking before that. After all, he had to know the plot of the original, but he didn't expect it either. These two harmless-looking little girls had such vicious minds. Not only is his mind vicious, but he even has a dirty mouth. Chapter 73. Are you two in over your heads? At that time, although Chi knew that the two women in front of him looked down on him, but coincidentally, Ge also very much despised these two eat the bowl of looking at the pot of women. So for Hiyubai want to break up, Ge is still very happy. So if it's a peaceful breakup, so be it. As a result, these two women had opened their mouths and humiliated him in a cafe with so many people. The current Ge wasn't like the original master. He wasn't going to just sit in the chair across from him like that and honestly listen to the two men lecture themselves to gain a sense of nobility for themselves. So at that time Ge, in hearing the two women with hearts like snakes and scorpions open their mouths to talk about themselves, directly without hesitation to raise their hands is to splash a cup of water to go. Subsequently, in the stunned sight of the two, Ge directly opened his mouth to put those two gold-worshipping women, so much so that they couldn't even lift their heads up. Ge was still confident in his eloquence, and after he finished those words, these two women directly cried out in anger. Even a few of the guests around the room applauded. So, it should have been from that time that these two women completely held a grudge against Ge, and Ge also felt that seeing these two women again was simply dirtying his eyes. So after giving them a brief glance, Ge turned around and walked into the banquet hall as if he didn't recognize them. He couldn't stand the smell of perfume on him anymore, and literally the more he wanted to throw up. Hiyubai looked at the man in front of her with complicated eyes. To be honest, she was also surprised to see Ge in such an occasion. To be honest, after a few years of love, Ge has always been quite good to her. It would be impossible to say that there are no feelings between the two. Only the feelings between the two couldn't stop Hiyubai's determination to climb up the ladder in the slightest. Ge was just a small security guard. A bodyguard to put it nicely. But it's also just a useless position, with that dead-end paycheck a month. So what can someone like that bring to the table? So Hiyubai didn't regret breaking up with Ge in the slightest. The fact is, I've been thinking about breaking up with Ge for a long time now, but I've been persuaded by Yan Xiaotong to be more determined. At this moment, Hiyuibai's eyes were fixed on Ge in front of her. For some reason, she always felt that Ge was much more handsome than before. Although Ge was good-looking before, Hiyubai preferred a man like Yihan, who was powerful and charismatic. However, at this time, Ge charm surprisingly let Hiyubai more or less unable to move his eyes. Although the suit on Ge's body was wrinkled at this time, it still couldn't cover up Ge's charm, and even the discerning could see how good Ge's figure was from underneath that close-fitting suit. Not to mention Hiyubai, even Yan Xiaotong on the side looked dumbfounded. Previously when she was in college, she had envied Hiyubai at that time for being able to find such a handsome boyfriend, and for being willing to spend money on her. But after graduation and entering society, she despised him somewhat. It just didn't occur to me that after some time had passed, the man had grown even more handsome. It was only after Ge turned around that the two of them suddenly came back to their senses. Although the end of the two of them made quite an ugly scene, Hiyubai was also completely unprepared for the fact that Ge really acted as if he hadn't seen himself, treating himself as an air person. And next to her, Yan Xiaotong was furious. She stomped her foot in anger. Then she snapped, "Ge, are you blind? Can't you see us?" Yan Xiaotong's shrill voice rang out from the doorway, because the corridor side of the doorway was so empty, which caused the sound to travel out a long way at once, and it also became unusually loud. Ge finally stopped in his tracks as well. He grimaced and turned to the two women. "Are you deaf? What's the point of talking so loud, like a country bumpkin? In a place like this, you don't know any manners at all," Ge said in a cold voice, looking at the two people in front of him with a disdainful face as he spoke. as if he was very much looking down on the two of them for their actions. He Wabai instantly came back to her senses, her face heating up as she hurriedly tugged on Yin Xiaotong's arm. Xiaotong, lower your voice. After all, the opportunity to come to the banquet today was hard to come by, so he couldn't leave a bad impression on others. It was only through Xiaotong's boyfriend that they realized that Yin Feifei would also be here today, and it was not easy to make connections. And Yin Xiaotong couldn't help but feel some heat on her face as well when she looked at the eyes of the people around her. But what annoyed her even more was the look in Ji Yi's eyes. It had to be said that Ji Yi's words managed to poke Yin Xiaotong's sore spot. Yin Xiaotong is a person who holds herself to be noble and looks down on everyone, so Ji Yi will let her recognize herself properly. Doesn't she have high self-esteem? Then Ji Yi is going to give her self-esteem a good blow. As expected, the expression on Yin Xiaotong's face once these words came out was even more ugly than the one on He Yuebai's face. You, what are you babbling about? Yin Xiaotong was furious and stumbled. She then looked at Ji Yi with contempt. Is there a place for you to talk over here? As she spoke, Yin Xiaotong looked Ji Yi up and down with disdain. I think you're here today to work as a part-time security guard, right? Look at your outfit. Do you know what kind of place this is? Do you know what kind of place this is? You're dressed in such rags? At those words, Ji Yi raised his eyebrows and looked down at the clothes he was wearing, then couldn't help but snicker. You people are really a bit blind. Yin Xiaotong glared at Ji Yi without any good reason, and if it wasn't for her concern for the occasion, she would have really wanted to break out in curses again. However, Yin Xiaotong and He Yuebai already despised Ji Yi from the bottom of their hearts. Not only that, they even just thought that Ji Yi was trying to be tough at this point when he said what he said. A person whose salary is less than $20,000 a month can definitely not afford a good suit. And just by looking at that wrinkled material, you can tell that the material doesn't look very good at first glance. Ji Yi, how come you haven't made a name for yourself even after you left Yubai? When you're out and about, Yubai is embarrassed to say you're her ex-boyfriend. Yin Xiaotong mocked. Even He Yuebai couldn't help but frown when he looked at Ji Yi like that. Ji Yi, today's occasion is very important to me. I hope you can pretend you don't know me, okay? He Yuebai was afraid that Ji Yi would affect him and hurriedly said. However, when he heard this sentence, Ji Yi was really one who couldn't hold back and laughed out directly. Put, no, you guys are still really heavenly face let me pretend I don't know you guys? Then why did you guys call out to me when I just pretended not to recognize you guys? Isn't it me who says that you guys are out of your minds? Ji Yi didn't have any fond memories with them, and he didn't want to be aggravated, so every word went with the implication of exasperating the two of them and mocking them. Chapter 74, Cheating, Money and Sex. When these words came out, the elegant expression on He Yubai's face stiffened. I have to say, what Ji Yi said is really very reasonable. However, being said so by this person, He Yubai more or less lost face. They hadn't even walked into the banquet hall yet, but even so, there were still quite a few people around. She stood over there with feigned elegance and couldn't help but take a deep breath as she watched Ji Yi. Ji Yi, you've changed a lot. I don't know if it's because of the breakup so it irritated you, but I can only say that the two of us are not suitable. Nowadays society is very cruel. I want to move up. I don't want to be like you, working for a few years, still at the bottom of society. Ji Yi raised his eyebrows. It looks like He Yubai is thinking that he is now saying some words to mock them because he was broken up after the blow was too big. So this has become the current situation? He looked at He Yubai with some complicated eyes. When did you become so narcissistic? I totally just don't want to take care of you guys because I don't want to see you and hate you. So this is why I don't want to take care of you. Hey, what do you mean? How did you speak to Yubai? Yin Xiaotong once again couldn't hold back, and directly walked up and pointed at Ji Yi. Not that I'm saying, Ji Yi, what qualifications do you have to talk to Yubai like that now? It's been almost half a year since you broke up? Look at you. You're still doing this part-time job? She spoke in disgust. If you ask me, how much do you make a day working over here now? 500? 1,000 at most? And do you know how much Yubai earns a day now? Let me tell you, now that Yubai has entered the entertainment industry, her value is higher than you can imagine. That's because you knew us before. Otherwise, why do you think Yubai and I would take care of you? Do you know how much this dress on Yubai costs? $20,000. I don't think the dress on you is even $200. People mixed poorly. Should be appropriate to put the temper a little better. Look at you, this temper. I'm afraid that even if you are 70 years old and 80 years old is not able to enjoy the blessings of the rich, however, on the basis of your and our acquaintance, to see that you lack of money, if you really cannot, beg me and Yubai can also be okay. Yin Xiaotong seemed to be taking revenge for Ji Yi mocking her just now as she spoke at great length. While it was true that her voice wasn't as loud as it had been before, it wasn't exactly small either. Lack of money? Who's short of money? While Ji Yi was listening to Yin Xiaotong's words with a raised eyebrow, Yi Ro-Ro's curious voice came from the banquet hall behind him. As soon as Yi Ro-Ro walked out, Yan Xiaotong's words came to an abrupt end. Both of them were looking at the gown on Yi Ro-Ro with a surprised face. This gown is the Aurora Studios high customization. I've heard that it wasn't even loaned out before, so how come it's now on this little girl? Almost instantly, it became obvious to the two that this little girl was afraid that her family lineage was not simple. Cough cough cough. Yan Xiaotong hurriedly cleared her throat, and then she softly said, "This young lady, nothing much is going on. Just teaching a security guard who doesn't know the heights of heaven." As she said that, Yan Xiaotong glanced disdainfully at Ji Yi on the side. Now things were starting to get interesting as Ji Yi stood with his arms wrapped around his chest and watched the two. Seeing how He Yuebai and Yan Xiaotong were dressed, they should be here for the banquet as well? Oh well, that just made things a little more interesting, didn't it? Yeah, sorry for the noise, or let him go quickly. I don't think he can be a good security guard with that attitude. The moment he saw Yi Ro-Ro's dress, He Yuebai also understood that I'm afraid there will be many more big names in this banquet. She was able to enter the entertainment industry thanks to Yi Han. Just after Yi Han slightly helped himself, he left the country, and now he is also even more very cold to himself. So now He Yuebai could only rely on himself. Although the money she earned every month now wasn't even that small, He Yuebai wasn't satisfied in the slightest. She believes that with her good looks, she shouldn't be just a teeny tiny entertainer. But there is no way. In the entertainment industry, then not only posture and ability, the main thing is the background. That's if He Yuebai is here today. This was where she wanted to make some friends in the posh circle, and that would make her own way better. Especially in front of this person in front of her. In front of this kind of occasion. He Yuebai didn't want them to know that this little security guard was her ex-boyfriend. Then not only would they look down on themselves, but their future path wouldn't be too good either. That's why at this moment, He Yuebai deliberately tried to make Ji Yi leave. The little security guard who doesn't he know the height of heaven? Yi Ro-Ro said slowly in a doubtful manner. And as she said it, she looked at Ji Yi who was on the side with an unbelievable face. Yeah, it's him. Just now he was speaking out against the guests. I'm afraid I'm going to make a move in a while. Don't you need money? We'll just lend it to you. You can't deliberately stop us from going in and try to extort us just because we're a little late. Yan Xiaotong's eyes dribbled around for a second before she began to slander. Once that was said, Ji Yi didn't really have much yet. He just thought the two were very good. On the contrary, the protective Yi Ro-Ro's face instantly became ugly. What are you two babbling about? She chided. When these words came out, He Yuebai and Yan Xiaotong froze at the same time. And then they glanced at each other suspiciously. Immediately afterward, Yi Ro-Ro took Ji Yi's arm with a worried look on her face and looked over at him. Brother Yat, are you short of money? How much? Why don't you tell me? Yi Ro-Ro pouted in dissatisfaction. When these words came out, He Yuebai and Yan Xiaotong were instantly dumbfounded. What's going on here? How could this person, who appeared to be from a wealthy family, take the initiative to hold Ji Yi's hand, and talking to her so gently, and looking at the arms the two were holding? This deeply stung He Yuebai's eyes. It wasn't because there were still feelings with Ji Yi, but He Yuebai hadn't thought that Ji Yi had stepped into this kind of circle long before he knew it. She stepped forward. Ji Yi, even if you're short of money, how can you do something to cheat people? After saying that, He Yuebai looked at Yi Ro-Ro. This young lady, I think you've been tricked by this gentleman. Hearing He Yuebai utter these words, Ji Yi was truly somewhat unable to hold back. He laughed out loud once again. Then he turned his head to look at Yi Ro-Ro. Zoe, did I lie to you? Cheated you out of money? Yi Ro-Ro sniffed and shook her head very blankly. No, so I lied about your color? Ji Yi continued with a raised eyebrow. These words did make Yi Ro-Ro unable to help but blush her little face as she held back her own anticipation and said, also, not really. Chapter 75, Begging for Cooperation. So, Missy, may I ask what exactly have I lied to someone about? Ji Yi looked at He Yuebai with a smile. Only that smile was clearly laced with knives. You, me. Seeing Ji Yi say this, He Yuebai unexpectedly for a moment was somewhat at a loss as to what to say. After all, she hadn't expected the two to be so familiar with each other. At this moment, because of Yi Ro-Ro's arrival, there were already very many people walking over, and many of them were looking this way. Many of the people around them were just inside. So at the sight of the spectacle, they all surrounded themselves with curiosity. Looking at He Yuebai stammering and unable to say anything, Yi Ro-Ro gave her a look without any good reason. You don't have any evidence and you want to slander people. That's too much, isn't it? With that, Yi Ro-Ro then looked at Ji Yi beside her again. Brother Yi, you haven't answered my question yet. Are you really short of money? Why don't you tell me if you're short of money? Who's short of money? Ji Yi lacks money? Yan Fei, who had rushed over at the sound of the news, curiously walked over and heard the words as soon as she came over. Seeing that Yin Feifei had all walked out, the crowd that was originally making a lot of noise over here instantly quieted down. And also the moment they saw Yin Feifei walk out, He Yuebai and Yan Xiaotong immediately stood up straight. The main reason they came this time was still because of Yin Feifei. After all, Yin Feifei's background was clear to everyone. To be able to have a good relationship with Yin Feifei, then even if she didn't rely on the company in the future, she would still have the Yin family to support her. Although He Yuebai and Yan Xiaotong had come this time because they wanted to get to know more people at the banquet, after all, strictly speaking, Yin Feifei was the real protagonist this time. Hello MS. Yen. I'm Yan Xiaotong. This is He Yuebai from our company. With that, Yan Xiaotong wanted to go forward to shake hands with Yin Feifei. Even He Yuebai pulled her hair back with a smile on her face and gracefully walked forward. Only the entire time Yin Feifei just gave the two of them a faint glance, then ignored them and walked directly to Qi. Didn't you just sign a contract 2 days ago and the company gave you $3 million? Isn't it that you don't have enough money to spend? Or did you encounter something? Saying this, Yin Feifei looked at Ji with great concern. When Yuroro heard that Ji's $3 million was not enough to spend, she also felt that at this moment. Ji looked as if he had encountered some kind of suffering, and also looked at Ji worriedly. Facing the worried eyes of the two little girls, Ji was really warm and amused. The people around them probably didn't hear what Fei Fei Yen just said. They just heard Fei Fei Yen say something about cooperation or something. However, at this moment, He Yuebai and Yan Xiaotong, who were standing in front of the few of them, both stared in surprise at once. That was $3 million. This money might not be a big deal for some first or second tier stars, but for the two of them who had just graduated from college, it wasn't exactly a small amount. Not only that, although He Yuebai had now stepped into the entertainment industry, although the gown she was wearing was tens of thousands of dollars, but she's now working hard for just a few tens of thousands of dollars for a single movie. And that's even with Yan Xiaotong, her agent, running out of steam. The two had already looked down on Ji and understood that he was just a smiling security guard. So the first moment they heard those words, they felt that Yin Feifei had been tricked. MS. Yin Feifei, is everything you said true? You must not be fooled by this person. Yan Xiaotong clenched her teeth and said after taking a step forward. And when He Yuebai looked at Ji over there who was looking at him condescendingly, he also paused before going up and saying, yes, MS. Yen, I don't know what kind of cooperation you've entered into with this person, but he's just a small security guard. I'm afraid what he said before was all a lie to you. After hearing the words of the two, Yin Feifei and Yi Ro tightly frowned at almost the same time. Both of them were looking at the two people in front of them with displeasure, and they didn't know what the hell they were babbling about. Did they know about Ji being a bodyguard not long ago? Seeing the two of them trying to frame Ji in such a way, Yin Feifei's face instantly darkened. She looked coldly at the two in front of her. So did you two come over here specifically to say this? Though Fei Yen is a sociopath and doesn't usually go out very often, but after all, people are in the entertainment industry, and it's possible to fake it. As expected, the moment they saw Yin Feifei's cold face go down, both He Yuebai and Yan Xiaotong were instantly too scared to squeak. Both of them looked at each other in a bit of a panic, and at the same time became stumped. After all, the two of them really didn't come here this time to say that. Yin Feifei looked at the two of them in this manner and directly snorted coldly. I don't care what you two want to slander Ji for, but that contract of Ji's is also a proper contract, not something that came from a pit. When she said this, Yin Feifei could not help but raise her voice slightly, in order to just let all the people around her hear it. As expected, after Yin Feifei said this, the surrounding eyes couldn't help but look over as well. They all looked over with curiosity. Yin Feifei then continued as well. Maybe all of you have some news lately. I may be returning, but I'm still in the preparation stage. But I'm a person who is still very high on the quality of my music. After hearing Yin Feifei's words, the people around her nodded in agreement. After all, they all knew that each of Fei Yan's songs were very capable. This was also the reason why Yin Feifei had already retired for 2 years, but her status in the circle was still very high. It was also the reason why Yin Feifei's side could dominate the charts for several days in a row after revealing a little bit of news about her return. So the arrangement of the song, I Will Be Very Harsh, before also looked for a lot of companies, and then there is still no satisfaction. Thinking of their own arrangement forget, but did not think that later met Ji. He's a genius, that's why I begged Ji to work with me. When these words came out, the people around them grew their mouths in astonishment. After all, none of them had expected this collaboration with Ji to be something that Yin Feifei had begged for, and Ji also stood over there, slightly surprised and glanced at Yin Feifei, not expecting Yin Feifei to give herself face so much. And after Yin Feifei finished speaking, the people around them clamored. Even He Yuebai and Yan Xiaotong's faces were suddenly gloomy. No way. MS. Yan, I think she might have been tricked. How could this person possibly know how to arrange a tune? It must be that he stole the tune and deliberately lied about it. Yan Xiaotong yelled. Chapter 76, 90-degree bow and apologize. He Yuebai was still standing over there in a daze. But at this moment, after hearing Yan Xiaotong's words, he also reacted instantly. Yeah, I know Ge. She doesn't know these things at all. She must have lied to you. He Yuebai said with certainty, if other people didn't understand it, but He Yuebai knew it very well. After all, she had been with Ge. Didn't she know if Ge could make up a song? Oh, who are you Okoye? You know her so well? Yi Zuoro said unkindly. She then looked at Ge with shining eyes. Brother E didn't realize that you could arrange music. You're too good, aren't you? It's practically a decathlon. Ge smiled and rubbed Yi Roro's head, thinking in passing to rub Yan Fei Fei's head in passing. But on second thought, it was still in this kind of occasion, and Yan Fei Fei's status was still inappropriate, so she held back, looking at He Yuebai tightly biting her lip and not speaking. Ge then snorted and opened his mouth to answer for her. She's my ex-girlfriend, the kind that doesn't break up peacefully and smacks me for being unproductive. Ge's short few words had already made the people here brainstorm. Instead of breaking up peacefully, he resents Ge for being unproductive. It's obvious that she's been dumped by a rich man. Now it's also probably not a surprise that people have gotten to this point in their lives. When they thought of this, the people around them all looked at He Yuebai and Yan Xiaotong with contempt. No wonder these two had been looking down on Ge since just now. So they were still treating people like they used to. And after hearing from Ge's mouth that the stupid woman in front of him was Ge's ex-girlfriend, the ones who were the most upset in their hearts had to be Yi Roro and Yan Fei Fei. Brother Yat, how did you fall for such a woman? Yi Roro said in dissatisfaction. Ge sighed helplessly. Harm. Who hasn't been blind at times? And now that he had learned the whole story from Yan Fei Fei, He Yuebai also reacted at once that with Ge's current strength, there was no way that he was standing here on behalf of the security guards. Afterwards, He Yuebai also discovered the logo on Ge's clothes, and it was also in that instant that He Yuebai clenched his fists tightly. As far as she knew, that Logs brand was usually not received if it wasn't a super VIP. And not only that, the clothes inside weren't cheap either. Even the cheapest ones were the ones she could only afford if she saved her money now. This log is easy to spot if you look closely. It was just that when they came in, both of them thought that Ge was still the same security guard from before. So that's why they looked down on him. And that's why they didn't take a closer look. The two of them just looked at people's wrinkled clothes and convinced themselves. And He Yuebai couldn't have imagined it in any way. The current Ge was already completely different from before. Not to mention looking so much more glamorous than before. But I'm afraid people are worth a lot of money. Thinking of this, He Yuebai's heart couldn't help but well up with a strong regret. To say I don't regret it, that's definitely something. After all, Ge is now charismatic and powerful, and the man is still good-looking. And now He Yuebai had no news of Yihan behind him except for having met him a few times before. Now, even though she had entered the entertainment industry, she had to drink with some fat-headed thugs on a regular basis, although she tried to push Yan Xiaotong every time. But over time, she wasn't able to dodge it every time. When he thought of this, He Yuebai raised his head and looked blearily at Ge. Ding ding, detected divine destiny heroine remorse value. Reward 300 villain value. After hearing the system's beep, Ge silently hooked his lips, and then he directly avoided He Yuebai's line of sight. Now that the truth is out, should the two of you apologize to me then? Ge raised an eyebrow at the two people in front of him with ugly faces. Yeah, time to apologize for just talking about people like that. That's right. Looking at the two good-looking little girls, how come their hearts are so vicious? You guys are late to the party. You didn't even hear these two little girls in front of you. How powerful their mouths really are. Oh my god. He Yuebai looked at Ge stubbornly. She knew she was wrong but just didn't want to open her mouth. On the other hand, Yan Xiaotong on the side was hesitant and then looked anxiously at He Yuebai on the side. Ge wasn't in a hurry either, just standing over there with a calm demeanor. Although Yan Xiaotong's self-esteem was very strong, Ge knew that He Yuebai's self-esteem was the strongest. I'm afraid it would be worse than killing her if she were to apologize directly over here. Seeing that the atmosphere stiffened, Yan Fei Fei coldly stood out once again. Such guests are not welcome on our side. Someone please ask the two to go down, she said in a cold voice. And after hearing Yan Fei Fei's words, although He Yuebai knew that he and Ge were good, he was still surprised as hell. It didn't occur to me that Yan Fei Fei was willing to go this far for Ge. A star, a public figure, let the bodyguard in public to drive people, although reasonable, but if it is put on the internet will still be criticized. Yan Xiaotong obviously also didn't expect Yan Fei Fei to kick people out in public. She was not expecting it either. Fei Fei Yen, a line of top streamers, the diva of the singing world. She would go this far for GE. After glancing at He Yuebai, who didn't say a word on the side, and looking at the security guard who walked up behind her, Yen Xiaotong lowered her head in the end. I'm sorry, GE, it's us who misunderstood you. With that, Yen Xiaotong gently poked He Yuebai, who was on the side. However, He Yuebai was still standing over there without a word, staring intently at GE. Yuebai, unable to do anything else, Yen Xiaotong could only shout anxiously. It was with this sound that He Yuebai suddenly came back to his senses. She bit her lip and finally said, I'm sorry, GE. In the face of the two's apologies, GE remained still standing over there, not showing any indication at all. It seemed like I just heard a couple of painless words, too. As she watched the security guards behind her get closer and closer, Yen Xiaotong became anxious. She knew that being kicked out by the security guards was a small matter, but if she offended concubine Yen Things, this was a big deal. Thinking about how she usually drank with some old things for He Yuebai, Yen Xiaotong's heart was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. I'm sorry, Aki. I'm really sorry. After hesitating for a moment in her heart, Yen Xiaotong still bent over and bowed 90 degrees to GE after all. While bowing, she also poked He Yuebai, who was on the side once again. But, just having He Yuebai apologize already made her very humiliated. If she was to bow in public, she couldn't do it. That was why He Yuebai clenched her teeth and froze, ignoring Yen Xiaotong, who had been poking herself. Chapter 77 is just two crazy people out there. Until Yen Xiaotong, who was bowing on the side, had her waist sore, He Yuebai froze and didn't react at all. The people around were not so anxious, but very interested in the current situation. In the end, Yen Xiaotong, who was waiting on the side, didn't see He Yuebai apologize. She stood up with a stunned expression and looked at He Yuebai. Moonbeam knew. The situation was now quite obvious. If they didn't apologize, they would soon be fresh out by the bouncers. Although today's banquet, Yen Xiaotong had just seen it, and there were a few artists from the circle around. If they didn't apologize, I'm afraid that soon the fact that they had offended concubine Yen would have to spread. He Yuebai was still standing over there, and she still didn't pay any attention to Yen Xiaotong, just looking unblinkingly at GE in front of her. But unfortunately, GE just looked at them with a mocking face. GE, watching the two bodyguards walk up to her eyes, He Yuebai opened her mouth to call out to GE after all. Though GE has changed now, and though the two had a nasty breakup, but how good GE had been to himself when he was there before. He Yuebai was well aware of that. At that time, He Yuebai didn't have much money, except for tuition fees. Other expenses are usually GE is responsible for, so at that time, GE was so good to himself. He Yuebai also do not believe that GE said that he did not have any feelings, really did not have any feelings for himself. GE looked towards He Yuebai in front of him. At this moment, He Yuebai was standing over there with a miserable little face, stubbornly, and looking at himself with a very pitiful look, just like a miserable little white flower. If GE didn't know He Yuebai's real face, I'm afraid he'd be deceived by her appearance. But unfortunately, even if He Yuebai pretends to be so pitiful, he knows what she's like behind her back, and won't be softened up anymore. We've been delayed by the two of them for quite a while now, so it's better not to waste time on the two of them. With that, GE took the lead and walked back to the banquet hall. And the very moment GE walked back, Yen Fei Fei and Yi Ro Ro followed along. Originally, the main character here was Yen Fei Fei, and now that Yen Fei Fei had left, the people at the door naturally followed along. Now Yen Xiaotong's face also suddenly turned pale. She was unbelievable and very disappointed as she looked at He Yuebai on the side. Moonbeam knew. Only the bodyguards on the side didn't give the two a chance to speak, but instead directly set them up and walked out. He Yuebai stared blankly at GE's back, and looking at the people surrounding him, He Yuebai came to a clear realization. Now the two are no longer in the same world. Not only that, she also completely understands that there is also no place for herself in GE's heart anymore completely. This result made He Yuebai more or less in a trance. Previously, she felt that GE was not progressive, and even though they were in a relationship, she never let GE take advantage of her at all, and GE didn't seem to have a problem with that at all. According to the words of the people around him, GE was like one of his own lickspittles. But now, some of He Yuebai's fantasies were completely collapsed. He Yuebai, who was originally standing quietly over there, suddenly shouted the moment the bodyguard walked up. What are you doing? Hurry up and let go of me. He Yuebai was being held by two bodyguards and began to struggle frantically. Only, even if she struggled frantically, her strength was still not as good as a professional bodyguard, compared to He Yuebai, who was very frantic on the side. The originally short-tempered Yen Xiaotong was much quieter the moment she was racked up, and all the while, after being racked out of the hotel, Yen Xiaotong only stumbled in place a few times, but He Yuebai, who was on the side, because she was struggling too frantically, the moment she was released, she directly fell to sit on the ground. How can you? Falling to the ground, He Yuebai was in a trance, somewhat puzzled as to why she had just stood inside in an expensive gown and was now being dragged outside. If it were in the past, when she saw He Yuebai sitting on the ground, Yen Xiaotong would have already gone forward to assist her, but just a moment ago, Yen Xiaotong had been completely disappointed in He Yuebai, especially when she bowed and apologized herself. Yen Xiaotong was already completely chilled with He Yuebai. He Yuebai Ming himself is also very clear, knowing that this time offended Yen Fei later certainly will not be so good out of it, but she still remained adamant about not apologizing. This made Yen Xiaotong think of the time before that. For the sake of He Yuebai she drank until she puked every time she went to drink with others, just to get good resources for He Yuebai. She could say without conscience that there was He Yuebai today, also because she had contributed a great deal. But just now, He Yuebai had put all of his previous efforts to waste. If she offended concubine Yen now, who would dare to reuse her in the future? That also means, He Yuebai can receive a small cooperation in the future even if it is good. The most tragic is after that, He Yuebai cannot receive a cooperation. Xiaotong, come over here quickly and help me. He Yuebai over there came back to his senses after all amidst the crowd's murmurs. She twisted her head to look at Yen Xiaotong who was first to the side, and subconsciously, she was reaching out her hand to try to get Yen Xiaotong to help herself up, but the current Yen Xiaotong just gave He Yuebai a disappointed look before turning around and leaving. She now kind of realized that she had brought a white wolf with her. Before, when He Yuebai didn't want to go to the chaperone, she was the one who went. The bosses were over the top back then, and it was only now that she had met this boyfriend that her days were a little better. But it seemed as if all these efforts of his own were not worth mentioning at all in He Yuebai's eyes. Xiaotong, where are you going? He Yuebai fell over there and looked at Yen Xiaotong in disbelief. But until after Yen Xiaotong's figure could not be seen in front of her, she did not see Yen Xiaotong turn back once. And at that moment, GE up there didn't have the slightest idea of what was happening down there. But even if GE knew, he would only gloat. After all, these two women weren't exactly good people. And even if they looked pathetic, it didn't mean that the bad things the two had done before weren't bad. As the three of them walked back to the banquet hall, they happened to meet Shen Mumu who was walking out. Shen Mumu had something stuffed in her mouth and looked at the three of them somewhat blankly. Is something happening out there? Why did everyone go out just now? Looking at Shen Mumu's mouth that was stuffed like a hamster's, GE couldn't help but laugh out softly. Chapter 78. What? Jealous? It's alright, there were just two crazy people out there, but they're just out now. Upon hearing this, Shen Mumu first slowly widened her eyes, then she said with great pity, that's a good pity. I just didn't have time to see anything. At this time, although those two people had already been driven out, Yi Ro was already still furious. Humph, luckily you didn't see those two crazy people, or else you would definitely be furious. Yi Ro said indignantly. Shen Mumu didn't think much about it, and simply assumed that there were really two crazy people coming. When she looked at Yi Ro's anger into this state, she slowly nodded her head. That much of a stretch, and just then, the music in the banquet hall shifted and slowly became elegant and long. The moment this music started, there were already quite a number of people, accompanied by each other, walking towards the middle of the hall to start dancing. Even there were quite a few people around, all of whom were leaping to look beside GE. After all, to say Yi's was Wabar, there is a male companion, but strictly speaking, Yen Fei and Shen Mumu next to her don't have a male companion. Yen Fei looked at the few people who had begun to dance in the center of the hall, so she looked at GE expectantly. Pool. Only before Yen Fei could open her mouth to finish her sentence, a person suddenly sprang out in front of her. Because of Yen Fei's sudden appearance, the banquet that was originally just a class reunion had now inexplicably gained some more guests. And now, there is another part of the crowd downstairs, claiming to be coming to the party, unable to do anything about it. Yen Fei could only give an explanation, but by the time she returned from her explanation, Shi had already walked towards the front with Yi Ro in tow. Yen Fei looked at the back of the two people, her eyes dark and uncertain, originally kind little face, suddenly no smile. This also instantly discouraged the men around them who wanted to come and strike up a conversation. After all, it was better to try not to upset Yen Fei. GE is actually not very good at dancing, but after all, there is the foundation of ancient martial arts over there, so after standing next to it for a while, the movements have been remembered pretty well. It's not that skillful, but it's not embarrassing is all. Feeling GE's actions, Yi Ro stared at her watery eyes in some surprise. Brother E, didn't you just say you don't know how to dance? Following GE's dance steps, Yi Ro felt that Ji's movements were much better than those of the indiscriminate people around him. Ding Ding detected the worship value of the Divine Destiny heroine, rewarding 200 villain values. When Chi heard this, he instantly smiled modestly. I just watched it over there a few times and it will be almost as good. It's not just the right hand? If this sentence were to be said by someone else, Yi Ro might have scoffed, but the fact that this sentence was actually coming from Ji's mouth at this moment, then Yi Ro felt that it was very reasonable. She looked up at Ji with great admiration and said softly, "Then what else do you know, brother E? Why do I think you know everything?" Ji laughed softly. "Wouldn't there be no mystery in telling you now? So wait until later and you'll slowly find out for yourself." Yi Ro heatedly smiled. Alright then. There was a dance with the little girl in his arms, but there wasn't much villain value left. Chi then knew clearly that the system wasn't a big grudge seed, and definitely wouldn't stay like this, letting himself lead a person to glean. Indeed, between himself and the little girl, he was as familiar as could be. The two had pretty much done all of them except the ones they couldn't. So with that thought in mind, Chi's eyes went to his other two sisters-in-law after the dance. Shun Mu hasn't interacted together often but is now with that little girl Yi Ro, and the narrator, Fei Yan, is obviously a great choice. While just dancing, Ji realized that there was a line of sight next to him, very obviously looking at himself. At that moment, Ji knew it was Fei Yan who was watching him. Only, when she had just come down herself, Yan Fei had already talked to the people around her. All this time, Yan Fei was still talking about something with someone else. Seeing this, Ji wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he found a small corner and sat over there alone to drink. He watched as Yi Ro and Shin Mu accompanied each other to the restroom, and after Chi sat there for a short while, he sat next to someone else as well. He turned his head to look and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow slightly, because this person he actually knew. I think he'd seen her in a TV show? I have to say, this woman's body is really good. Before the fire for a period of time, also because of the plump and full body. Hello handsome, have a drink together? The woman sat beside Ji and slightly hooked her red lips towards him, then she raised the quilt in her hand. Ji didn't say anything, just similarly raised the cup he was holding, chatting quite happily. Right at this moment, Yan Fei suddenly walked over from the side. Looking at the sexy figure that slowly walked towards him, Chi couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. Fei Yan was indeed an amazing woman, with a youthful face but a sexy and wonderful body. The current outfit was like a combination of angels and demons, and it looked even more mouth-drying to the men. Seeing Yan Fei walk up, Ji also just slowly pursed the wine in his glass, but the woman on the side was different. Seeing Yan Fei come over, she hurriedly stood up and greeted her. Hello Ms. Yan, this is. Yan Fei stood over there smiling at the woman, patiently listening to the woman finish introducing herself. This last one chatted for a few moments before signaling that he wanted to talk to Ji alone for a while. To be able to chat with Yan Fei for a few moments, that woman was already very happy. So when Yan Fei said that she wanted to talk alone, she turned away knowingly. Seeing that woman leave, Yan Fei's side brought a glass of wine from the side and sat beside Ji. I see you seem to be having a nice conversation with her? She asked, self-consciously and very naturally. Ji, however, vaguely heard the flavor of vinegar in those words. Not bad. Ji smiled, not affirming, but not denying either. Sure enough, Yan Fei's pink lips pursed up after Ji spoke those words. What's wrong? Jealous? Ji slowly approached Yan Fei and inquired softly in her ear. By the way, he also slightly raised his hand and gently touched Yan Fei's wineglass with his own. The moment Ji uttered those words, Yan Fei slowly widened her beautiful eyes, her eyelashes slightly trembling, her pupils slightly shrinking, and a touch of scarlet slowly crept onto her cheeks. Chapter 79, Wanna dance? What? What are you talking about? Yan Fei shyly shifted her eyes away, not daring to meet Ji's eyes, and then she whispered, playing dumb. Oh well, that was my misunderstanding. I just looked at you like that and thought you were jealous. Now it looks like I was overthinking it. Ji said as he shrugged helplessly. Yan Fei looked at Ji in a daze, her heart suddenly a little confused. She blinked slowly, unable to stop the skepticism in her mind. Did you really just get jealous? From the moment Ji had just started dancing with the others, Yan Fei couldn't control her attention anymore. Regardless of what she was doing, her eyes couldn't help but follow Ji around. Originally, when she made small talk with others, she was able to respond from time to time. But just now, when she saw that sexily dressed woman standing beside Ji, Yan Fei admitted that she couldn't hold back a bit. How could she not see what was in that woman's mind? Especially looking at the woman's big V-neck, watching her slowly approach. That chest was about to exhale immediately afterward, and she couldn't hold back at all. That's why she suddenly came from over there, just to stop the woman's next move. Now it seems, she did stop right. If I do not come over, I'm afraid that woman's xiong are going to stick to Ji's body. Looking at Yin Feifei, who was deep in thought, Ji raised his hand and drank up the wine in his hand. Then he said, "Want to dance together?" Ha! Ji's words brought Yin Feifei back to her senses. She first froze, then her face burst into ecstasy. Yeah, as if she was afraid that Ji would back out. Yin Feifei stood up directly. Ji lost his smile. The little girl just defended himself when he looked to listen to ferocious, but now he has become the previous easy to shy Yin Feifei again. Looking at the stunning beauty standing over there in front of him, looking at himself with an expectant face, Ji naturally wouldn't back out. Setting his glass aside, Ji reached out his hand toward Yin Feifei. Yin Feifei held Chi's hand with a bright smile, and then her eyes looked at Chi with a watery look. Chi let out a light laugh and led Yin Feifei towards the other side of the dance floor amidst the envious gazes of the people around him. I'm not a very good dancer, so watch out for stepping on your feet later. The two of them stood in the middle of the dance floor, and Ji looked at Yin Feifei, who was a little nervous in front of him, and said softly, "Puffing, what are you talking about? I obviously just saw you dancing quite well." To be honest, although Yin Feifei could also dance, after all, it had been a long time since she had come to this kind of occasion. Most of all, the person in front of her was Ji, which made Yin Feifei's heart become a little tense. However, after hearing Ji's words, it simultaneously made the tension in Yin Feifei's heart feel a little better. "Oh, that means you were actually watching me the whole time I was just dancing?" Ji teased with raised eyebrows. Which, I just slightly looked at you for a few moments." Hearing Ji say this, the Yin Feifei hurriedly denied it. Ji looked at her reddened little face, did not continue the inquiry, just reached out his hand to hold her thin waist, gently reminded, "Get ready, I'm going to start." Yin Feifei looked up at Ji with a red face, and after hearing Ji's words, she slowly raised her head to look at Ji. Before giving a soft Ding Ding detected the host's villainous behavior. Rewarded with 100 villainous values. Ding Ding detected the host's villainous behavior. Rewarded with 100 villainous values. After a dance, these two beeps were just ringing in Chi's head. As it turns out, always being close to one person gains less and less villain value later. In fact, Ji could more or less understand the way to gain more villain value now, as long as he, the villain, had taken away what originally belonged to the male lead. The villain's value would also be more than before. And after a dance, Yin Feifei was surprisingly still a little unfulfilled. Smelling the scent of the man's cigarette in front of her, Yin Feifei surprisingly also had some reluctance to let go of him, but after all, there were so many other people around. Even if it wasn't for the sake of her own reputation, she had to think about Ji. If it was because of herself that Chi's otherwise peaceful life was disturbed a lot, Yin Feifei would feel very guilty. Thinking of this, Yin Feifei then also and painfully let go of Ji. Unseen by those around her, she winked a little mischievously towards Ji. "Nice dance. You too." The corners of Chi's mouth hooked up slightly in response. Looking at the man rushing at herself and evilly hooking up the corners of her lips, Yin Feifei, who had originally wanted to tease the man, was now making a big red face of her own. "Ahem. I'm going over to rest. I'm so tired." A touch of scarlet climbed up to Yin Feifei's earlobes, and she fanned herself with her hands on her face, before walking quickly to where she had just been, and picking up her own glass of wine and drinking it all in one go. Chi looked helplessly at the little girl over there, and just as he wanted to walk up and remind her to drink less, he was called over by Yi Ro on the side. They were nearing the end of the night, which brought them to the banquet hall. Now a toss. Already almost 11 o'clock. There are many people have left, but there is still a part of the people still remain here. Stubbornly want to wait until Yin Feifei left, and then leave, especially those of the teenage line of small stars. What's wrong? Seeing that Yi Ro was calling out to him, Chi looked over at Yin Feifei's side and walked over. Yi Ro was standing in a corner at the moment, her expression helplessly looking at the sofa. "Moo drank too much. I thought of sending her back first." Speaking here, Yi Ro sighed very helplessly. Chi walked in to take a look, and sure enough, on the sofa in the corner, Shen Moo was already sleeping over there. "I originally thought that you were the most heartless, but now it seems that Shen Moo is even more heartless than you are." Ji slightly raised his eyebrows and said in amusement. Upon hearing this, Yi Ro looked at Ji with some dissatisfaction. She narrowed her big eyes and said in a good-natured manner, "Brother E, what are you babbling about?" Hearing the little girl's threatening voice, Ji could only pretend to surrender. All right, it's nothing. I'll contact Firefox to pick you guys up. I have to send Yin Feifei back first." Upon hearing this, Yi Roro couldn't help but raise her head as well and look towards Yin Fei on the other side. Although she was very helpless in her heart and had a wave of unspoken annoyance, she could only nod sullenly. Don't think nonsense, I know her bodyguard. Father is hospitalized. To take care of father, I have to help take care of it. Besides, Yin Fei is considered my friend after all. For the sake of me, I have to send her home safely anyways, right? Chapter 80, Something happened to Fei Yin? Originally, when Ji had just finished speaking, Yi Roro's heart was still a little hard. However, after hearing Ji's explanation, Yi Roro's heart felt much better. She couldn't help but heave a laugh. What are you explaining to me for? I know, I have the big picture too, okay? Ji didn't reveal her either. He just helped Yi Roro help Shen Mumu down. Because of the ancient martial arts, Firefox was now looking out for Ji, always waiting for his orders. Treating Ikiyat with some small favor is like being on some mission. However, Ji naturally wasn't letting him help for nothing, and had taken the time to go to Firefox and teach him some basic skills during this time. At first Firefox was very anxious, stating that he didn't want to practice the basics and wanted to learn the stances he had seen Ji use before. Hearing him say this, Ji directly cleaned up some of him, said no matter what, the basic skills first practiced well, is the most basic. After a bit of cleaning up, Firefox then patiently began practicing the basics, and after 2 days, the Firefox himself also convinced to give Ji called, said just practicing some basic skills? I feel that his hands then before the chi power enough. I can't say what it feels like, but it just feels like a constant stream of very strong energy in my body. So now, Firefox was also convinced of Chi. It was also because of these things, so now after Chi sent a message to Firefox, he also quickly drove his car downstairs. After 10 minutes of waiting for Firefox, Ji went upstairs to look for Yin Fei. It's getting late, so let's see if it's time for them to go back. Only by the time Ji walked back to the banquet hall, there was no longer any Yin Fei in the position she had just been in either. Looking at the entire banquet hall, it seems that because Yin Fei's Li left, so at this time many people have also left. At this time there are only a few people left scattered. It looks like they are also ready to leave. Seeing this, Ji then also hurriedly walked forward, ready to inquire about Yin Fei's news. Hello. Ji walked up to the women and greeted them. Seeing this, the few women who originally wanted to leave immediately stopped in their tracks. They all looked at Ji with shy and expectant faces. This handsome man, I wonder which one of you gave either of us a shout out. One of the women said flirtatiously. At those words, Ji couldn't help but laugh lightly, so they thought he had come over to strike up a conversation. I'm sorry, I didn't come here to strike up a conversation, Ji said helplessly. Ha, well, hearing Ji's words, those few women also sighed very sadly and had expressions of pity on their faces. I came over here wanting to ask if you guys have seen Princess Yen? Ms. Yen? When the crowd heard this, they looked at each other. Didn't Miss Yen leave a long time ago? Yeah, just now. We realized that there was no longer any sound from Miss Yen over there. The others also said, after all, if Yin Fei was still here, many people would not be in a hurry to leave. What's wrong? Did something happen to Miss Yen? Those few people couldn't help but also say with some confusion when they saw Chi looking for Yin Fei. No, it's just that I just went downstairs to drop off a friend and came up and didn't see Princess Yen, which is why I asked. After giving them a perfunctory look and seeing them leave, Chi then began to look around the banquet hall. After all, when he had just come up, he had seen Yin Fei's bodyguard still at the elevator door, which meant that Yin Fei hadn't actually left. Otherwise, her bodyguards would surely have gone along with her. But it's also true that Fei Yin wasn't in or anything like that. Unable to do anything else, Ji could only turn over the entire banquet hall. But, in the end, we still haven't found Princess Yen herself. Suddenly, Ji seemed to suddenly react to something. Not in the ballroom, maybe in the restroom? He remembered that there was also a restroom inside the banquet hall, and thinking of this, Ji hurriedly walked up. At this time, all the people in the banquet hall had already left. Ji dialed Yin Fei's number, but it didn't connect, and just as Ji walked to the door of the women's restroom, he heard the phone ringing from inside. But after all, it's a women's restroom, and it's not something you can just casually go into, so with no other choice, Ji could only shout a few times at the door to make sure there was no one inside. Before walking in, there were a few compartments in here as well, and when Ji went in, only one of them was tightly closed. Seeing this, Ji's heart had already guessed pretty much everything. After he walked up and knocked on the door, he softly inquired, Yin Fei? Are you in there, Fei? Who's who? Get out of here. Without waiting for Ji to finish speaking, Yin Fei's fierce voice had already come from inside. At the same time, Ji heard Yin Fei's panting voice. That brought him to the point at once. At the same time, it also caused Ji-Yi's brows to furrow instantly. He's only been out for a short time. How about Yan Fei Fei being set up? Princess? Open the door. Will you? I'm Ji-Yi. Ji-Yi kept knocking on the door and said softly. But obviously, at this time, Yan Fei Fei inside still does not know that the person outside is Ji-Yi. Just over there keeps saying go away. And in the consumption of time, Ji-Yi also heard. Inside, Yan Fei Fei's panting became heavier and heavier. And even her voice became smaller and smaller. Vaguely, Ji-Yi heard Yan Fei Fei's small sobs inside. He subconsciously looked at his cell phone. It didn't show Yan Fei Fei's call. At that moment, Ji-Yi's mind flashed. Now Yan Fei Fei's mind was originally not very clear. Maybe she was talking about the phone call she had just made herself? With that thought in mind, Ji-Yi knocked on the door as he dialed the phone. As the phone dialed out, Ji-Yi instantly heard the ringing of the phone from the cubicle once again. And the ringer just rang for a split second. And the call was finally answered. Hello? Ji-Yi? Where are you? Ooh-hoo, why aren't you back yet? Also in an instant, Yan Fei Fei's cries sounded in front of her and in her ears at the same time. When he heard the woman's cries, Ji-Yi put on a gentle voice. Fei Fei, I'm at your door. Be good. Open the door. I'll take you home, okay? With that, Ji-Yi raised his hand and knocked on the door. And the response to Ji-Yi was no longer a roll, but instead a slow push through the doorway. Ji-Yi? Immediately afterward, Yan Fei Fei's tear-stained and scarlet-colored little face appeared in front of Ji-Yi. Chapter 81, What a Little Goblin. Looking at this obviously dizzy little face, Ji-Yi directly frowned. What's wrong with you? In fact, without asking too many questions, Ji-Yi could see from Yan Fei Fei's current state what was going on. Yan Fei Fei on the opposite side of the room didn't rush to answer Ji-Yi's words, but instead came straight up and jumped into Ji-Yi's arms. Ji-Yi-oh, what did you just do? Take me home, okay? I don't want to be here anymore. The little girl in his arms cried tearfully, crying so hard that Ji-Yi's heart broke. After all, who wouldn't be hurt by a pretty little girl crying like this? But, no. After hearing Yan Fei Fei's words, Ji-Yi rejected Yan Fei Fei's request with a direct cry. Oh. Ji-Yi. Yan Fei Fei in her arms cried even harder after hearing Ji-Yi's refusal. She leaned softly in Ji-Yi's arms and pouted softly. Behave. In this condition you're in, I have to take you to the hospital first. With that, Ji-Yi gently bent Yan Fei Fei wiped the tears from her face. No, can't go to the hospital. Although Yan Fei Fei was already in a daze as she leaned on Ji-Yi's arms, she still showed an extremely strong sense of resistance when she heard the word hospital. This also made Ji-Yi react instantly. It was also true that it wasn't quite appropriate for Yan Fei Fei to go to the hospital in this capacity. It's just that Ji-Yi isn't clear that Yan Fei Fei is so resistant to hospitals because she spent most of the last 2 years of her retirement in hospitals. So, now that she's out, she's also never wanting to go back to the hospital. Staying here is not a long-term solution. And it is also just as well that when Ji-Yi was searching for Yan Fei Fei, the people in the banquet hall were almost gone. It was also because of this that Ji-Yi was able to walk out directly carrying Yan Fei Fei. Ji-Yi had just thought of giving the bodyguards outside a word about Yan Fei Fei's situation when he came out. But obviously, Ji-Yi's idea was rejected by Yan Fei Fei. Yan Fei Fei was not willing to let the two people outside know that she had accidentally taken drugs. Obviously, Yan Fei Fei also knew that she had been framed. But those two bodyguards were sent by her family. There was no choice but for Ji-Yi to bend down and pick up Yan Fei Fei and lead her out. Because Yan Fei Fei had buried her head in Ji-Yi's arms, the two bodyguards didn't notice anything unusual and instead thought that Yan Fei Fei had fallen asleep or was drunk. The two of them escorted Ji-Yi down the stairs and helped him open the car door. Alright, that's it for today. I'll send Fei Fei back. You guys go back too. Saying that, Ji-Yi had already hugged Yan Fei Fei tightly on the back seat of the car, and then he himself made it to the driver's seat. Upon hearing this, the two bodyguards over there both looked at each other hesitantly for a couple of moments. But soon, the two of them could only step back helplessly and watch as Ji-Yi led Yan Fei Fei away. After all, their two bodyguards were only borrowed by Yan Fei Fei today, and when Yan Fei Fei brought them here today, she also said that if there was anything at all, they would listen to Ji-Yi's command. Nothing happened today, but it should be listened to. Besides, Yan Fei Fei had only borrowed them for 1 day from the Yan family, and now that it was almost time, it was time for them to go back and report. So the two of them didn't stop them in the slightest, and just watched as Ji-Yi left with Yan Fei Fei. On the way, Ji-Yi looked at Yan Fei Fei behind the seat and couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Now that she seemed to be honestly asleep, who knew if there would be another accident in a while? Ji-Yi pondered. A moment to ask Yan Fei Fei have any private doctor. Stars should have it. Ji-Yi sighed want to drive the car towards Yan Fei Fei's residence. Only this side has not yet arrived at Yan Fei Fei's house. Behind the car seat has already come a burst of petulant, gasping sound, and after hearing the voice behind him, Ji also instantly had his entire body jolted, and then he helplessly looked through the rearview mirror towards the back, only to see that Yin Feifei, who had already fallen asleep, slowly opened her beautiful eyes, and was now half lying on the seat behind her, tossing and turning with difficulty. Not only that, the gown that was already very revealing had slipped down to the shoulders by now, revealing large swathes of spring color. By the flash of that white light, Ji almost didn't notice that the light in front of him was already green. Hurriedly starting the car, Ji quickly sped towards Yin Feifei's home. Ji focused his mind on the road in front of him, and it was when Ji was about to drive into the neighborhood that a pair of small, soft, boneless hands suddenly caressed Ji's face from behind the driver's seat. Ji. At the same time, Yin Feifei's coquettish voice rang out from behind Ji's back, and while Yin Feifei was speaking, Ji simultaneously felt a warm breeze seemingly blowing past his ears. Ji gritted his teeth. If it wasn't for the fact that he was still driving right now, he would really have to teach this little girl who was teasing everywhere a good lesson. Stop it and sit back down, Ji warned in a cold voice, and apparently, right now, Ji's warning was almost of no use at all to Yin Feifei, who was already starting to get confused. As time went on, those little hands began to make more and more mischief. Now if it wasn't for the fact that Yin Feifei was placed in the back, I'm afraid that the behavior would have to be even more excessive. Ji took a deep breath, then he stepped on the gas and rushed straight into the basement inside the neighborhood. A nice drift and Ikki beautifully parks the car in the corner. Once the car was turned off, Ji took hold of the small hand on his body that had been making a mess in one fell swoop. Yin Feifei, you think about it. Do you want me to go get you a doctor or? Ji turned his head, his eyes fixedly looking at Yin Feifei before he said in a deep voice. Ji then saw a hint of hesitation and indecision flash through Yin Feifei's beautiful eyes, but in the end, it seemed as if she had made up her mind. No, don't doctor. Ji heard Yin Feifei slightly lowered her head, eyelashes slightly trembling, red face said. Seeing this, Ji slightly hooked his lips. He reached out his hand and tenderly stroked Yin Feifei's tender cheeks, then said, "This is your own choice. I hope you don't regret it." It would be fine if Yin Feifei was not sober, and he wasn't the type to take advantage of someone's danger. But Ji had just clearly seen the look that had just flashed across Yin Feifei's eyes, indicating that she still had some sense even now. Then he's not going to be polite. He opened the car door and stepped out, then quickly opened the door to the back seat before getting in. Well, Ji, what a little demon love. Chapter 82, Soft Jade in my arms. Oh, gently, gently. In the corner of the underground parking lot, an evocative sound was heard faintly. At the same time, the eye-catching limousine was swaying slightly. It's just that because of being in the corner, these movements don't concern anyone in the slightest. It was only in the middle of the night that Ji carried Yin Feifei out of the bathroom, and then he placed the little girl on the bed. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for taking down the Divine Fate female lead, rewarded with 666 villain value. The system's voice came out, which made Ji tickle his lips with some pleasure. Look at this. The female lead that Yihan over here had put in some effort and had yet to take down was just worshipping underneath his suit pants. To be honest, Ji was now really looking forward to the expression on Yihan's face when he returned. There's really no telling how great it's going to be. Of course, he'd better not come back now. It would be better to come back after you've pried all the people out from under him. Jingle bells. Not waiting for Ji to think more, put aside the cell phone, then suddenly rang. Seeing the note on it, Ji once again frowned. This is the middle of the night, already almost 1 in the morning. How Yihan still want to call himself, but helplessly. Right now he has not completely flipped, and does not have enough strength to resist Yihan's hero aura, so Ji still can only pick up the phone. However, Ji ended up choosing to connect by phone only, not by video. I don't know if it's because Yihan is too suspicious as a person. He almost every time he makes a phone call, he doesn't make a voice call when he can make a video call. Every time, she stares at the other person's expression, as if she is afraid that others may have suspicions, and in this regard, Ji is still doing very well. A long time to cultivate down. Now Ji has more or less some acting skills. Hello, boss? Calling so late. Is something wrong? Ji said, feigning great urgency. Why did you only connect the voice call? Yihan on the opposite side was obviously a bit dissatisfied and asked about this. Ahem, boss, it is more or less inconvenient. Now, Ji said with some embarrassment. Oh ha, I understand. This kid is also really, although it is enlightened, but also cannot be so anxious. You a while ago not also ha, said the opposite side of Yihan once again, the big laugh. No wonder I let Zhuozhou tell you. Go home after returning to me a phone call. Now has not returned to me. The original is still outside. Ah. GE smiled in embarrassment and glanced at the sleeping prospective sister-in-law on C. Sorry boss, don't worry, I'll be home in a while. AI. What's the hurry? No hurry. No hurry. I'm not the kind of person who is not close to the heart. I just want to ask you, how's the consideration of the last thing? As expected, it was still about the undercover agent. Boss, don't worry, as long as it's something you order me to do, I'll definitely give you a successful completion, and when the time comes after a while, I'll do it. Hearing this, the opposite Yihan finally responded with satisfaction. Well, still have to rely on you, GE. After all these years, the only one I can completely trust is you. Hearing Yihan's words, GE pretended to respond with joy on the surface, but in fact, he had already begun to sneer in his heart. After all, since they had returned home, those of them had become an ordinary bodyguard as well. The latter tasks were also left to the flower butterflies. In fact, Yihan's motivation was also very clear. In fact, it was that he could not trust them, and then also because he knew that flower butterfly liked him, so that's why he used her. And if he took Ms. Morris back home later, I'm afraid he would have to go back home first to take care of Fei Yan's relationship as well. Even Yihan's huge empire in the future would need to be taken care of and operated by Lu Qingfang in the future. After all, although it was said that Yihan's business was doing well now, that was just because the foundation laid by Lu Qingfang in the previous 2 years was better. It was also because of those cronies left behind by Lu Qingfang in the past 2 years that the company's revenue had not declined. And in the future, getting help from the Shang family was also very necessary. Only Yihan also didn't have the slightest idea that the current one had already warped a large part of his wall up by himself. Thinking of this, GE finally laughed genuinely from the bottom of his heart. Ha, then it's a deal. When it's at least a month, at most 2 months, I'll have someone forge your identity and place you into the Guhua gang, so you can prepare yourself in the meantime. Okay, boss, with me here. Don't worry, GE said with great loyalty. Ikiyi, are you still there? Right at this moment, Yan Feifei's delicate voice once again came from behind her. I'll be there in a bit. GE turned his head to look over. Yan Feifei, who had woken up in a daze, heard GE's voice before she finally laid down at ease, and after hearing the woman's voice, Yihan on the opposite side also immediately stopped his voice from speaking. Seeing that Yihan hadn't said anything, it made GE a little nervous. Although Yihan had shown affection to Yan Feifei before, the time spent together was not much. After all, most of Yan Feifei's time at that time was spent in the hospital room, so he should not be able to hear Yan Feifei's voice, right? Especially after the exertion. At this time, Yan Feifei's voice was really hoarse. GE nervously listened to Yihan's voice, fearing that he would become suspicious. And just as GE was getting more and more nervous, Yihan on the opposite side finally spoke out. You kid, you're really stuffy and doing great things. Well, the domestic night is still long, so I won't bother you. Saying that, Yihan hung up the phone with a flirtatious smile. After hearing Yihan's tone, GE was sort of relieved. Looking at this, Yihan should not be suspicious. It was also, after all, the distance he was standing at now. There was still a distance from Yan Feifei. He should not have heard it clearly. Ding Ding detected the host's bold chow thief behavior, rewarding 200 villain values. Hearing the system's beep, GE had to say, although sometimes it's quite exciting to do things under Yihan's nose, but if it's too much, his little heart can't stand it. Putting his cell phone down, GE stretched his back in a refreshed manner, and then he turned towards Yan Feifei, ready to sleep comfortably with a soft jade in his arms. Originally, he was still hesitant to go back today, but now that Yihan knew all about it, he wouldn't have to go back himself. As for Qingfeng's wife, just blow some more pillows on her tomorrow, and by the way, it's time to try out my medical skills. However, this side of GE had just laid down and had not yet made any movements. The soft jade on the side had already leaned over delicately and softly. Chapter 83, Between Us. Early the next morning, GE was refreshed and woke up early. It was while GE was making breakfast that Yan Feifei slowly turned awake. The moment she woke up, her consciousness returned, and at the same time, Yan Feifei instantly remembered what happened last night. Instead of remembering, it's better to never forget. The small hand subconsciously touched the spot next to it, but the spot next to it had long since gotten cold, as if the person had been gone for a long time. Realizing that GE had left caused a flash of loss to pass through Yan Feifei's heart, but after all, last night was also considered to be his own initiative to pounce on GE, so even if GE just got angry and left, Yan Feifei didn't mind. After all, this matter in general, it is also considered that she has taken advantage of GE, and it is also she who is somewhat sorry for GE. But even with this thought, Yin Fei-Fei's face was still lost. I originally thought that when I woke up, I could still snuggle up to that broad and warm chest, but it turned out that he was already gone. Thinking of this, Yin Fei-Fei sat up from the sea with great disappointment. Only just sitting up, Yin Fei-Fei heard the commotion outside. Yin Fei-Fei has no so-called broker. Her itinerary and such were all handled by Shang Hinyan. But even so, Shang Hinyan didn't even have the password to Yin Fei-Fei's house. So, at this moment, besides herself, only GE will be in her house. Realizing that GE hadn't left yet, it made Yin Fei-Fei couldn't help but redden her little face, especially when she thought about the disappointed look she just had. She couldn't help but spit on her own pretentiousness in her heart. She slowly sat up with a small red face, and then she slowly walked out of the room. As expected, across the street in the semi-open kitchen, GE was busy working with his back to her. Ding Ding detected Divine Destiny heroine's favorability, rewarded with 200 villain value. As the system's voice rang out, GE likewise understood that it seemed like Yin Fei-Fei should have already woken up. As expected, when GE turned his head with his breakfast, he saw Yin Fei-Fei hiding in the doorway of the bedroom, and was now peeking her head out to look at herself with a blushing face. With just a glance, GE withdrew his eyes. After all, even at this moment, Yin Fei-Fei is really tempting. That little white face, with its blush, looked more delicious than a summer peach. Not coming out for dinner? GE inquired with a soft smile. Ahem. I'll go wash up first. Seeing that she had been discovered, Yin Fei-Fei hurriedly turned around and ran towards the restroom in a panic. Only this restroom to go is really a bit long. GE understand this is shy little girl embarrassed to come out it. After all, even if last night's Yin Fei-Fei was so fierce again, the Yin Fei-Fei after waking up was still the same introverted and easily shy Yin Fei-Fei. GE gathered his things and walked over to the restroom door, lifting his hand to knock gently on the door. Fei-Fei, I still have some things to do, so I'll leave first. Breakfast is already done on the table. Remember to eat it while it's hot in a while. After saying that, without waiting for Yin Fei-Fei to reply, GE had already turned around and left Yin Fei-Fei's house. It was only after hearing the sound of the door to her home closing that Yin Fei-Fei opened the door to the restroom with a contrite face. With some chagrin, she lifted a hand to rub her hair, obviously wishing that GE had accompanied him this morning. Why did he just all of a sudden not dare to face it? Patting her heated cheeks, Yin Fei-Fei slowly walked over to the dining table, but after seeing the hot meal on the table, Yin Fei-Fei's heart also instantly felt even more guilty. After all, the thought of GE getting up early in the morning, making himself breakfast and then rushing off without taking a bite, made Yin Fei-Fei feel terribly guilty. She had just been in the restroom, shuffling around, also did not hear GE has received messages and phone calls, apparently should be to see their own delayed out. So this left it? Yin Fei-Fei's heart regretted it when she thought about it. She didn't care that she was sore as hell, so she immediately turned and ran for the door, ready to go out and catch up with GE. But unfortunately, after Yin Fei-Fei opened the door, the elevator entrance was tightly closed, and there wasn't the slightest sign of GE in front of her. It's also true that it's been a while, so I guess GE Jean has left, right? Yin Fei-Fei drooped her shoulders and stood at the doorway, a million guilty feelings in her heart, causing her eyes to redden. GE also didn't expect that Yin Fei-Fei was going to cry as soon as he left. What's there to cry about? Is it stupid? As he said that, GE cried and laughed as he came out from around the corner and helped Yin Fei-Fei wipe the tears from her cheeks. Ha! Looking at GE in front of her, Yin Fei-Fei did not react for a moment. Didn't you leave? Yin Fei-Fei sobbed twice, looking at GE with teary eyes. Such a look of pity, but also very simple and lovely appearance. GE really want to now hold her down on this side of the good ravaged a bit, suppressing the impulsive thoughts in his heart. GE looked down at Yin Fei-Fei in amusement. It's not like you didn't want to leave? Helping the woman wipe the eyes on her face hurriedly, GE then pushed Yin Fei-Fei's shoulders in amusement and pushed her back. Okay, hurry up and go eat, and then don't eat? Still have strength in your body? Hearing GE's words, Yin Fei-Fei froze at first, and then only then did she react. What are you babbling about? Saying that, Yin Fei-Fei reddened her little face and walked quickly towards the front. Only this side had not yet walked up 2 steps before her brows tightened. Ouch! Yin Fei-Fei's legs were soft underneath, and her waist was a bit hard to bear, so she was almost about to fall to the ground. But fortunately, GE was quick on his feet and quickly held her up. Yin Fei-Fei looked over at GE in embarrassment, and saw GE looking at herself meaningfully. At breakfast, the two sat face to face, and Yin Fei-Fei was very embarrassed as she blushed. I'm sorry GE, I even involved you yesterday. Upon hearing this, GE also put down his chopsticks and pretended to be a proper gentleman. In that situation yesterday, you should have let me get you a doctor. Yen Feifei blushed and hung her head to pick at the rice in front of her. Indeed this is true, but the impulse of the heart washed away sobriety at that time. Anyway, it's just identified with GE. But yesterday it was also because I was too impulsive. I shouldn't have listened to you. With that, GE let out a very chagrined sigh. No, 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 blame me, or blame me. I'm the one who's sorry. Seeing GE cover his face guiltily, Yen Feifei hurriedly waved her hand and said, when GE didn't say anything, Yen Feifei wriggled her hands across the room as well. That, between us. GE raised an eyebrow in anticipation in Yen Feifei's words. Yen Feifei shyly looked up at GE, then shyly lowered her head again. Chapter 84. Until he returned to the villa, GE was still pondering. Originally, I thought that Yen Feifei had identified herself last night and would want to confirm her relationship with her. As a result, Yen Feifei tells him to forget about yesterday and that she was the one who apologized to him yesterday. Anyway, said a bunch of nonsense that made it clear that she was the one who was sorry for yesterday. Come on, GE admits that this is his charm not being in place enough. So this is why Yen Feifei didn't confess. Only, it just so happened that GE had saved himself the trouble. GE, why are you coming back now? When she saw GE walk into the living room, Song Ching quickly greeted him. Facing Song Ching's questioning, GE didn't want to talk at all. What's it to you? GE said without a trace of humor. Song Chang choked, followed by rolling her eyes behind GE. It's not about me, but it's about Brother Cold, okay? As a bodyguard, you stayed out all night. Aren't you going a bit overboard? GE sneered. How do you know Chill doesn't know? Song Chang choked again, then stammered. You, look at you like this. You didn't do anything good last night. Oh, you really guessed right on this one, said GE, then turned around and directly wrapped his arms around Song Ching's waist. I really didn't do anything good last night. As GE said this, he slightly lowered his head and came closer to Song Ching's ear. At the same time, his palm was holding Song Ching's waist tightly, kneading it very ambiguously as he spoke. In an instant, the opposite side of Song Ching's face reddened. Not only that, even his body began to tremble slightly. You, what are you doing? I'm warning you, don't mess around. When GE had molested Song Chung before, there were more or less people in the house. But right now no one else in the house was at home except for one Lu Qingfeng. Especially, this period of time, GE's behavior towards her is also more and more excessive up. Now Song Ching still couldn't help but feel her face heat up when she thought of the time she bent over a while ago and the time when the two of them French kissed passionately. What for? What do you mean what for? GE raised his eyebrows at Song Ching, and as he spoke, he tightened his arm around Song Ching's waist, keeping Song Ching close to his body. Song Ching put her hands against GE's chest and pushed hard. I'll really tell Chill. Song Ching threatened and threatened, but in the end, it was Yi Han's name that came out of her mouth. Yeah, well, why don't you just tell him? Just so we can make another video too, so the boss can see what you look like? Whenever GE felt that Song Ching was going to be honest for a while, Song Chang would start acting up. It seemed that he really had to show her a little bit of color in order to let her know that he wasn't just saying that. Thinking this way, GE directly threw Song Ching onto the sofa. Ah, you, what are you doing? Song Ching shouted out in surprise, then made to get up in a hurry. Only, before she could get up on her side, she was pressed down by GE holding down her waist. GE snorted without saying anything and pulled the tie around his neck and tied it directly to Song Ching's wrists. It wasn't until now that this finally scared Song Chang. Ikii. I was wrong. I know it's wrong. You know you're wrong? GE was just trying to scare her. Aha! GE. Oh no! Brother E. I'll never do it again. I'll be honest. What a familiar few words. Have you said these words before? Looking at the beauty on the sofa over there, GE sat off to the side without the slightest bit of hurry. Compared to the very flustered Song Ching, GE leisurely took an apple from the side and began to eat it. Song Ching bit her lips tightly, knowing that she was at a disadvantage. These words have indeed been said before and softened before, but in the end, she was still unconvinced in her heart. Although he was just a small nanny, wasn't he, GE, just a small bodyguard? Identity looks almost the same, but she herself is at least considered Yi Han's mistress, although now not completely on the throne, but also not far away. What about him, GE? No matter how much he's reused, he's still a stinking part-timer, isn't he? So that was why Song Ching had been so unconvinced. Nothing to say? GE hooked his lips and smiled, which was actually a threat. Oh, wrong. I'm sure I'll never talk about you like that again. I'm looking out for you. I'll definitely listen to you. After hearing GE's threatening words, Song Chang then whimpered and hurriedly said, after all, she knew that when GE was crazy, he could definitely do anything. She still had to leave her precious first time to Yihan, letting him know that he was her first man. Wouldn't want to give it to the stinking bodyguard in front of me. Now you know you're wrong? How come you didn't know you were wrong just now? Unfortunately, I don't want to just forgive you so easily either. Ji Yi looked at Song Chang and laughed meaningfully, and after turning her head and seeing Ji Yi's expression, Song Chang instantly panicked as well. You? What else do you want? What do I want? You wouldn't need to know. You'd just have to live with it. With that, Ji Yi picked up his own jacket off to the side and stood up. In Song Chang's fearful eyes, Ji Yi directly raised his hand before it swiftly fell. Snap. Pa dash. After 2 crisp sounds, Ji Yi was in a happy mood and leisurely walked up the stairs. And Ji Yi who went upstairs didn't see that after he went upstairs, that Song Chang was still lying on the sofa, not moving a muscle. Although she still had Ji Yi's tie tied to her hand, Song Chang was actually able to get it off quite easily. She blushed and bit her pink lip in shame. Until a good while later, this only took a few deep breaths, the blush on the face which went down some. Only after confirming that Ji Yi had really gone upstairs did Song Chang carefully sit up. Her hand slowly moved backward, brushing the spot where Ikari had just been hit by Ikari. As Song Chang remembered the scene just now, the redness that had originally gone down on her face surfaced again. Blah blah blah. Song Chang, what are you rambling about? After realizing her thoughts, Song Chang reddened and slapped her face a few times without any good reason. After sitting up, Song Chang easily removed the tie from her hand. But even so, the heat on Song Chang's face still hadn't subsided. Ghostly, Song Chang didn't throw Ji Yi's tie in her hand into the trash can, but put it away herself. And all the way until noon, Song Chang was still in a bit of a trance. The morning scene kept coming to mind. Not only that, even though several hours had passed, Song Chang could still feel a tingling sensation coming from her tongue. Chapter 85, Special Fetishes. At this time, the following Song Chang's situation. Ji Yi is not at all clear. Up the stairs, Ji Yi first returned to his own room, put down their own things, which went to Lu Qingfeng's room. Only on this side, he had just walked out of the corridor, and before he even entered Lu Qingfeng's room, he once again heard the system's beep. Ding ding, detected divine destiny heroine favorability, no reward 200 villain value. At those words, Ji Yi's footsteps lurched. Now that he's doing nothing but walking over here, he's inexplicably getting alerts. This had left Ji Yi a bit baffled. Could it be that this goodwill was provided by Fei Fei Yin? System you this tip. With a delay? Ding ding, host, do not misunderstand. Oh, the system broadcast will not be delayed. Hearing the sound of the system replying, Ji Yi vaguely reacted to something. With a turn of his feet, he was originally going to Lu Qingfeng's room, but now he was going directly over to the stairway. Just as he walked over there, Ji Yi saw Song Chang blushing, looking around furtively, and finally putting up his tie. Is it loaded? Seeing Song Chang's movements, Ji Yi could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. What do you mean? She was so angry just now, and now when she leaves, she's red-faced and secretly puts her tie back on? This caused Ji Yi to be a little skeptical as well. It couldn't be that the divine fate heroine who had just provided her goodwill was Song Chang, could it? This speculation caused Ji Yi to frown slightly. After all, he had thought it was impossible before. But now, looking downstairs at Song Chang, with a shy face, with a twisted pace toward the kitchen back, but Ji Yi sat on this idea. Then it seemed that the one who had just provided herself with a good feeling should be Song Chang correctly. It's just that none of the previous times when he molested Song Chang provided goodwill. So how come he's providing it now? Ji Yi looked meaningfully at Song Chang's back, and suddenly realized something different from before. Though he had molested himself before, though he had also French kissed passionately, but this one went straight up for 2. No way. It couldn't be because the 2 hits on the peach tunic had directly aroused Song Chang's special fetish, could it? For a moment, Ji Yi was somewhat impressed with Song Chang. It didn't take long for Ji Yi to go to Lu Qingfeng's room. Sister Qingfeng, I'm sorry, I'm just coming now. It's really because I've been a bit busy lately. Maybe it's because also the boss can't stand to see me being idle around you all the time, right? The first moment he opened the door to his room, Ji Yi directly laughed to himself. Ding ding, detected divine destiny heroine's favorability, awarding 100 villain value. Ding ding, detected that the host has strayed from the relationship between the male and female hosts of Heaven's Destiny, rewarding 200 villain values. Well, good. It seems that her wonderful sister-in-law still has his heart and is still awake. As expected, the most considerate was still his own sister-in-law Lu Qingfeng, who had to contribute villainous value for himself even when he moved. Qingfeng sister, actually I don't want to go on a mission. If only I could always be like I am now and stay by your side. Ji Yi walked over to Lu Qingfeng's side, skillfully lifted the covers, and began to be massaged by the person on the bed. You're not much better now, and I don't know if they'd be able to take care of you if I were gone. I don't know if it was Chi-Yi's illusion, but after he finished his sentence, he actually noticed that Lu Qingfang's eyebrows seemed to be slightly furrowed. Chi-Yi thought that he had misread it. After all, according to the development of the original, Lu Qingfang would have to wait until a few months later, when Yihan returned with Miss Morris, which would awaken. However, now Chi-Yi was confident that he could advance a bit. After all, he still believed in the Chinese medicine skills sent by the system lottery. As he spoke, Chi-Yi observed Lu Qingfang's expression. Well, nothing can really be seen. There's still some time left. I'm going on a mission, and this time it's so fierce that I'm afraid I won't have a chance to meet up in the future. The thought of not being able to personally see you wake up makes it so hard in my heart. Except that after all, it is a directive given by the boss, and it still has to be accomplished. Ge said in a very sad tone, and I have to say, Ge felt pretty good about this tone of voice. He was tearing up listening to himself. It seemed that he was not only talented as an actor, but also as a voice actor. Ding Ding detected special emotion of the Divine Destiny heroine. Rewarded with 500 villain value. Ding Ding detected that the host has strayed from the relationship between the male and female hosts of Heaven's Destiny, rewarding 2,000 villain values. Chi-Yi's movements were stuttered, and he looked up at Lu Qingfang with some surprise, not thinking that these few words of his would be so useful, making Lu Qingfang contribute so much villainous value for himself. It was hard to believe that his position in Lu Qingfang's heart was now very unusual. However, it does not matter if he does not raise his head. Once he raises his head, Chi-Yi realizes that Lu Qingfang, who was originally lying motionless over there, at this moment, even has slightly red eyes. If Lu Qingfang could open her eyes at this time, I'm afraid that it would be a tearful I see pity look. Previously, when she saw something abnormal on Lu Qingfang's face, it was still because Chi-Yi's massage was too comfortable. So now this is crying in anxiety for yourself? Needless to say, Ge was still stunned in his heart. I hadn't thought that I had such a high status in my sister-in-law's heart. It seems that the efforts he made all this time were not in vain. There's less than a month to go, and I don't know if there's any use in giving you a little acupuncture in the meantime, but it's something to work on. With that, Chi-Yi sat down next to Lu Qingfang, and then he reached out his hand to take Lu Qingfang's pulse. Sure enough, the pulse indicated that if he didn't interfere, Lu Qingfang would wake up later. After all, she'd been laid up for 2 years. Only this matter was unknown to everyone, and neither did Lu Qingfang. Only Ge, who knew the original plot, knew. Expecting to let Lu Qingfang wait until later to wake up, it would be better to let her wake up earlier. And by the way, it was just right to take the credit for this as well. Sister Qingfeng, I'm going to give you acupuncture soon. Don't worry. I'm out of my master's class. This is the only time I'm comfortable giving you acupuncture. Ge said as he opened the bag he kept the needle in. I didn't draw any good needles, so I had to go buy a regular one to make do. After sterilizing the needles one by one, Ge's face suddenly became serious as he pinched the needles. With a focused expression, he began to give Lu Qingfang the needles, without the slightest trace of his previous playful appearance. In a while, however, Chi-Yi had already finished sticking the needle, and the rest would have to wait for the time. Although he was proficient in Chinese medicine skills, Chi-Yi still didn't quite dare to give Lu Qingfang a needle before. After all, it's just as well to be afraid of getting off on the wrong foot. Chapter 86, Mother Yi. But not after drawing the 13 needles of the Ghost Gate, especially just now. It was the first time that Chi-Yi picked up a silver needle, but it felt as if he had already picked up the needle countless times before. Very skillful. It felt as if even if Chi-Yi had his eyes closed, he could accurately zap into every acupuncture point. As he was sticking the needle in, Chi-Yi clearly saw Lu Qingfang's fingers trembling slightly. He knew that this was Lu Qingfang trying to make a move to make herself noticed after feeling the improvement in her body. Only, right now, even if Ge could see it clearly, he wouldn't just say it out of surprise. After all, if he had been pretending that he hadn't discovered it, then Lu Qingfang must have been very anxious in his heart, and would definitely have tried harder to want more places where he could move to discover it. And Chi-Yi didn't stay long. After he finished giving Lu Qingfang the needles, he took his things and hurried out. The moment he left the room, Ge also pretended to play his cell phone ringtone. Sister Qingfeng, originally it was not easy to come back. Want to accompany you to talk more? But the boss has something on the other side. I can only go first. Wait for me to come back in the afternoon. Then come back to accompany you. After saying that, Ge hurriedly pushed open the door and left. Only after walking out of the room, his steps slowed down, and then he took a step towards his room. Ge originally wanted to sleep for a while, but suddenly thought of something, so he got up and opened the laptop again. Although there are some operations that can be reached with a cell phone, but after all, the operation is still not as convenient as a computer. Chi-Yi skillfully operated the computer, and soon, Song Ching's cell phone page appeared on the computer screen. The page is on a music app at this point. And it's clear that at this point she's probably listening to music while preparing her food. When everyone was away, Song Ching was like a villa mistress. Usually Song Chang would also make some desserts, but most of them were used to exercise her cooking skills and made them for them in passing. After all, Song Chang is now convinced, even though she hasn't graduated yet, to hold a man, you have to hold the man's stomach first. Apparently, Song Chang, a person who also read a lot of romance novels, ignoring Song Chang, GE directly opened her VX. He wasn't the type of person who often snooped on other people's privacy, so after opening her VX, GE didn't look at anything and directly opened Song Ching and Yihan's chat history. Sure enough, the two had chatted a few times before. He knew that Song Ching had started to fox up again yesterday, so he must have talked to Yihan for a few moments, and then he got bold again. Brainstorming again. Song Ching, brother, chill. How come you only remembered to call Zoe and didn't even remember to call me? GE raised his eyebrows. It seems that this is Song Ching met Yihan called Ji Ro Ro after Yihan. The heart, more or less uncomfortable, then sent a message to Yihan. And Yihan might also be a bit weak. This time, he quickly replied to Song Ching's message. Yihan, I'm sorry. I was so busy over here that I forgot. Song Ching, crying and shrieking expression. Song Ching, I know. I'm sure I'm nothing compared to Zoe. Yihan on the opposite side apparently also felt that Song Ching was a bit annoying. And this time, he returned the message after an interval of 10 minutes. Yihan, good boy. Listen, which is different. It's just that my mom has given me a task. Song Ching, well, it's me who's messed up and jealous. 5 minutes apart. Yihan, it's okay. You're cute like this too. By the way, recently GE? GE really hadn't expected the two to mention themselves in their dialogue box. And probably also due to the fact that she had threatened Song Ching herself before. She obviously didn't dare to sue directly. Song Ching, he's just like before. He always refutes my words. It's so annoying. Yihan, it's okay. Go back and I'll teach him a lesson. Turning down towards the back. There were not 2 more sentences. All of them were some mushy words. And Yihan's words looked very perfunctory. GE originally wanted to close the page, but he didn't expect the page to start moving at this time. Was I just looking here? Song Ching's voice came from the device. Only looking at the way Song Chang withdrew, she should not have found anything unusual either. The page shifted, and GE saw her open the browser, which then opened the search box. What's the deal with being hit on the PP and being comfortable? Is it a special fetish to be beaten comfortably? As he watched Song Ching search through the entries one by one, GE was more or less silent. Looks like his guess just now was, surprisingly, right. But looking at Song Ching searching and searching, unexpectedly opened a step indescribable novel. Without reading any further, GE closed the page with great helplessness in his heart. Lying on the bed, GE originally wanted to squint for a while. After all, there was nothing going on today. The past 2 days had been one thing after another, and he really needed to get some rest. But just as he closed his eyes on this side, his mind suddenly flashed and remembered something. In fact, this novel, GE did not completely finish it. And one of the novels seems to depict that Yihan let GE go on an undercover mission, not only because he was a wayward cannon fodder, but also because GE was in their group, and really wasn't too powerful for him. And then there is another important reason. It's that GE looks a bit like Yihan's dad. Of course it was only between the eyebrows and eyes, and the angles of the face were somewhat similar. In fact, GE and Yihan did not have any blood relationship, but the important thing is that because Yi mother had met GE before, she remembered GE as a person. Although she didn't have GE's contact information, she often called Yihan to ask him about GE. This 1 and 2, plus the fact that GE is really good looking. So Yihan's heart then also had some speculations and some discomfort. After all, no one can stand the fact that the person who was their little brother 1 second might be their stepdad the next. If this were to be replaced by GE, in fact, GE would be more or less unable to stand it. So naturally, GE became this cannon fodder. And in fact, GE very innocent, nothing to do, but just in all aspects, all let Yihan look very bad. In fact, when all is said and done, the hero still can't stand to be around himself and have someone who can overpower his light. Even being a little bit worse than you are, sharing a little bit of your gaze, is a provocation for the leading man. Thinking of this, GE sighed very helplessly. What can be done about it? He excels himself and he's helpless. Only now, for a moment, GE really couldn't remember what Mother Yi looked like. Chapter 87 Pity. Brother Yat dash. GE thought about things and couldn't help but fall asleep in a daze. Only, just as GE felt himself falling asleep, there was a bang in his ears, followed by a scream, and the moment he heard the voice, Ge sat up alertly before looking over to the door of the room. Only just as Ge had turned his head, a person pounced over there and directly tackled Ge onto the bed again. Brother Yat! Brother Yat! I heard that you just came back this morning? Honestly, where the hell did you go last night? The little witch straddled Ge's body and pressed her hands tightly against Ge's chest, trying to keep him from getting up. Looking at Yi Ro Ro, who was frowning and narrowing her eyes on her body, questioning herself, Ge more or less cried and laughed. Ro, you quickly down. Careful, a moment, pressure out of the disease. The flower butterfly in the doorway, looking at the scene in front of her, can't help but also be startled. But more than that, it's still a mixed bag of emotions. In fact, this little weight of Yi Ro Ro was nothing to Ge, even though it looked like the little witch was using her hands to suppress herself. But with just a little bit of force from Ge, he was able to switch the positions of the two, allowing himself to press down on the little witch. Zoe, have you gained weight lately? Rising to the idea of teasing the little witch, Ge pretended to look at Yi Ro Ro with a surprised face. What? Yi Ro Ro heard Ge's words, first froze, to react, and then as a face was struck by lightning look, she stared at Ge with wide, unbelievable eyes. Impossible, she retorted, and then turned her head to look aside at Flower Butterfly in a bit of a panic. Butterfly, have I really gained weight? Flower Butterfly looked at Ge's flirtatious expression and knew that this was Ge deliberately lying to Yi Ro Ro. This made her cry a little. No, it's still the same as before. Great, scare me on purpose? Reacting, Yi Ro Ro clenched her small hand into a fist and hammered Ge's chest a few times. Ha 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 ha, what's with the scare? Doesn't weighing 1 gram count as heavy? Ge amusingly raised his hand to hold Yi Ro Ro's small hand, leaving Yi Ro Ro at her wit's end. And it was at this time that a call came in from Butterfly, and stepped aside to answer the call. Ge also took advantage of this opportunity to directly hold Yi Ro Ro's hands, rolled over and directly pressed Yi Ro Ro underneath her. Haven't you learned your lesson before? How dare you sit on me? Aren't you afraid that I'll have an animalistic outburst and eat you? Using one hand to confine Yi's was hands, he then pressed on top of her head. Ge hooked his lips in an evil smile and said with a teasing face, and it was only for a moment that Yi Ro Ro's face suddenly turned red. You? How dare you? Yi Ro Ro said with a red face, somewhat annoyed, but the expression on her face didn't look that angry. How do you know I wouldn't dare? She let out a laugh. Then he slowly lowered his head to Yi Ro Ro's face. This also made Yi Ro Ro's body tighten up all of a sudden. At this moment the distance between the two was so close that even Ge's warm spit was perceived very clearly by Yi Ro Ro. Smelling the scent of cigarette smoke on Ge's body, Yi Ro Ro instantly remembered the sizzling night that belonged to the two of them. That night was an accident, but I didn't expect Ge to be so persistent. The two didn't make it to the end that time, they just helped each other out a bit. But when she thought of that time, Yi Ro Ro's heart was more or less unwilling. Is it because she, Zoe Yi, is not attractive? Surprisingly, Ikoyi in that situation was still able to stabilize it? Thinking of this, Yi Ro Ro's heart instantly grew angry as well. With a clench of her teeth and a hardened heart, she directly reached out and wrapped her hand around Ge's neck, and when Ge was not expecting it, she actually exerted her strength directly, pulling Ge downward. Ge couldn't help but freeze, but just as he felt a softness on his lips, he heard footsteps at the door. Zoe, your brother said to put you on the phone. Flower Butterfly walked in with her cell phone, and then looked at Ge, who was sitting in front of the computer at the moment with a puzzled expression, and then this time she looked at Yi Ro Ro, who had a somewhat flushed face and was sitting on the side of the bed. Oh, here it comes. Yi Ro Ro looked at Ge with some weakness, and then hurriedly walked up and took the phone in the hands of the Flower Butterfly, and walked out to answer the phone. And at that moment, Ge over there, who was sitting in front of his laptop reading the information, was obviously a little distracted. In that moment just now, he had already felt the touch on his lips, and it was obvious that if Flower Butterfly had come any later, both of them would have already been kissing. When he thought of this, Ge then sighed with a sudden feeling of great pity. Flower Butterfly stood in the doorway and looked at Ge, who was working earnestly, and couldn't help but be in a bit of a trance. Was Ge this handsome before? Why do I feel like I can't take my eyes off of Ge now? And after seeing Ge sigh, Flower Butterfly walked up with some concern and stood next to Ge with a concerned look on her face. What's wrong? It's okay. Ge instantly came back to his senses and hurriedly said, after all, he had nothing to do in the first place. Upon seeing the contents on the laptop in front of Ge, Flower Butterfly subconsciously frowned. Isn't this the information of the Guhua gang? What are you looking at this for? In an instant, a lot of things flashed through Flower Butterfly's mind. She vaguely recalled that Yihan had said earlier that he would find a way to get rid of the Guhua gang, It was only that the people of the Guhua gang were really vigilant, so if they wanted to insert undercover agents into them, it would be more or less difficult. Thinking of this, Flower Butterfly then looked at GE with a surprised expression. The boss doesn't want you to go undercover, does he? She said in shock. GE was slightly stunned, then realized that perhaps now was a good opportunity to separate the two. So in the face of Flower Butterfly's inquiry, GE didn't immediately answer the question. Instead, he sighed long and hard. Flower Butterfly, on the other hand, nervously clutched GE's hand. No, you can't go. Following Yihan sighed. They already knew the name of this Guhua gang from when Yihan first returned to China. After all, in the past few years, the Guhua gang was the only hard bone that Yihan hadn't gnawed down. I've heard that their boss appears to be a man named Shenhua, but in reality it's someone else. Yihan was also thinking of sending an undercover agent in because he hadn't gnawed down this hard bone in the past 2 years. But the risks are the same. I'm afraid this trip is a 9-to-1. GE snorted. If I don't go, is there anyone else suitable? The Flower Butterfly fell silent. Yes, the person who was going to be there was not only going to be deeply trusted by Yihan, so that Yihan would have no suspicions. Chapter 88, Don't You Want Me? Most importantly, it was also important not to let the people of the Guhua gang notice the identity. This group of people who followed Yihan back, although Yihan is not 100% trust, but it also ensures that at least it won't betray him, and more than anyone else, Ikki is in the best position to do so. After all, it hadn't been long since they first returned home before everyone else had someone they had to protect. Qi is Lu Qingfeng, Flower Butterfly is Yi Ro Ro, Firefox is Shang Him Yen, Sanying is Yen Fei Fei, Xian Snake is Yi Mother. The others followed them around, throwing their weight around, but only Qi, after following Lu Qingfeng, spent most of his time in this villa. Before that, he went out either on a mission or to meet He Yuebai, and hasn't gone out much since breaking up with He Yuebai. It was supposed to be the part of their time abroad as mercenaries that they just couldn't find out. That's why the whereabouts after returning home are very important indeed. Not only that, GE is also the only one without parents, especially in the breakup. The equivalent of a Thai are no longer. Everyone else has parents and can be traced with a little bit of research by anyone who cares to do so. Although Flower Butterfly didn't have parents either, but after all, she had often followed Yi Ro Ro to throw her weight around before. The main thing was that she was the woman Yihan looked like. Although Yihan is now for the Flower Butterfly more are using, but only also to be included in their own harem. So in this situation, he can't send Butterfly into that kind of place. Maybe there's a change of heart, and by the time you get back, the butterflies have been abducted? You've thought of that too, haven't you? Anyway, on the boss's side, I'm the perfect candidate, and not only that, I'm fatherless and motherless, and there's nothing to hold on to. My life isn't worth much. The Flower Butterfly had been silent the entire time GE had spoken those words. However, when GE said that his life was not worth anything, the Flower Butterfly was also completely silent. She gripped GE's hand hard and said anxiously, "Who said your life isn't worth anything?" GE smiled to himself. It's not like there's anyone to hold me. Is my life worth anything? Anyway, sooner or later I'm going to die. What difference does it make if I go now? Ding Ding detected that the host has separated the male and female masters of Heaven's destiny, rewarding 200 villain values. Why? How is it that I've been worrying about you when no one is holding you? Flower Butterfly said with great anxiety. GE looked fixedly at the Flower Butterfly in front of him. Then he stood up and smiled. Really? Ha? Flower Butterfly first froze, then immediately reacted to what she had just said. Right. Her embarrassed face suddenly reddened. Then she stammered. We were on a mission together before, and we also already have feelings for each other, and we're family to each other, so I'm definitely worried about you. Butterfly blushed and stumbled over her explanation, but she was too shy to even look directly into GE's eyes at this point. Just this? GE held Flower Butterfly's hand in one hand, while his other hand reached out to wrap around Flower Butterfly's thin waist. Are there no other feelings between us? GE took a step forward, and then he inquired in a low voice. Other. Facing the slowly approaching GE, the Flower Butterfly's originally simple mind suddenly panicked. She repeated GE's words in a daze, but her mind drifted back to the exciting experience the two had had earlier, and thinking of that time, the Flower Butterfly's face reddened even more. GE walked forward, finally sticking with the Flower Butterfly. Could it be that I didn't try hard enough to leave a deep impact on you before? GE inquired as he approached Flower Butterfly's ear. The next second GE lowered his head slightly and buried his head at the neck of the Flower Butterfly. Not only that, but he gently brushed her neck with his own lips. GE had noticed before that the neck of the Flower Butterfly was very sensitive. As expected, the Flower Butterfly instantly shuddered after GE made this action, and the whole person instantly panicked. "Chi, what are you doing?" Flower Butterfly looked at the door in a bit of panic before she became annoyed. What do? I just wanted to check if you have any feelings for me, and now it looks like you have some?" Ge said flirtatiously. Flower Butterfly bit her lips tightly, and her small hand tried to go and grab Ge's hand that was making a mess. Only, before she could grab Ge's hand, she was met by Ge's large hand, which directly wrapped both hands all together. "You, Chi, are you a hooligan?" the insufferable Flower Butterfly said with some irritation. Instead, Ge chuckled softly at her neck. "Didn't you know this before?" With that, Ge's hand wandered to the back of the Flower Butterfly, and he subconsciously touched the scar on her back. "Sure enough, it's better than it was already. It looks like the springizing cream I gave you is more or less working. I'll get some to send you later," Ge said. The Flower Butterfly froze, not thinking that at this point in time, Ge was still worried about himself. This made Flower Butterfly go out of her mind, remembering what Ge had said earlier, before Ge said that the scars on her body left by the mission. Others do not heartache, but he heartache. Ding ding ding, monitoring the favorability of the Divine Destiny heroine. Rewarding 500 villain values. Hearing the system's beep, Ge slightly raised the end of his eyes. "It's just a matter of concern. And it's so useful?" Wait. Only before Flower Butterfly could begin to recall the beauty of the previous moment, her breathing was disrupted by Ge's haphazardly moving hand. She opened her cherry-pink red lips slightly for a breath before opening her mouth to stop it. The smile at the corner of Ge's mouth deepened. Out of a bunch of mercenaries, that's when Flower Butterfly was the only woman who survived, so there's no questioning her strength. And apparently, she had the strength to be able to break free of her bonds, but she didn't. What does that tell you? Either that means she has feelings for herself, or that she also feels more or less shufu right now. Either way, this was good for Ge. At least she wasn't avoiding herself now, was she? "This period of time is so busy. I haven't said much to you. Don't you want me?" Ge's compelling voice rang in Flower Butterfly's ears. This made it more and more difficult for Flower Butterfly's already somewhat lax concentration to focus. Wait a minute. The door is still open. Even so, Butterfly still remembers. It would be a lie to say that she didn't want to think about Ge. After all, Ge's figure had been flashing through her mind for the past 2 days, but to no avail. When the two met, they were surrounded by other people, so they couldn't say more than a few words. "Brother Yat? Sister Butterfly." Chapter 89, Carrying Out a Mission. Inside the room, the atmosphere was excellent, and the two of them were slowly sinking closer and closer to each other. Suddenly, a shout came from the doorway, which startled both of them. Compared to Ge, who first looked over to the doorway, Flower Butterfly hurriedly pushed Ge away the moment she heard the sound, and then only then did she look over to the doorway with a blushing face and unsteady hands. Only, at the moment, there was no one at the door. Seeing this, both Ge and Flower Butterfly breathed a sigh of relief. Flower Butterfly meanwhile looked at Ge somewhat guiltily. "You're okay," she said with concern and guilt, wanting to walk up, but before she could finish her sentence, she saw that there was already an extra figure in the doorway. This instantly scared the Flower Butterfly and hurriedly took 2 more steps back. Brother E, Sister Butterfly, Yi Ro, who had just appeared in the doorway, didn't notice anything wrong at all, and walked in with a bright smile, holding her cell phone. This simultaneously made Ge and Flower Butterfly breathe a sigh of relief. "Ha, why is your face so red, Sister Butterfly? Is it because you're not feeling well?" Approaching to return the cell phone to the Flower Butterfly, Yi Ro looked at the Flower Butterfly's face with great doubt. "Yes, is it?" Flower Butterfly was first stunned, then she hurriedly raised her hand and stroked her cheeks, which were indeed a little hot. Though above the execution of the mission, the Flower Butterfly is 100% excellent. That cold face would not let the other side see anything wrong. But when confronted with them, especially when confronted with this kind of question that originally made her feel weak, the Flower Butterfly would easily reveal herself. So, seeing that Flower Butterfly was already a bit flustered, Ge hurriedly walked forward as well. "Weren't you just talking about being uncomfortable? If you're dizzy, why don't you get some rest?" Butterfly still understands Ge's hints. She was slightly stunned at first, then she nodded. "Well, I am a little uncomfortable." Careless Yi Ro didn't realize that something was wrong in the slightest, and when she saw Flower Butterfly say that she wasn't feeling well, she hastened to say again, "Anyway, I'm not going out right now, or else Butterfly sister, why don't you just go and take a rest first?" Blossom Butterfly blushed and coughed lightly. Well, I'm going to go rest first then. Let me know if you go out." With that, the Flower Butterfly then turned to leave after giving Ge a quiet, sidelong glance. And the moment Blossom Butterfly turned to leave the room, all 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. After all, All three were a little weak. Seeing that the flower butterfly had gone far away, Yi-Ro-Ro then sheepishly walked to the side of Ge and hurriedly inquired, "How is it, how is it? Just now, after I left, Sister Butterfly didn't ask anything, did she?" Ge shook his head and looked at Yi-Ro-Ro in amusement, feeling irritated to the core when he thought of the two mind-numbing things that had just happened. "It's okay, she didn't ask anything, she just saw me looking at the paperwork and inquired about what was on it." Upon hearing this, Yi-Ro-Ro was then considered to be completely relieved, but once she thought of what had just happened, Yi-Ro-Ro's delicate white little face then suddenly reddened again. This even made Yi-Ro-Ro a little afraid to look directly at Ge. After all, just now that was just because of a momentary impulse, and Yi-Ro-Ro didn't expect to be that impulsive. But who knows? In that moment just now, she was instantly a little hot-headed. By the way, Zoe just, thinking that just now Yi-Ro-Ro suddenly shouted out their names. She felt a bit puzzled and wanted to ask what was going on. Just now I wasn't trying to kiss you. Yi-Ro-Ro was shocked. Then she denied it loudly. At these words, the surroundings fell silent. Chi slightly raised his eyebrows as he looked at the reddened young girl in front of him. He hooked his lips and flirted. "Zoe, how come your face is also so red? Is it also physically uncomfortable?" Yi-Ro-Ro naturally knew that Ge was deliberately flirting with herself, and said without any good humor, "Shut up." Ge couldn't hold back his laughter. "You're too bossy, aren't you? You're not even allowed to speak? Besides, just now I didn't want to ask you about this matter. Why did you suddenly call out your voice?" Hearing Ge's words, it was Yi-Ro-Ro's turn to be a bit dumbfounded. Then what did you just want to ask?" Ge said in amusement, "I just wanted to ask, what exactly is the matter that you just shouted outside, calling out to me and Flower Butterfly?" Yi-Ro-Ro tightly clutched her pink lips. Her entire shy face once again turned a shade of red, especially when she thought of how she had just anxiously defended herself. Yi-Ro-Ro was so shy that it seemed as if her eyes were even red. This is that I just blackmailed my brother for a meal, so I don't have to cook at noon," Yi-Ro-Ro said in a small voice. Ge rubbed Yi-Ro-Ro's head in amusement and let out a helpless laugh. "Fine, it's true, kids are kids, and they're so excited about a meal. But the black circles under your eyes." She looked at Yi-Ro-Ro's eyes under some doubts. "This black circle is really very obvious. They're still on now?" When Yi-Ro-Ro heard this, she couldn't care less about being shy and hurriedly raised her hand to cover her eyes. "Didn't sleep well yesterday? It's a bit." Hearing Ge's question, Yi-Ro-Ro said with some complaint, giving Ge a sly look as she spoke. This glance was a bit baffling to Ge, but soon, Ge reacted somewhat. "Yi-Ro-Ro did not sleep well yesterday. It cannot be because of his own, right?" Soon enough, Ge sat down with this speculation. "Say, you haven't answered my question yet. Where the hell did you go last night?" Yi-Ro-Ro inserted her waist in question with a fierce face. "Oh I secretly carried out a mission last night." Ge made it up haphazardly. "You're full of, if you were on a mission, how come my brother didn't know? My brother even said that he told you to come back and call him back." As expected, Yi-Ro-Ro wasn't that easy to fool, and quickly grasped the point. "What I said is true. Last night I didn't go back. The boss's call came, so before this side arrived home, I had to go back to the mission," said Chi. Also took out his cell phone and showed Yi-Ro-Ro the chat log. With this evidence, Yi-Ro-Ro really believed some of it. "If I hadn't missed last night's mission, why would I have to come back in the morning to make up for it? Heaven and earth. After the mission last night until now, Chi felt very refreshed throughout. Only, it was true that the sleep time was a bit short, coupled with a bit of impatience in reading those documents, which led to a bit of dazed sleep. Although Ge had already said so, Yi-Ro-Ro was still more or less half-hearted. Chapter 90 Song Ching is dumbfounded. "Seriously? Then what exactly was the mission you were on last night?" Yi-Ro-Ro was still more or less unconvinced and inquired carefully. It seems that Yi-Ro-Ro has grown up, and this kind of small fight is no longer able to fool her. Ge's face instantly turned cold. "Ro-Ro, it's not that I'm not telling you these things, it's just that it's better for you not to know." Seeing how serious Ge was, and hearing Ge's voice go cold, Yi-Ro-Ro was completely convinced. Oh well, don't worry, I won't ask more. Yi-Ro-Ro was afraid that Ge would get angry and hurriedly assured. With that said, Yi's was yawned. Last night, after returning home, she was keeping an eye out to see if Ge had returned. Then after connecting to Yi-Han's phone again, he also paid more attention. But it didn't occur to her that she just waited until the latter part of the night, and still didn't wait for Ge to come back. At first, Yi-Ro-Ro was just a little worried, but after realizing that Ge hadn't come back, Yi-Ro-Ro started to think again. After all, when she had sent Shin Mumu away, She had also heard Ge say that he had to go back and send Yin Fei Fei home. So the night, Ge has not been home. Late at night, two people alone, men and women, may be out of the question, but also the main reason why Yi Ro Ro cannot sleep. After all, as a top stream actress, Fei Yan does have her face value online. As long as the thought, at this moment, two people are turning clouds and rain. Last night's Yi Ro Ro will be more and more sleepless. While her heart was sour and uncomfortable, Yi Ro Ro also became more and more awake, looking outside to notice if Ge had returned. But until Yi Ro Ro had pulled an all-nighter and left the house to go to school, she didn't wait for Ge to come back. That's why she has a large dark circle under her eye. Look at this. You didn't worry about me much last night? Ge successfully took the initiative and started to molest Yi Ro Ro. Ha? You? What are you talking about? I didn't. Being poked in the heart, the redness on Yi Ro Ro's face that had originally faded away suddenly surfaced again. She inserted her waist and refuted Ge's words without any good manners. But the expression on that face, on the contrary, looked weak-minded. Ah no. Well, I was still originally impressed. Saying that, Ge sighed. Upon hearing this, Yi Ro Ro first froze, but after all, she had just boasted about it herself, and it was naturally impossible for her to directly admit it now. Otherwise, that's more or less a disgrace. But didn't you already go to the hobby class? How come you're back here before noon? Did something happen? Or is your body not feeling well? Saying that, Ge reached out his hand to take Yi Ro Ro's wrist and directly took her pulse. Well, the pulse is very weak. It seems to stay up late a lot, and the diet is not good. In the future, eat less junk food. Recently in the coming good? Then you take care not to eat cold things. Yi Ro Ro was more or less dumbfounded as she looked at the serious-faced Ge in front of her. Originally thought that Ge was just fooling around, but didn't think that after this sentence was said, every word was true, especially the last sentence. She did have a great aunt patronizing her for the past 2 days. That's why she's having such a hard time today after an all-nighter yesterday. You know medicine, ah? Yi Ro Ro looked at Ge dumbfounded. Originally, she had thought that Ge was a bit of a tenor and could do everything, but it didn't occur to me that even this Ge would. This more or less makes Yi Ro Ro look at Ge a little unreal. Now it is really a perfect 10. I don't know how. I made it up. Can't it be that I made it up right? Ge raised his eyebrows at Yi Ro Ro with a flippant face. I don't believe it. You must know something. Otherwise you certainly wouldn't be so accurate. Okay, not messing with you. What's the point of talking about this? On the contrary, your body is a bit uncomfortable. It's better to go back and rest quickly. Yi Ro Ro subconsciously rubbed her belly, which was crushing even more because she stayed up late last night. It must be too painful to sleep now, even if you are lying in bed. She saw Yi Ro Ro's movements at a glance. Hard to bear? Lie down and I'll give you a massage? At those words, Yi Ro Ro's eyes lit up all of a sudden. She will not be able to medical. Yi Ro Ro does not know, but Yi Ro Ro knows that in this aspect of massage, she is very bull. Fine, then I'll be nonchalant. With that, Yi Ro Ro laid down on Ge's bed very nonchalantly. She hadn't thought that the current Yi Ro Ro was so unguarded towards himself. When she had just laid down, Yi Ro Ro felt fine, but after seeing Ge slowly approaching, Yi Ro Ro instantly became nervous. She hadn't had this kind of nervousness before when she had asked Ge to massage her, just thinking that it was what Ge should do. But time has changed, and the relationship between the two of them has undergone some subtle changes, and Yi Ro Ro is even more thoughtful. That's why at this moment, lying over there, looking at Ge slowly approaching, Yi Ro Ro this would feel a little nervous. In her heart, she cursed herself for being unproductive, and at the same time, Yi Ro Ro also regretted a little. Had she known that she would not lie down just now, and directly get down. Anyway, if you can't see each other, you won't be nervous. You are now so painful, but also with you a long time irregular work and rest has to do with. Every day to stay up late, although just stay up for a while, but you have to get up early in the morning to go to class. So this leads to your chi deficiency, coupled with the diet is aggravated. So you do not hurt who hurts, Chi said. His hand had already reached out and started to give Yi Ro Ro a slow massage. I have to say, Ge said very reasonable. But Yi Ro Ro listened more or less unconvinced. She just wanted to open her mouth to retort a bit, but as a result, the force in Ge's hand started to suddenly increase, which made Yi Ro Ro more or less unexpected. The retort that was originally intended to be said, also unconsciously turned into a delicate chuan, ah, Chi, light point well. With this sound, even hearing Yi Ro Ro blushed, and hurriedly raised her hand to cover her reddened face and mouth. Similarly, at this time, Song Cheng, who was outside the door, also raised her hand to cover her mouth with a stunned expression when she heard the sounds from inside the room. She was originally preparing lunch, But suddenly someone from the hotel came to deliver the food, saying that it was ordered by Mr. Yi. She instantly understood that these lunches should have been ordered by Yi Han. Not having to cook, Song Qing was happy to be free, so she came straight upstairs to call them for dinner. She had just called the flower butterflies up and learned that Yi Ro was in Ji Yi's room, so she thought of coming over and knocking on the door to say so. Only, on her side, her hand had just lifted up, and before she could knock down, she directly heard a voice inside that made people want to go to the wrong place. This time, Song Chang was completely dumbfounded. She looked at the closed door of the room in front of her, so surprised that she was in a trance for a while. Chapter 91, Airborne Chaos. But then again, in a trance, she was still so shocked that her whole body froze over. What's the situation? Originally, he had thought that Ji had been bold enough to molest himself. After all, even if she is a small nanny, but more or less there is a chance that she can become the boss's woman. She also hadn't expected that Ji would be so bold and become more and more daring towards herself. Even took a video and tried to threaten himself. Only, none of these surprises could compare to the shock in Song Qing's heart at this moment. It couldn't be. Everyone around knew that Yi Han doted on his sister. Apart from not wanting his own sister to go to work and suffer, the rest of the things she wanted, Yi Han would fulfill her. So even though Song Qing was usually high and mighty when dealing with Ji, she was still very honest in front of Yi Ro. After all, if one angered Yi Ro, a single word might be enough to get oneself out of the way. Everyone didn't dare to mess with Yi Ro, and Song Qing didn't believe that Ji would really be that bold. She stood in the doorway for a moment, even a little skeptical, wondering if she had heard wrong. However, soon she heard the room again. That through the door came out of the delicate chuan sound. This left Song Qing completely messed up. It turns out that Ji is far bolder than he thought. Ji, can you lighten up? Hearing the pouting sound coming from inside, Song Chang was completely unable to stand in the doorway, turned around and hurriedly went downstairs. Downstairs, Flower Butterfly was still lost in thought over there at that moment, and after hearing Song Qing's hurried footsteps, she looked up suspiciously. What's wrong? Cough cough. Just went up, then suddenly thought, the porridge in the kitchen forgot to turn off the fire. Saying that, Song Qing then ran to the kitchen with an abnormal face. The moment she ran into the kitchen, Song Qing also specifically shouted, right, then remember to call the two of them for dinner for me up there. Watching Song Qing rush into the kitchen, Flower Butterfly shook her head somewhat helplessly before getting up and walking upstairs. Knock knock. A knock sounded on the door, and Ji and Yi Ro in the house stopped moving at the same time, and Yi Zhuo immediately sat up with a weak heart. She lifted her hand and wiped the false sweat from her forehead, realizing that after the massage, her body was indeed much more comfortable and not as uncomfortable as it had been before. What's wrong? When Ji opened the door, he saw the Flower Butterfly in the doorway and was puzzled. The meal that Chill ordered came. Song Qing just came up for a trip, but the kanji didn't turn off the fire, so she went down again in a hurry. Flower Butterfly spoke truthfully. As she said that, Flower Butterfly looked towards Yi Ro who was sitting on the bed with a small scarlet face behind Ji. Somewhat surprised, her eyes widened as she raised an eyebrow at Ji. Ji captured the expression of the Flower Butterfly with precision. He laughed softly, then he whispered in Flower Butterfly's ear. What's wrong? Jealous? Don't worry. I didn't do anything. It's just that her relatives came and had some hard time, so I helped her massage a little bit. At that time, the Flower Butterfly first face is slightly stunned. Then there are some other glared at Ji a glance. She did not ask what. Ji haphazardly explained what? Although this was what he thought, the moment Ji explained clearly, the hand behind the Flower Butterfly's back slowly loosened. Don't be jealous. In a couple days, I'll give you a massage too. When these words came out, a blush couldn't help but creep up on Flower Butterfly's face, and after glancing at Yi Ro over there, Flower Butterfly glanced at Ji without any good reason before turning around and leaving. What's wrong? When she saw Ji turn around, Yi Ro said in confusion. Although the two of them hadn't done anything in the room, Yi Ro was still more or less a little bit weak, so she had just then also not been looking over. Ji shrugged. It's fine. It's just that the big meal your brother ordered arrived and asked us to go down to eat. Hearing about the big meal, Yi Ro immediately came into the spirit. Go, let's get down there fast. With that, Yi Ro took Ji's hand and headed over to the stairway. When he walked over to the stairway, Ji instantly saw Song Qing, who happened to be walking out of the kitchen. Only Song Qing looked over here with a very unnatural expression, and then started clearing the table as if nothing had happened. To be honest, Ji had just heard footsteps coming to the door in his room, but they left in no time, so he didn't expect it to be Song Qing. That would be fun. So what exactly did Song Qing hear and misunderstand, which led her to find a poor excuse to go to the kitchen? After all, today's lunch was specially ordered by Yihan, and naturally, there was specially delivered porridge. Song Chang didn't make congee, so how could she forget to turn off the fire? Thinking of this, Ji couldn't help but tickle the corners of his lips as his playful eyes looked Song Ching up and down. Song Ching stiffened and set the table, which made her sit down on the chair with some panting. I don't know if it's her illusion, but it seems that since just now, she has been feeling Ji's eyes scanning over her body. It was as if it was a pair of big, hot hands, and looking at Song Chang, her breathing became a little unnatural. During this period of time, Yi Ro had been eating next to Ji. Today is naturally no exception. By the way, Brother Yat, there's something I forgot to tell you. What's wrong? Ji said suspiciously. Yi Ro heatedly laughed and then said, it's that from now on I won't have to go to those interest classes, cramming classes. It looked like Yi Ro was indeed very happy, and the corners of her entire mouth were grinning to the back of her ears as she said this. Your brother agreed? Ji raised an eyebrow in some surprise. After all, when I read the novel before, it was mentioned in it. Many times before, Yi Zhuozhua had raised the intention of not wanting to continue with the cram school and wanting to go to work, but every time it was brought up, it was rejected by Yihan. Until the late stage, after discovering that Yi Zhou is not his own sister, after Yihan had compassion, Yihan then agreed that Yi Zhou didn't need to go to those tutorial classes, but instead transferred Yi Zhou to his side to work. So Ji was indeed very surprised by this change now. Seeing how surprised Ji looked, Yi Ro's face smiled even more joyfully. Ha ha ha, there's nothing he can do if he doesn't agree. You don't know how surprised my brother's face was today when he saw those two dark circles under my eyes, and after realizing that I go to bed late and have to get up early in the morning, my brother agreed. As she said that, Yi Ro even rubbed her two dark circles under her eyes as she did so, and thanks to those two black eyes, I won't have to get up early in the morning anymore. Ji looked at Yi Ro with amusement, but in his heart, he was also a little worried. If Yi Ro stayed at home in the future, some of his actions would not be very convenient. Chapter 92. Compared to Ji's pondering, Song Ching on the opposite side was a bit envious. Before Yi Ro graduated, do not have to go out to work, has been very Song Ching envy. But now, Song Ching looked enviously at Yi Ro. Then Ro you're going to intern at Yi Group after that? After all, it's your own company. So if you're interning, you'll definitely want to be in your own company and be more comfortable. Yi Ro frowned a little bitterly. This is better to see how my brother arranges it. I'm fine with it, as long as I don't have to get up early in the morning to go to school again. Although many of her classmates knew about her unusual family background during the banquet last time, Yi Ro still felt that it was very hard for her to study when she had already graduated. She didn't want to be one of those noble women, so she didn't see the point in learning any of those things. Song Chang nodded. That's nice. Song Ching was actually the same age as Yi Ro, but because she went to school a year late as a child, she had to wait a year for her internship. It's only now that I'm here while I'm on summer vacation. 2. After the meal, Yi Ro went upstairs to catch up on her sleep. After all, after not sleeping for a day and a night, even young people are more or less unable to stay up. On the other hand, the flower butterfly on the side looked at Ji with a desire to say something, but in the end, she still snorted and turned around to leave. I think there should still be a task to do, so Ji did not ask. After all, this would have been the case before. With the two leaving for a moment, only Song Chang and Ji remained in the large living room. If it were before, even if Song Ching was somewhat afraid of Ji, she would still more or less choke on it at this time. But at this time, Song Ching just looked at Ji without saying a word, and then packed up his things in silence. Ji didn't leave either, just sat over the dining table and watched Song Ching clean up back and forth. In the end, it was Song Ching who couldn't stay up a bit. Once everything on the table had been cleared away, she turned around and made to hurry upstairs. After all, looking at Ji like this, she had more or less a bad feeling in her heart. Ji. After hearing the voice coming from Ji's cell phone over there, Song Ching was immediately followed by a footstep. She turned her head towards Ji without a good look. Ji, what are you doing? Song Chang looked at Ji with an angry red face. Annoyed. What for? Ji looked at Song Ching in a somewhat puzzled manner before he casually shrugged. I'm just enjoying the video on my cell phone. Can't this work too? Song Chang gritted her teeth and looked at Ji with hatred. If she could, Song Chang really wanted to bite Ji to death. But obviously, that's not going to happen. Well, then, can't you just find a corner to watch? It's okay to go back to your own room if it's a big deal. You're over here. What if someone else hears you? Song Ching said very angrily. If it was someone else that Ji was looking at, it would be fine, but she was looking at herself. Even if it was for her own honor, she had to put a stop to Ji. Fine. It's fine if you don't want me to watch from this side, then you have to answer me a question. Hearing Ji-Yi's words, Song Qing really looked at Ji-Yi in a somewhat puzzled manner. She didn't know what Ji-Yi was up to now with this thinking one thing and doing another. Then why don't you tell us what you're going to ask? Without a good-natured look at Ji-Yi, Song Qing turned her head to look over. She put it away and smiled at Song Qing, then said, I just wanted to ask if you've heard something you shouldn't have? Ji-Yi raised an eyebrow at Song Qing, and as expected, after Ji-Yi said this, Song Qing's expression changed immediately. She froze at first, and then she was a little afraid to look Ji-Yi in the eye. You, what are you babbling about? I didn't hear anything, Song Qing hurriedly said, but Song Qing also probably didn't know that at this moment. The expression on her face was heartfelt. Yeah, are you sure? Sure you didn't hear anything? Ji-Yi wasn't in a hurry, and after loading up his cell phone, he got up and walked over to Song Qing's side. Now Song Qing was truly convinced that Ji-Yi would do anything when he was desperate. After all, he had actually dared to even touch Yi Ro. So Song Qing was truly convinced that Ji-Yi was truly bold. No, I've said no. What more do you want? Song Qing said without a trace of anger. While she did hear something, how could she just say it? You think I'll believe it? Ji-Yi knew Song Qing would be a dead duck. Saying that, Ji-Yi directly held Song Qing's wrist. At the same time Song Qing panicked, he then reached out his hand to give a tug, directly yanking Song Qing to his side. Song Qing was about to resist the moment Ji-Yi reached out his hand, but helplessly. Her strength was completely incomparable to Ji-Yi's, so before she could resist a bit, her entire body had been yanked over. Ji-Yi, what did you do? Although the flower butterflies had already gone out, Song Qing knew that Yi Ro could still be at home now, though she looks like she's going up to rest, so maybe she'll come down? Do what? Of course it's to do that thing you heard. With that said, Ji-Yi's hand took hold of Song Qing's thin waist, and then he gently kneaded on it. You, how dare you? Song Qing said without a trace of anger, before glaring at Ji-Yi in warning. I thought you said you didn't hear anything? How could you know that I was talking about something? The force on Ji-Yi's hand relaxed slightly, and he turned to playfully question Song Qing. Song Qing did not expect Ji-Yi to come with this hand. For a moment, surprisingly, she froze directly over there. You, Ji-Yi, don't you bully people too much. Do you think that Yi Han will let you go if he knows what you've done? Song Qing chided in a cold voice. Oh, then how do you know that Yi Han won't let me go? The two of us were already on good terms, so maybe we'll be able to become a family without any problems? Now, Song Qing was completely frozen over there. It's also true that Yi Ro is Yi Han's sister, not a lover. Even if he ratted out the secret of the two now, as long as the two of them said that they were in a relationship, then surely nothing would happen. Maybe in the end, the two even became a family and got even closer. Thinking of this, Song Qing could only shut her mouth with a sudden feeling of suffocation. Only that pair of big eyes was still glaring at Ji-Yi. Ji-Yi held Song Qing's waist and made her sit on his lap. Tell me, what other little things have you done? What little action? This was something Song Qing was really a bit confused about. She admitted that she had just faked it, but now this little action was really unclear. Chapter 93, Trembling Song Qing. Song Qing inexplicably looked at Ji-Yi, but after all, more or less also afraid of Ji-Yi does not do personnel, so she did not dare to how to say Ji-Yi, and in the end can only wrathful waiting for Ji-Yi. And I wonder where my tie is now. Ji-Yi's hand, while gently kneading Song Qing's waist, said as if casually. When these words came out, Song Qing's face immediately changed. After all, other people didn't know where Ji-Yi's tie had gone, but Song Qing understood. Song Qing wore a professional-like dress today, with a sexy wraparound skirt underneath. At this moment, she was sitting across Ji-Yi's lap, and her bottom was almost ready to spring to life. I don't know who knows where you ended up putting things. Song Qing moved her tongue part somewhat unnaturally, because now she was the only one who knew that Ikari's piece of tie was now in her own back pocket. Hearing Song Qing's stubborn words, Ji-Yi couldn't help but hook his lips slightly. Yeah, but why do I notice that someone seems to be pocketing things inside themselves? As Ji-Yi's teasing voice rang out, Song Qing's face changed even more. She couldn't help but open her mouth loudly and retort. Who knew it was loaded away? I threw it right over to the couch anyway. Yes? Ji-Yi sighed slowly as if he was really disappointed. Well then, I thought you took it. After all, that tie wasn't cheap. Ji-Yi shrugged very helplessly. Seeing Ji-Yi in this state, this made Song Qing in front of him couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief as well. After all, according to Ji-Yi's very roguish personality, it probably looked like he really did think the tie wasn't on him. After all, if he knew he had a tie on him, Ji-Yi would have used it as an excuse to search him. Song Qing looked upstairs very sheepishly. I can tell you, if Yi Ro comes down in a while, then both of us will be finished. Ge raised his eyebrows at Song Qing. Why? Why can't you just admit that we're having an affair? You scoundrel. Song Qing choked, then she gritted her teeth and looked at Ge, not thinking that even at this time, Ge was still thinking of pulling himself down. What's wrong with a scoundrel? It's just a scoundrel that's hugging you right now to take advantage of you. Hearing Song Qing's words, Ge was very unconcerned, and by the way, he even opened his mouth to molest Song Qing, as expected. In the next second Song Qing's face instantly turned red again, and her face was also filled with humiliation. Ge, count on me to beg you to keep your hands to yourself. After pondering in her heart for half a second, Song Qing chose to go soft after all. After all, she did believe that Ge really dared to make a move here, but even though Ge wanted to go under, she couldn't bring herself to follow along. However, it was clear that Song Qing's words had successfully caught Ge's attention. He loosened one of his hands that was holding Song Qing's waist, and then he lifted it up and cupped Song Qing's chin. I take this to mean that it's okay to be anywhere as long as it's not here? Hearing Ge's teasing voice, Song Qing bit her lip stoically, and didn't say anything after all. Ge looked at Song Qing's appearance and directly snorted. Then he stood up and just carried Song Qing towards the kitchen. Song Qing didn't expect Ge to suddenly stand up, and in a moment of inattention, she hurriedly wrapped her arms tightly around Ge's shoulders in fear. Ah, you, what are you doing to go? Song Qing exclaimed. Ge laughed. What else? With that, he hugged Song Qing and walked straight into the kitchen. Since we can't be outside, then we should be able to be in here, right, HM? With that, Ge came closer to Song Qing and inquired. Ge, I'd advise you not to mess around. If you really move me, Yihan won't let you go. Song Qing violently brushed aside her face reddening as she angrily rebuked. Are you thinking that when Yihan comes back from abroad, he'll still remember who you are? Ge said mockingly, but it had to be said that Ge's taunts were still useful, and almost instantly, Song Qing's eyes reddened, and the body was shaking slightly. Perhaps it was because she had just misunderstood what happened between Ge and Yi Ro. So now Song Qing was also frightened. She bit her lip in shame and didn't say anything. Ever since she came to Yunhai City and saw the skyscrapers, Song Qing vowed to find a rich man. And before, when she met Yihan, apart from his appearance, Yihan perfectly attached to her fantasies. Although Yihan was very philandering, Song Qing wanted to sit in a BMW and cry, but she didn't want to sit on a bicycle and laugh. Growing up taught Song Qing that money was good no matter what. With money, she could bring her mom to the big city, and with money, she could do everything she wanted. There is a saying that there is only one disease in the world, and that is the disease of poverty. On this point, Song Qing was very much in her heart. That's why she had gone through all the trouble of coming here, but she hadn't thought that her scheming would be ruined by a small, lowly bodyguard. Just thinking about what would happen in a moment, Song Qing couldn't stop herself from starting to tremble. Ge helplessly looked at the woman in his arms. He originally just wanted to scare her, did not think that she is now even scared to cry out. This left Ge somewhat helpless and speechless. For a moment, Ge was no longer in the mood to try and scare Song Qing. Without good humor, he placed the woman in his arms on the counter. Ge very disgusted. Song Qing, you are also too small, compared to the other sister-in-law. You. Before the words were finished, Ge had already turned around and left. Song Qing, who had been left in the kitchen, was stunned as she thought about Ge's words, and she had to say that Ge did have a point. After all, even Song Qing felt that she was a bit of a downer compared to Yihan's attempted peach blossom. But even so, Song Qing still hadn't been scared. After all, she was the youngest, wasn't she? She also knew in her heart that in fact Yihan was looking at her simple and vigorous appearance in the first place. She clenched her fists tightly and looked at Ge's departing back. Wait and see. When Yihan came back, when she succeeded, she would sooner or later trample Ge under her feet. Ge felt Song Qing's gaze towards him, but didn't bother to look back. He stretched lazily and walked straight towards Lu Qingfang's room after going upstairs. After warming up with Lu Qingfang for a while, brushing up on his favorability and brushing up on some villain values, Ge returned to his room. He began to look at the information on the Guhua gang in detail. Others might not be aware of it. Even Yihan didn't know. But Ge, who had read the novel, knew that the boss behind this Guhua gang was actually a woman. Chapter 94, The Marks on the Butterfly's Neck. After glancing at the information Yihan had sent over, Ge began to think about it. On the surface, the boss of the Guhua gang is a guy named Wang Weilong. That guy's body was good. But some of the elders of the Guhua gang, there were also a few who were better than Wang Weilong's behind. But the strange thing is, no matter how much open fighting has been going on in the Guhua gang during this time, how the people below dispute, but sitting in the upper position Wang Weilong just motionless. Even when the two elders fought before and lost both of them, This didn't bother Wang Weilong a bit. This was why Yi Han was so afraid of Wang Weilong. After all, that man had not only set up the traps he had set up time and time again, but he was even able to fight under that kind of chaos as if he were a mountain. So Yi Han then also always thought that Wang Weilong was not as simple as what he saw on the surface. He must still have a hand behind his back. Not to mention that surely even his stature is not as plain as it is said to be. Thinking of this, Ge couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth slightly. Indeed, Yi Han was right. Wang Weilong really wasn't as simple as he looked, because he's actually more simple than it looks, because his body is really that body. And the reason why those people are afraid of him is also because of the Lu Ruyi behind her. Yes, this person is the real big shot behind the Guhua gang. It's just that few people know about it, and Lu Ruyi herself was hiding it very well. If Ge hadn't seen the back of the novel, I'm afraid he wouldn't have known that Lu Ruyi was the boss behind it. This is why the original undercover agent fails in the later novels. After all, now that Yi Han had provided something, a lot of the information was forged by Lu Ruyi's people, but in the original, Ge is just a small passerby, so even if the latter died, no one cared at all. And after Yi Han got rid of this person that his mother cared so much about, he borrowed Ge as a springboard and successfully hooked up with that Lu Ruyi. After all, as long as some good-looking women appear in the book, it must belong to the male lead. So, Ge is also considered a more important cannon fodder. Thinking about this, Ge became even more speechless. Good, you use me as a springboard. Then don't blame me for prying you out. She originally thought that Ji Ro would rest for a while before going to work, but he didn't expect to be arranged by Yi Han to go to work the next day. Waking up is a little later than usual, but it's still an early start, compared to the previous times when they were in various cram schools. This time, the flower butterflies also finally didn't have to follow Yi Zhou all the time. As long as he sent Yi Zhuozhu to the company, he could pick her up again in the afternoon. So after eating breakfast and sending Yi Zhuozhu to the company, Flower Butterfly soon returned. After yesterday's incident, Song Cheng was also extraordinarily honest today. Today, after dinner, he hurriedly finished packing and went back to his room without a word. Actually, to be honest, Ge really wasn't very interested in Song Cheng. Although Song Cheng's looks were indeed considered good, compared to the others, it was obviously a bit like clear porridge. So, he'd just be the usual boredom tease. Especially yesterday. It seemed like he had discovered Song Cheng's special fetish, so that's why he scared her a bit more. But I didn't expect Song Cheng to be so unfazed. So now that he saw Song Cheng's frightened appearance, Ge had no interest at all. Ge doesn't have to go to Yan Feifei's house today because Yan Feifei is going to make a trip over to Shangyan side today. He was originally going to pack up and go out, but as a result, after he didn't have to go out, Ge leaned over the sofa and swiped his cell phone. I didn't expect to wait a while for the flower butterfly to return. How did you come back so quickly? Hearing the sound of footsteps, Ge turned his head to look at the flower butterfly with some surprise. Flower butterfly shrugged helplessly, then said, I don't need to stay over there. I just need to send Zoe over there, said the flower butterfly and prepared to go upstairs. Before that incident happened, Flower Butterfly and Ge were still very natural with each other. After all, they were teammates before, and now they are co-workers. And because of all their previous experiences, the two are also considered family. But since then, Flower Butterfly would always feel a little awkward when she was alone with Ge. In fact, it's not really twisted. It's just become a little afraid to look directly into Ge's eyes. Even if it's sometimes accidentally on the eyes, she will be very twisted to hurry to move the line of sight away. Wait, Butterfly, come here for a second. Not expecting Ge to suddenly call out to her, the flower butterfly stood on the staircase side of her figure, paused, and then only then did she helplessly turn her head to look at Ge. What's wrong? Seeing that the flower butterflies didn't come over, Ge first slightly raised his eyebrows, then he took the initiative to walk forward. Now Ge more or less wondered if he was usually too much of a hooligan. How come one of them was avoiding him now? Oh, except for Zoe Yi. Although Yi Ro was a little witch, she didn't know that she was a little white rabbit in a witch's skin. Not knowing the slightest bit about the safety of the situation, he was close to jumping right into his mouth. But helplessly, he couldn't move Yi Ro now, for the sake of the greater good. Injured? Walking up to Flower Butterfly, Ge held her wrist and looked her up and down. He hadn't noticed the butterflies coming back yesterday until just before he rested, so he figured he'd come back in the middle of the night. After dinner today, I went to drop off Zoe Yi again, and when the flower butterfly walked in just now, Ge also managed to realize that there was something wrong. Not only is there something wrong with the way the butterfly is walking, but there's something wrong with the fact that she's wearing a long-sleeved shirt with a high collar on this hot day when it's 37 degrees outside. Thinking of this, Ge's eyes narrowed slightly, and while the flower butterfly had not yet reacted, He reached out his hand to tug downward on the collar that covered his neck in passing. Flower Butterfly was startled by this action of GE's. Her reaction speed was quick and she immediately reached out her hand to try to stop GE's action. But it was obvious that GE was far faster than her. The moment the Flower Butterfly took hold of GE's hand, GE had gotten a good look at something on her neck. Instantly, the atmosphere around them instantly condensed, and even GE's face instantly turned cold. "Who got this?" GE inquired in a cold voice. Butterfly's eyes flickered for a moment, and she tugged hard over her collar, squirming. "It's all right. How is that nothing? I'm asking you again. Who the hell made this trace?" GE inquired with a tight frown. Just now, he clearly saw between the neck of the Flower Butterfly. There were palm prints, obviously pinched by someone. Chapter 95 Flower Butterfly's Vigilance. Butterfly dropped her eyelids and faced GE's questioning, her eyelashes fluttering lightly, but finally she sighed softly and said, "It's okay, I'm used to it anyway." "Does getting used to it mean you have to live with it?" GE questioned. "You're a girl after all. You need to know how to say no sometimes." Hearing GE's words, the Flower Butterflies first froze. After all, Yihan was their boss, so when Yihan issued a mission, the Flower Butterflies never thought of refusing. She froze and looked at GE, surprised in her heart at the same time. She also felt a little warm in her heart. After all, she knew that GE was concerned about herself. She let out a long sigh. Then he reached out his hand to rub the Flower Butterfly's head. "Is it hard for you to fall into a bunch of problems at a young age? Then when you're old, will you still be able to walk?" Seeing GE say this with a serious face, the Flower Butterfly didn't hold back a light laugh. "I'm not that fragile. It's okay. I have something." Before Flower Butterfly could finish that sentence, he was directly interrupted by GE. "Ha!" Now the Flower Butterfly froze completely. GE let out a light laugh and took the Flower Butterfly's hand, which was then placed at his chest, and then laughed flirtatiously. "I'm heartbroken, isn't it? You don't have a serious." Flower Butterfly pulled, and then said softly with a scarlet face, "I'm serious." "Well, tell me, where are the other wounds on the body?" GE said with a serious face. At those words, the Flower Butterfly became stumped. Seeing this, GE was helpless. "The wound on the leg, do you need me to check it personally?" Flower Butterfly was taken aback by GE's words. A few minutes later, in Flower Butterfly's room, she was sitting on the edge of the bed while GE was half squatting in front of her. With a serious face, he helped Butterfly rebandage the wound on her leg, and GE even touched Butterfly's tender calf a few times in the process. Ding Ding detected the host's villainous behavior, rewarding 50 villainous values. Hearing the system's beep, GE couldn't help but TSK impatiently in his heart. Sure enough, it's getting more and more petty. Seeing that GE had finished bandaging himself, Flower Butterfly then retracted her leg with some awkwardness in her heart. Just now when GE was bandaged, the Flower Butterfly felt that something was wrong. Only, seeing how serious GE's face was, she thought that she should be overthinking it. Only that itchy leg made the Flower Butterfly's heart all a little itchy too. More or less. "Do you still have the spring transforming cream I gave you?" GE inquired. Hearing GE's words, the Flower Butterfly slowly nodded. The Flower Butterflies were amazed when they used the springizing cream before. Many of the old wounds on her body were left over from before. In fact, Flower Butterfly didn't feel it when she was a mercenary before, but after she came back, she began to care about the scars on her body as well. So, in the 2 years since she'd been back, she hadn't used things to think about getting rid of the scars, but in the end it hadn't done much good. Even some of the people who knew about it before said that these old injuries don't really work at all anymore with some of these things. However, Flower Butterfly didn't want to make a big deal out of messing around with some hospitals, so it was a no-brainer. But it didn't occur to me that after getting this spring transforming cream from GE's side earlier, it didn't occur to me that it would actually work. This made the flowers and butterflies very surprised. So even a lot of places were also used in the spring transformation cream, and did not think that even those old wounds had faded a lot. It's good to have it, and when you scar this one, it shouldn't leave a scar if you use it. And by the way, the ones on your neck should be a lot better after you use it, too. Seeing that GE was carefully instructing himself, the Flower Butterfly wasn't the least bit annoyed. Instead, she was patiently listening over there, because no one had ever cared so much about her before. In the beginning, she thought GE would only be kind to her for a moment. When you get it later, you certainly won't cherish it. It didn't occur to her that even now, even though the two of them hadn't seen or spoken to each other often during this period of time, GE still cared about her. Even the fact that she was injured wasn't noticed by anyone, but GE did. In fact, even she herself didn't take these wounds on her body seriously, but GE put it in his heart. Why would that person want to pinch your neck? Ge was looking at the marks on the flower butterfly's neck, how he saw them. After all, the flower butterfly was now considered her own woman anyhow. That man wanted to molest me. So, the flower butterfly spoke softly, watching the expression on Ge's face with a serious countenance as she spoke. After seeing that Ge's face didn't show any expression of dislike, she was then sort of relieved. And then, Ge raised an eyebrow at the flower butterfly. After all, he didn't think that flower butterfly would just let him off the hook. As expected, the next second, flower butterfly laughed. I ended him with my own hands. Looking at the butterfly's face that was so seductive that it had a very bewitching smile on it, Ge could not help but smile along with it. Needless to say, this was the reason why Ge preferred flower butterflies. Because of her previous habit of being a mercenary, and her previous experiences, many of flower butterfly's thoughts, and even some of her doings were different from ordinary women. As it was, despite the kill, the flower butterfly still managed to laugh demonically. Moreover, even the usual flower butterfly, how cold and heartless she was, especially on her face, expressionless, but when facing Ge, she would be much softer. Even in front of some of Ge's actions, the flower butterfly would show a shy expression. This sense of contrast was also something that gave Ge a great deal of satisfaction in his heart. Well done. Next time you meet this kind of person, do it as soon as possible and don't give him a chance to come near you, Ge said as he gently stroked the neck of the flower butterfly. Flower butterfly was slightly stunned as she looked up and gazed into Ge's eyes, clearly seeing possessiveness on his face. This instantly caused a wave of inexplicable emotions to well up in the heart of flower butterfly. Looking at the way the flower butterfly looked up and froze. To be honest, Ge really wanted to ravage her a bit. Good to enjoy the contrasting expressions of the flower butterflies. But in the end, Ge did nothing after all. Although he had previously found that the flower butterfly had been very little wary of himself, and was even able to accept promi contact with him, that didn't mean he could do anything wrong. After all, someone with an experience like flower butterflies might just have to do something excessive, and she might always remember it. It was also because of his previous experience that perhaps a moment of inattention on his part would cause the flower butterfly to become wary of himself all over again. This was something Ge didn't want to see. After all, flower butterfly had worshipped Yihan for so many years, and what he wanted was to completely convert flower butterfly's mind. Chapter 96 Songqing's CPU is burning. However, it seems that what he did is still very useful. After all, just less than a month's time, the flower butterfly's attitude towards himself is already completely different from before. Have you not had a good rest since you came back? Do you want to lie down and rest for a while? I'll give you a massage on the way, and I'll pick up Yizhuo in the afternoon. Hearing Ge's words, the flower butterfly first hesitated and struggled for a split second, but she still couldn't help but be moved when she thought of Ge's massage skills. After hesitating and struggling for a split second, flower butterfly nodded in the end. Good. Ge hooked his lips and smiled. Look, this is not the results of their own? Ge didn't believe that an iceberg beauty like flower butterfly, if a normal person told her to help her massage, she would definitely punch that person. Then lie down and rest, and when I give you a massage, I'll go out. When Ge said that, the flower butterfly had bent over and laid down. She plopped right down over there and said in a small, shy voice, please. Ge approached flower butterfly's ear and laughed. You and I don't need to say the word trouble between us. Ding ding detected Divine Destiny heroine's favorability. Rewarded with 200 villain value. Sure enough, you can't keep going down the path of taking advantage now. It's still got to be the high end of the game. Ge thought about taking the time to look at his villain value in a while, and then he looked at the draw. With this in mind, Ge had already begun to massage the butterfly. He was a lot more serious than the flirtatious approach he'd taken before. However, compared to other people's maneuvers, Ge's maneuvers were still very comfortable. As expected, the moment Ge began to move, the flower butterfly could not hold back a cry of surprise. Only, her endurance was still very good compared to Yi Ro. She didn't make another sound after just that one call. Ge raised an eyebrow, but didn't do anything after all, just honestly massaging her over there. And in just a moment, the flower butterfly had fallen asleep, obviously exhausted. To say no, I don't know if it is the reason of having too much. Yi Han, this person really doesn't know how to be compassionate. But that's okay, Iki will see it through. These shortcomings of Yi Han happened to be the very thing that enabled Ge to pry him off. Seeing that flower butterfly had fallen into a deep sleep, Ge helped her relax her muscles and turned to go out. The moment he turned to go out, Ge saw a figure seemingly flashing by the balcony wall. Having seen it, Ge slightly hooked his lips, then he lazily stretched and pretended to rub his waist before turning around to go to Lu Qingfang's room. And at that moment, Song Ching stood over there with her eyes wide open, like before, with her hand raised to cover her mouth tightly. After being irritated by GE, Song Ching secretly swore in her heart, vowing to step on GE. So in the past 2 days, Song Ching rarely went out. For one thing, she didn't want to come out and see GE, and the other reason was that she knew that Yihan was philandering, so she had been racking her brain on how to make Yihan like her more in the future. But after all, Song Ching hadn't met Yihan for a long time, so she thought of Flower Butterfly, compared to Yi Ro Ro who knew her mind. Although Flower Butterfly also knew Song Ching's mind, her attitude was not as disdainful. Maybe she really had some speechlessness in her heart. Except that through that expressionless face, Song Ching really couldn't tell anything. Similarly, although she kept a cold face, if Song Ching asked her any questions, she would still patiently answer them. So, that was why Song Ching specifically ran out to find the Flower Butterfly. Only, just like before, Song Ching's side had only just reached the doorway of the Flower Butterfly's room when she heard a voice from inside right after. This immediately caused Song Ching's movements to pause, and immediately afterward, she began to gawk. At the same time, Song Ching's brain began to run wild, but she still felt like her CPU was on the verge of burning out. Not, is GE so bold? He's not with Zoe Yi, but how come now it's with Butterfly? And this was all under Yihan's nose. This completely refreshed Song Ching's impression of GE. Previously, she had always felt that GE was just a bumbling bodyguard who had always obeyed Yihan's words, but she hadn't thought, behind the scenes, GE is surprisingly so wild? Thinking of this, Song Ching patiently stood over the doorway and listened, only to hear nothing after that. She even thought she'd misheard. Maybe she was overthinking it? But clearly she could vaguely still hear the conversation inside. Who else could be in this villa right now? A plant, a self and GE, and Flower Butterflies. Flower Butterfly she can't be pseudo-voiced and talk to herself. Song Ching's ears were pressed tightly against the door, and the moment she heard footsteps inside, she hurriedly got up and ran to hide behind the wall of the balcony. As expected, she wasn't wrong, and the next second she saw GE walk out from inside. Even he rubbed his back. What does that tell you? Is this doing anything that requires a back rub? What else can be done? With the petulant voice she had just heard and the image of GE leaving to rub her waist reverberating in her mind, Song Ching stood over by the doorway, unable to return to her senses for a long time. Song Ching really didn't know what to say to GE, especially now that GE had even walked straight into Lu Qingfang's room. Song Ching's mind was more or less spinning, but she could also determine that she still couldn't seem to disobey GE in the future as she had before. After all, GE was so bold even under Yihan's nose, so he must be capable of anything. Thinking this way, Song Ching didn't want to go looking for any Flower Butterflies and directly turned around and left. And GE over here didn't care what Song Ching had actually brainstormed or even misunderstood. He leisurely sat down in front of Lu Qingfang, looking at Lu Qingfang's face that was getting more and more rosy, guessing that it seemed that with the help of his own acupuncture, Lu Qingfang should soon wake up. Thinking like this, Shi reached out his hand to take Lu Qingfang's pulse, and sure enough, judging from the pulse, his guess was correct. After skillfully massaging Lu Qingfang for a bit, Shi stuck on the needle. Compared to GE who was in a good mood over there, Lu Qingfang was a bit anxious in her heart, because after yesterday's acupuncture, she was able to move her hands in a trembling manner, but now it can't move anymore. It seems like after relief, it's blocked again. This even made Lu Qingfang, who was originally ecstatic in her heart, instantly regret again. Only regretted it for a moment. Soon, after waiting for GE to come and stick her with the needle, she felt heat start to build up all around her body. Even my fingers weren't as stiff as they had been last night. Chapter 97, Generous Lu Qingfang. After feeling this sensation, this caused Lu Qingfang to let out a sudden sigh of relief. After all, after feeling that surge of heat yesterday, she immediately felt a lot of stiffness in her body. But then, in the early hours of last night, she felt her body start to stiffen up again. This made Lu Qingfang not sleep well for the whole night. After all, she was going to have to accept the heartbreaking truth before she could even react from the wildly large surprise. Because of that panic, Lu Qingfang had been expecting GE's arrival since last night until now. Sure enough, as GE moved, the heat began to spread again. This also managed to bring hope to Lu Qingfang once again. Likewise, this managed to dispel the panic in Lu Qingfang's heart. Lu Qingfang had already been lying here for almost 2 years, so at this moment, when the acupuncture started, Lu Qingfang would also be able to clearly perceive the changes in her body. Listening to GE in her ear as she shared interesting stories about her weekdays, Lu Qingfang couldn't help but feel warm in her heart. He had been looking forward to it for a few years now, but he hadn't thought that the one who could finally bring him hope would be GE. I also thought that GE had told her that most of the doctors that Yihan had hired for her had treated Yin Feifei, and then finally came to her. For this statement, Lu Qingfang believed it. After all, this does and is true, because against the clock, it didn't seem like there were many doctors coming in after that. Ding Ding detected that the host has sabotaged the relationship between the male and female hosts of Heaven's Destiny, rewarding 200 villain values. Ding Ding detected the favorability of the Heaven's Destiny heroine, rewarding 200 villain values. Shi, who had been rambling over there, first froze slightly when he heard these words, and then he looked at Lu Qingfang, who was at the side. To be honest, Shi himself knew very well that he hadn't said anything to stir up trouble just now. However, but received the system's prompts, which means that it must be the beginning of the Lu Qingfang own brain to make up something, or is thinking about something. That's just what I wanted. When it was time, Shi reached out and put back one of the silver needles. Don't worry about it, Sister Qingfeng. I will definitely cure you. Even if everyone will give up on you, I won't give up on you. Shi spoke in a soft tone, and as he did so, he slightly bent down and gently helped Lu Qingfang organize her hair. The hair at the corner of her forehead was being tidied up, and Lu Qingfang could even feel the warmth on Ji's hands and feet, spreading all the way to her heart. Ding Ding detected Divine Destiny heroine favorability, rewarded with 100 villain value. When Shi heard this, he slightly raised his eyebrows. It had to be his own Qingfeng sister-in-law. Alright, Sister Qingfeng, I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. Don't worry and rest well. I'll definitely cure you. With those words, Ji turned around and closed the door and left. Almost instantly, Ji heard the system's voice once again. Ding Ding detected Divine Destiny heroine favorability, rewarded with 500 villain value. Shi hadn't expected that Lu Qingfang would be so generous. After all, after you meet someone, the amount of villain value you can get later in the game is a bit less than in the early stages. But it didn't occur to me that Lu Qingfang would be so generous. The moment Shi closed the door, Lu Qingfang, who was originally lying motionless on the bed, couldn't help but have her eyes slightly reddened. And if she were to observe carefully, she would have realized that Lu Qingfang's hands were also slightly trembling. Even some of the fingers were beginning to curl up. Only all of this Ji didn't realize. Once Ji returned to his bedroom, he remained still working on the matter of the Guhua gang. Although he already knew the Guhua gang very well, if he wanted to stay alive after entering the Guhua gang, he still had to plan properly. The Gurkhas have lasted until now without being penetrated by the male protagonist naturally has its reasons. For example, up and down the Guhua gang, anyone who entered the gang would be properly investigated. Even if nothing is investigated, if something suspicious is found later on, it will still be properly straightened out. So, in fact, there are still a lot of people who have been expelled from the Guhua gang. Anyone with a dissenting mind is basically expelled. In fact, the reason why Lu Rui went through so much trouble was also because, right now, the Guhua gang was facing a whitewash, and under these circumstances, there was definitely no room for anyone with dissenting views inside. After all, this is about the big picture too. If Ji had gone in under Yihan's arrangement like in the original, he wouldn't have found out anything at first though, but if it's back there it's definitely going to be found as well. And the result that awaited him when he was discovered was quite obvious. That's why Ji doesn't intend to follow the old path. The average undercover agent, when entering the enemy's territory, will minimize his presence so that others won't notice him, but Ji wasn't going to do that. After all, everyone agrees that an undercover agent should be the kind of person who doesn't draw attention to himself. But, he's partial to being that compelling. The kind that makes you think at a glance that he won't be an undercover agent. Thinking about this, Ji's basic plan had been formed. Now it's just a matter of waiting for things to start back there. Ji rested a little and went to pick up Yi Ro from work in the afternoon. After Yi Ro came down, she caught a glimpse of the familiar vehicle parked outside. She cheerfully came forward, and after opening the door and seeing that it was Ji inside, her face suddenly became ecstatic. Brother Yat? How come it's you? Ji raised an eyebrow at her. What? You don't want me to pick you up? Yi Ro put her own bag behind her. Then she hemmed and hawed. How is this possible? I just didn't expect it to be you coming. More or less a little surprise he. Ji slightly hooked his lips. So far, looking at the attitudes of the several heroines around him towards himself, it could be seen that during the period of time that Yihan had left, Ji's behavior was still very swift. Well, hungry? Songqing is already preparing a meal at home, so we'll go back just in time to eat, said Ji wanted to start the car, but before Ji started to act, a sharp female voice came from the side. Zoe Yi? Ha? Secretary Zhou? Hearing the voice, Yi Ro subconsciously turned her head to look, and upon seeing the visitor, she said with some surprise, Yi's was while you're off work here? Not working overtime? That weekly secretary rang out condescendingly. Yi Ro was also not the slightest bit reluctant to show weakness. Secretary Zhou, as far as I know, it's the prescribed time to get off work, right? You're off duty, why don't you let me off duty? Although she had entered the company with her identity concealed, but after all, it was also her own company. So Yi Ro's bottom line was still very strong. As expected, that Secretary Zhou was directly choked by Yi Ro's words. Chapter 98, The Fox Spirit. And Ji took advantage of their talking to turn his head and look over. Ji does know that there is a Secretary Zhou in the original story, and that Secretary Zhou barely counts as the male protagonist's harem, but it was just sort of barely, because compared to the likes of Song Qing, who was able to rise to the top and the back, Secretary Zhou had never risen to the top until the back. Ji twisted his head around, and after seeing that Secretary Zhou's very tugging expression and that sexy professional outfit, he immediately identified the identity of the person in front of him. It was indeed one of the hero's harem, the woman called Zhou Mei. Looking at that eyebrow of Zhou Mei's, it was obvious that she was infuriated by Yi Ro. Only when Ji looked over, that Zhou Mei happened to look over as well. This time, directly let Zhou Mei froze. Then the face of the somewhat fierce expression will slowly ease down, gradually become normal. With the system's boost, Ji was currently still very confident in his charm. After all, in the original situation, no matter how handsome Ji looks, but in the aura of the male lead under the auspices, or a passerby, only now it's different. As Ji's drawn charm value is increasing little by little, he then also becomes more noticeable. Ah, hello, I'm Zoe's supervisor. My name is Zhou Mei. Zhou Mei froze and then snapped back to her senses. She was first attracted by Ji's hard and handsome appearance, and then began to survey the car. In fact, just now when she walked out of the company after work, Zhou Mei didn't notice Yi Ro. She just noticed the limousine next. And then that's when she saw Yi Ro sitting inside. I looked carefully at Ji. See, the two do not look alike. Should not be brother and sister, right? So it's a couple? Thinking of this, a hint of jealousy flashed by Zhou Mei's eyes. It didn't occur to me that Yi Ro had already gotten a high-flying handsome at a young age. Originally look at Yi Ro this appearance. Quite simple. Really, or people cannot look like Zhou Mei directly crossed over to Yi Ro, who was sitting on the co-pilot, and put her hand out when she greeted him. Seeing her being so nonchalant, not only was the ignored Yi Ro somewhat speechless, even Ji was stunned. However, he quickly reacted. Hello, Ji. Symbolically shaking Zhou Mei's hand, Ji quickly withdrew it. However, it was this action of Ji's that made Zhou Mei feel even more favorable towards Ji as well. After all, to be honest, Zhou Mei was still very confident in her looks. Although her looks were not considered superior, Zhou Mei was still 100% confident in her figure. Especially, she originally had a good figure, plus people will also dress up, and now also looks more front and back. Striking, Zhou Mei leaned over slightly, nearly having leaned against the window in order to shake Ji's hand, which also made her a bit look like she was almost about to rage. But even then, Ji didn't give it a second glance. This also further amazed Zhou Mei's heart, thus sighing, look at the aura, look at the demeanor, look at the gentlemanly look, definitely just not the usual person. Besides, this car, and the arrangement inside the car, this is properly a rich second generation Thinking of this, Zhou Mei then gave Yi Ro another somewhat jealous glance, but it did not occur to me that after turning his head, he happened to also be looking at Yi Ro looking at himself without a good mood. May I ask if working overtime is a custom in our company? Shi looked at Zhou Mei with a smile, but if one looked closely one would realize that there was no smile in Shi's eyes at this time. Ha! Zhou Mei instantly came back to her senses. She gently hooked her lips and smiled. Then she pulled her hair around her ears in a flamboyant manner. This is naturally not. But I am after all Yi Ro's boss. She is after all just out of work, so I thought of tutoring her a bit more, so that she learns a bit more. Shi smiled gently. Then it turns out to be like this. Except that our family, Ro, has been smart since she was a child, so there's no need for counseling, and I think she's also done all her own work during working hours, so that's why she's off work, isn't it? With that, Shi then looked at Yi Ro with soft eyes. Yi Ro snorted coldly. Then she nodded. That's for sure. Although today there was no shortage of things being found by this one called Zhou Mei, but the things that were within Yi Ro still did a good job. After all, it is also considered to be its own company, so it is still necessary to do things to the best of our ability, is not it? Ha 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 ha, like this This words of Ge was obviously a bit dissatisfied with Zhou Mei's words just now, but Zhou Mei acted as if she hadn't heard them, and after smiling sardonically for a bit, she said, then it should be that I'm not well thought out. After all, as Ro's senior, and she's under me, I'm just a bit overly concerned. After hearing Jo Mei's words, Yi Ro skimmed her lips with great disdain. Shi just slightly raised his eyebrows and did not say anything more. So that's how it is, but it's true that our Zoe is also just out of society. So I'm afraid I'm going to have to trouble you to take care of her in the usual things. Seeing Ji say this, Jo Mei then instantly covered her lips and laughed. She laughed openly. Even the raging in front of her was also trembling. Very open. Yi Ro was sitting in front of the car window on her side. Seeing her like this, her eyes became even more disdainful. After Ji and Jo Mei exchanged a few polite words, he raised his wrist to check the time. Sorry, I made an appointment because I wanted to celebrate Zoe's first day on the job, and it's about to be too late, so I have to go. Seeing this, Jo Mei then nodded her head in a very understanding manner. Okay, then if you have something to do, go ahead and we'll talk next time we meet. Ji also nodded. Good, then we'll talk next time we meet. After saying that, without waiting for Jo Mei to raise her hand to say goodbye, Ji had already started the car and left. Yi Ro even directly closed the car window, blocking Jo Mei's voice. However, even though the car had already driven out some distance, Jo Mei still stood still and looked straight at Ji's direction. And at that moment, she had that imperative smile on her lips. Even if Yi Ro had just graduated, so what if she hooked up with a rich second generation? Only she, Jo Mei, knew what men wanted the most, so Jo Mei was also confident, thinking that if they met again a few times, they would be able to take the man's contact information. Not only that, but Jo Mei was also confident that she would succeed in hooking up with that rich young man named Ji. After the car turned the corner, until after she couldn't see Jo Mei's shadow, Yi Ro retracted her sight in indignation. She leaned heavily on the back of her chair with her arms around her chest, followed by a heavy grunt. Humph, vixen. Ji looked over in amusement. You see it too? What, you see it too? When she heard Ji ask himself rhetorically, Yi Ro looked over in surprise. Chapter 99, Going to Find Lu Ruyi. Yeah, isn't it obvious? Ji casually turned the steering wheel, turning his head to look at Yi Ro in passing. Of course Yi Ro knew it was obvious, but she didn't expect Ji to see it. She looked at Ji with a puff of air. So you saw it? I thought you didn't see it. If you already saw it, why did you talk to Jo Mei for so long? Yi Ro just saw the two of them chatting kinda well when she was so angry her lungs were about to explode. Especially since just now Jo Mei had even ignored Yi Ro and focused on chatting with Ji. Passing through a red light, Ji stops the car to look at Yi Ro whose face is bulging into a puffer fish on the side. He amusingly reached out his hand to poke Yi Ro's little cheek, and unsurprisingly it directly gave Yi Ro a leak. What are you doing? Yi Ro looked at Ji in annoyance. The thought that Ji had just been chatting with Jo Mei in a pleasant manner still made his heart angry. You said, did you look at Mei last week? Yi Ro guessed here. So she turned her head to stare at Ji with wide eyes. The light in front of him turned green, and Ji slowly started the car. However, after hearing Yi Ro's words, he more or less cried and laughed. What are you babbling about? You're overthinking it. Yi Ro blinked in confusion, but still said, then what are you doing chatting with her so happily? Ji helplessly laughed and said, is it hard for me to be cold to her just now? After all, she's also your boss, and now your brother hasn't come back yet, so if she puts shoes on you, that's the end of it. Hearing Ji's analysis, Yi Ro instantly felt that it made sense. The original furious expression also lightened up, and she blushed her small face and coughed lightly twice in a somewhat unnatural manner. Ha, that's right. Well then, and what else? Ji asked rhetorically, raising an eyebrow flirtatiously. Yi Ro cleared her throat, didn't say anything, just looked at her chest, and thought about Jo Mei's surging, then said, nothing. After the words were said, a smile resurfaced on Yi Ro's face. At the same time, Yi Ro's heart instantly felt warm. So Ji was thinking of her. Thinking like this, Yi Ro's mood was instantly better, and she even hummed happily on the way home. Then, Brother E, are you still coming to pick me up tomorrow? Yi Ro suddenly thought of something and rubbed her head to look at Ji. Well, it's up to you. The car drove into the courtyard of the villa, and Ji stopped the car to playfully look at Yi Ro. That's definitely. Yi Ro subconsciously wanted to say that she definitely wanted Ji to come, but then he thought, what if Ji comes tomorrow and meets Jo Mei again? After all, that Jo Mei's desire to hook up with someone was all but written on her face. Thinking about this, Yi Ro was really a bit worried. After all, before, in Yi Ro's heart, there was no man who was not horny. Even her own brother is very philandering. Jo Mei's figure was also clear to her. What if Ji hadn't been able to resist? Why don't you want me to come? Ji hooked his lips and looked at Yi Ro. Well then, since you don't want me. No. Want you to come is, oops, Then I'll trouble you tomorrow, brother Yat. After struggling for half a day, Yi Ro Ro also gave up struggling. After all, she really wanted Ge to pick her up. And as for Zhou Mei, it's not like you meet them every time you get off work. So just ignore it. Thinking of this, also as in his heart, he was sort of relieved. Seeing the little girl laugh out loud, Ge then also reached out his hand to rub the joyful Yi Ro Ro with a happy face. Unfortunately, there's not much that can be done about it yet. Otherwise, I'd love to see the other side of this little girl. Well, why don't you go in first? I've got a few things to do and I might be late. Seeing Yi Ro Ro close the door, Ge then instructed a sentence before starting the car again and turning to leave. Ha! Well then, I didn't see Ge for a day. I originally thought that if I went to work, unlike when I was in cram school before, I would get up early in the morning and come back late at night, so I should be able to meet Ge more often. But I didn't think that Ge happened to have something to do. For a moment, Yi Ro Ro's heart was more or less regretful. Originally, she had thought that she would share more interesting stories about her time at work with Ge during dinner later on. Yi Ro Ro stood in front of the villa door, watching the car gradually leave her sight. Her face could not help but show a melancholy expression, and even ended up sighing quietly. Over there, Ge was preparing to make a trip to the Rose Bar. This bar was owned by the Guhua gang, and if Ge remembered correctly, Lu Ruyi would be over there today to talk business. Of course, it was a very serious business, but it was set up by one of the elders under the banner, so the JC was notified. The JC arrived at the Rose Bar just in time to catch someone in the act of committing an offense in one of the booths and executed the capture. Of course, it just so happened that Lu Rui was the person in charge of this home bar, and it just so happened that she was at the bar now, so she was invited over. After this incident, the Guhua gang went through a major reshuffle. It was also while taking advantage of the shuffle that Ge was stuffed into the Guhua gang by Yihan. It was only now that Ge was prepared to go ahead and test the waters himself. While thinking about the plan, Ge had already parked his car in front of the Rose Bar. At this moment, the inside was bustling with activity, and when Ge went in, he saw a group of revelers. After entering, Ge then proceeded to the dim light to silently survey the surroundings, and indeed found that in the hallway leading to the upstairs box, there were several people in black suits standing vaguely. Obviously, these should all be people brought by Lu Rui. Compared to that, it seems that now Lu Rui is already talking business. That would also mean that those who framed Ruyuelu were preparing to make their move as well. As he thought this, Ge entered the dance floor and hid himself from the crowd's revelry. It's time to start acting up again. After all, after this happened, Lu Rui then specifically checked the surveillance. At this time, Ge does not want to attract attention. Only when Ge had just walked onto the dance floor, he saw a big, fat woman on his face, and the moment he met the woman's eyes, Ge's eyebrows twitched and he hurriedly dodged to the side. He admitted that there was a desire to take advantage of walking onto the dance floor, but that didn't mean he wanted to be taken advantage of by someone else. Especially, shaking his head, Ge began to then hide his tracks, and then looked over at the stairway. As expected, without waiting a moment's time, Ge vaguely heard the police bell outside. Chapter 100, Protecting Rui Lu. However, these sounds weren't very noticeable over the lively and frenzied sound of the music around them, so the people around us are still partying. Only, Ge also noticed that the bodyguard on the other side of the stairway, as if he had received some instructions, hurriedly went up the stairs. Apparently it was Lu Rui upstairs who had spotted the police car that had just arrived downstairs, and then the next second, a group of people in police uniforms barged right in, with JC's shouts, and the sounds of panic around him. For a moment the surroundings became panicked. After leaving some of them to stabilize the situation downstairs, most of the police cops still went upstairs. It also looks like they got the message and came prepared. Soon, the JCs downstairs then got the message as well. After receiving the news, they also stopped blocking those people downstairs and instead began to unclog them. Seeing this, Ge took this opportunity to slowly walk towards the backstage side. The moment he ducked in, Ge even saw a familiar figure. Yes, that person was the fat older woman he had just met when he first entered the dance floor. Ge doubt. General people, in the encounter JC search, should not be very panic, and think of hurrying to leave? How is it that this man doesn't look as if he has any intention of leaving? But after just a quick glance, Ge turned around and hid, ready to bide his time. As luck would have it, at once the sounds of confusion began to be heard from above. Hearing the noise from above, Ge turned directly into the back kitchen side. Soon enough, he saw a woman coming out of the security tunnel. The woman was dressed in a close-fitting cheongsam, which also appeared to have a very prominent figure, and the moment she appeared in front of Ge's eyes, she instantly attracted Ge's line of sight. Perhaps because of the hurried walk down, The woman gasped slightly, while even the hair pulled up on her head became very messy. Who are you? Seeing Ge who suddenly appeared in front of her, the woman suddenly stopped in her tracks and looked at Ge with a wary expression. Ge confirmed almost instantly that the woman in front of him was Lu Rui. After all, who else but the Divine Destiny heroine could have such a stunningly beautiful face? Hearing Lu Rui's questioning, Ge understood that she was probably somewhat misunderstanding that she was an undercover agent, talking about being on the other side. Ahem, time to flex my acting muscles again. He looked at Lu Rui in a bewildered and flustered manner. Miss Sister, you scared me. Just now it was all JC outside. Did you sneak and hide in as well? At those words, Lu Rui's just tightly furrowed brows sort of soothed a bit. Ge nodded. Just now the JC outside said he could go, but he wanted to make some statements. I don't want to do that stuff. What if I leave a record? So I thought I'd see if I could sneak out the back. Saying that, Ge also smiled sarcastically twice, as if he was very confident. By the way, what's going on up there? Do you know? Ge looked at Lu Rui with great curiosity. Lu Rui's eyes flickered for a moment, and she ultimately chose to trust the man in front of her first. After hearing Ge's words, Lu Rui shook her head. I don't know about this. I'm just like you. I'm thinking of sneaking away. Oh, understand. I'll first find out if there's an exit in the kitchen. Generally speaking, there should be a back door in the kitchen. Saying that, Ge then pretended to enter the kitchen and began to look for an exit. There was indeed a back door here in the kitchen, and as Lu Rui watched Ge looking carefully for it, she distracted herself by listening to the commotion upstairs. She knew the people above her would come looking for her immediately after realizing she was gone, so she had to hurry up and leave. Thinking of this, Lu Rui was ready to tell the man in front of her where the back door was and leave together. Only, before Lu Rui could speak, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps coming from behind him. A shrill female voice sounded immediately afterward. Lu Rui, I didn't think that we would even have a chance to meet. Look out! The moment she heard that female voice, Lu Rui reacted quickly and tried to turn around. Only, before Lu Rui could make a move, Ge shouted and directly wrapped his arms around Lu Rui, blocking the attack with his own body. With the sound of breaking air, Lu Rui instantly heard the sound of clothes being cut through, followed by a muffled grunt from the man in front of her. Are you okay? Shocked, Lu Rui then heard the man's concerned voice. It's okay. Honestly, this was the first time that Lu Rui had been held so protectively in her arms, so this caused Lu Rui to be stunned for a moment at first. Ding Ding detected the host's villainous behavior, rewarding 200 villainous values. After hearing the system's voice, Ge then also became more certain that the person in front of him was Lu Rui. You recognize this person? Ge inquired as he frowned at the older woman in front of him who had gone a little crazy. From the very beginning when he saw this older woman on the dance floor with a group of youngsters, Ge felt that something was wrong. After all, the feeling was very anticlimactic, and sure enough now the change had really happened. Upon hearing this, Lu Rui then raised her head to look at the older woman in front of her. After frowning in thought for a moment, she then shook her head slightly. I don't know her. What Lu Rui said was indeed the truth. She really didn't recognize the woman in front of her, and she didn't even know why she came to find herself. You don't know me, but I do know you. Lu Rui, today you'll be prepared to leave your life here. Ha 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 ha. As she said that, the woman began to laugh wildly. Not only that, but even her entire body was starting to go crazy. She held that dagger in her hand and frantically stabbed at Lu Rui, only to be dodged by Ge every time. Originally, Lu Rui wanted to withdraw from the arms of the man in front of her, but she hadn't thought that the woman had already started to go crazy. Helplessly, in order not to drag his feet, Lu Rui then didn't move either. This crazy woman, Ge said as he slowly backed toward the back door. However, it was also in this moment of time that Ge then also saw it. This fat older woman had no stature. She was just going ahead by her own madness. You go out first. Saying that, Ge pushed Lu Rui over to the doorway with one hand. Lu Rui's eyes flashed with a trace of dismay. Before her beautiful eyes widened slightly and she looked at Ge in the back with a shocked expression. It didn't occur to me that at this juncture, the man would let himself go first. After all, things started because of himself, and by all rights, he should be the one to suffer innocently. Especially after Lu Rui's eyes fell onto the man's injured arm. The color of his eyes then became obscure as well. Chapter 101, The Hero Saves the Beauty. Not only did Lu Rui not think that she would ever have a day where she was protected by a stranger, it hadn't even occurred to her that there were actually cuties in the world either, to protect others and get themselves hurt. Ask yourself, Lu Rui would never do such a good deed, because from a long time ago, Lu Rui had become somewhat selfish and egotistical. After all, it was also from that time that the people around her gradually became unable to all be trusted, and the only one she could trust was herself. So at this moment, Lu Rui was more or less surprised when she looked at GE, but listening to the movement upstairs, Lu Rui still turned around and left. After all, now this opportunity, it's better to leave in a hurry. Previously, Lu Rui had been targeted by these JCs, but because they couldn't capture any information or evidence about Lu Rui, they could only hold their ground. In fact, even now, they still have not captured some of the evidence of Lu Rui, because in fact Lu Rui really did not do anything, or under the people attempted to do. Only, if he really planted himself here today, not only would his prestige be gone, but the gang would definitely be in chaos. Even if on the surface the boss of the Guhua gang was Wang Weilong, but after all, she was also considered a sister-in-law, wasn't she? So at this time, she cannot care about GE, just think of hurrying to take themselves out. So after exiting the back door, Lu Rui turned around and was about to leave, but it didn't occur to him that there were still people outside. Although the woman in front of her is crazy, don't want to die general with a dagger randomly rushed, but it was still a good deal for GE. After GE finished dealing with the crazy woman in front of him, he looked behind him and saw that Lu Rui had been surrounded by people. In fact, JC is not rushing to Lu Rui, but at the beginning, someone reported that someone was doing something illegal here, and later knew that Lu Rui was here, which is why he thought to bring it back together. So, at this moment, a group of JCs were all upstairs inside a small box, and hadn't yet noticed Lu Rui. Only, compared to letting Lu Rui go in and fall on his face, more people still wanted Lu Rui's life. As it was, the group at the back door, for example, all had guys in their hands in droves as well. That fat woman had just kicked GE to the ground, and even the guy in her hand had been snatched away. At the moment she was lying on the ground more or less skeptical of life. Didn't you say that Lu Rui wouldn't have a bodyguard by her side? How come there's a person with an explosive force value beside her? At 160 pounds, she said she was kicked down. She had just gotten up several times one after another and still ended up falling down over and over again. So now she just gave up. Mostly, it really can't be climbed. She was strong and shapely, but you could tell by that weight that she hadn't exercised much before. However, even though she had collapsed on the ground, even though the things in her hand had been snatched away, she was still lying dead over there staring at Lu Rui. After seeing Lu Rui surrounded by a group of people, that crazy woman instantly laughed in triumph. GE upside down the dagger he had just snatched in his hand. Then he turned his head to look at Lu Rui who was confronting a group of people at the entrance. Who are all of you? Lu Rui stopped at the doorway and looked coldly at these people in front of her. Ha 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 ha, don't need to know, just know that you're about to die. The ones outside this time were all men, holding not just small daggers anymore, but some sticks and such. But, even surrounded by these people Lu Rui's face is still very calm. It was as if the person who was surrounded at this moment was not himself, but these few people in front of him. Ji raised an eyebrow at Lu Rui in the doorway. It was hard not to suspect that Lu Rui still had a backhand. Otherwise how could he be so calm? Only when he thought of how Lu Rui had just filmed it with a flustered face. Ji thought about it and then felt that the current Lu Rui should be pretending to be calm. I'm a weak woman. It's really necessary to use so many people to raise an army, right? That Lu Rui said with a pitiful face. Those men on the side. In the end, there were still a few faces that showed an expression of intolerance. Harm sister ah. This is also not to blame buddies several ah. To blame is to blame you followed the wrong person. Followed Wang Weilong that lack of virtue ah. Yeah, we can only tie you back up. That's how we can lure that Wang Weilong out. What's more, there was someone who was looking at Lu Rui with a lewd smile. Don't worry Lu Rui. Our brothers will definitely treat you well. As long as you behave yourself, we definitely won't let you suffer. Yeah, I have to say, that Wang Weilong guy is really dirty and cheap. No wonder he doesn't even go out to steal food. It turns out that he looks so charged. A few short words reached Lu Rui's ears, and it didn't make Lu Rui rage in the slightest. Lu Rui looked upstairs. Oops, it seems like those JCs are coming down now. Why don't we just go first? Yeah. Seeing that Lu Rui was so sensible, those few men were also instantly happy, saying that they were going to reach out their hands to pull Lu Rui. Only the next second the man's face twisted, and even a miserable scream came from all around. Ah! Lu Rui looked at the man and sneered, then let go of her hand. Yes, at this moment, the man's little arm had been bent in a weird pattern, looking very creepy. Even the surrounding men looked at this situation more or less some scalp numbness. Lu Rui, how dare you toast to this? Seeing that Lu Rui directly started to make a move, the surrounding men instantly understood. It looked like this Lu Rui was just pretending to be weak on purpose. Thinking of this, they rushed forward with what they had in their hands. Lu Rui looked at the things in their hands, and now also instantly understood that I'm afraid that today, they will have to fight their way out. Just as her eyes narrowed slightly and she wanted to rush out, she heard a surprised voice from behind her. Holy, why do you have so many enemies? Only before Lu Rui could turn around and look over, he saw a broad figure already blocking his face. Seeing the situation, this made Lu Rui unavoidably froze for another moment. Especially when you see the man in front of you with the blood that keeps flowing down his wrist. You, where did that brat come from? How dare you save a beauty at this time? Don't you want to die? Without waiting for Lu Rui to speak, those on the opposite side of the room had already begun to taunt. Chapter 102 Responsible? Although in their opinion, although Lu Rui has some skills, as a woman, she is definitely not very powerful. Even if she was good at it, she was facing so many people. They were outnumbered after all, so they didn't believe that they would be unable to defeat these two. Although Lu Rui was a person who looked out for herself, she didn't want to see GE just take it up for herself. You'd better leave quickly. Their purpose is me, Lu Rui said from behind GE, tugging on his shirt. It's okay, just like they said. I'm going to save the beauty from the hero, said GE, then turned back to smile gently at Lu Rui. You who? It seems like your brat really doesn't know who the hell you're facing right now. Ha! Those few men were really amused by GE's remark. After all, looking at GE now, he was still very young, and I'm afraid that he really hadn't seen some things. Who is it? A bunch of crooked people? GE slightly tilted his head, almost provocatively looking at those people in front of him. Almost instantly, the faces of this group of people all suddenly became slightly grim. What a cheeky thing to do. Brothers, give it to me. With that, the gang all rushed out. Lu Rui gave GE a scrupulous look, but was still prepared to use his full strength. After all, I'm afraid that in a short while, the people above will be coming down, and it would be bad if they were really found out. Only, Lu Rui sighed just in the chaos down a person, turned his head to find that the other people are already lying on the ground. GE cheerfully stretched out his foot to pat the face of the one who had just been the most rampant. I advise you, don't say anything about what's going on right now. Just say that you're drunk and sobering up over here, or else JC might not let you off the hook. Oh, the ones lying on the ground were now in a real state of agony. After all, this is something they understand, but it didn't occur to me that they would have a day to eat their words. Okay, let's go, said GE, then glanced upstairs, turned around and took Lu Rui's hand and walked into the depths of the alley. The surveillance over the back door. Lu Rui had already ordered someone to do it just now, so now after walking away, it was basically considered fine. Just the thought of having just been sort of put on the spot. Lu Rui's face wasn't considered to be much better, because Lu Rui knew in her heart that if the man in front of her wouldn't show up, she would be delayed in her steps. Then there are only two results waiting for Lu Rui. One is to be invited back by JC, the other is to be seriously injured by that group of people. Thinking about this, Lu Rui's face darkened even more. While walking here, Shi had been observing Lu Rui's face. Seeing Lu Rui's face so ugly, his heart more or less guessed what Lu Rui was thinking. However, when he was reading the novel before, GE had been curious about what a female boss of a gang actually looked like. I didn't think I'd actually see it now, but it's even better looking than I thought it would be is all. Don't be afraid. Those are all in the past. GE's acting skills came online, reaching out his hand to directly help Lu Rui wipe the honey sweat from the corner of his forehead. Ding Ding detected the host's villainous behavior, rewarding 100 villainous values. Because of GE's movements, this made Lu Rui snap back to her senses. She looked to the man in front of her who had been staring at her with more than a little curiosity. Why did you just save me? Do you know it was dangerous just now? After hearing Lu Rui's words, GE then pretended to be embarrassed and smiled. Ahem. This is actually just to see that you look good. Seeing Lu Rui froze. In fact, originally she was still more skeptical of GE. But after walking here, the doubts in her mind were dispelled. After all, looking at what he had just done, he was perfectly capable of helping them get rid of themselves. But now it had been helping itself, and even helped it escape here, which at least showed that the two were not on opposite sides. And now, after seeing the shy expression on the man's face, the suspicion in Lu Rui's heart was dispelled once again. Seeing Lu Rui sizing himself up, Shi put on a more serious face as well. He raised his hand and scratched his nose slightly. Then he asked with wandering eyes, "So what? You have a husband?" It had to be said that this was the first time Lu Rui had met this type of man. The men I met before were very pretentious and hated to put the words they were cultured right in their faces. For the kind of man who looked like a kind of open-screen peacock, Lu Rui had always scoffed. However, it had to be said that the man in front of her made Lu Rui come to be interested for the first time. This would be one of those male college student types that were really, really hot before, right? And Rui must admit that the man was indeed handsome. Well, I have a husband. Storing up the idea of wanting to tease the man a little bit, Ryui nodded her head and said, as expected. The next second saw a flash of loss on the man's face, and even the hands that the two of them were holding on to each other were withdrawn. For some reason, after seeing the man withdraw his hand, Lu Rui would actually feel a little lost in her heart. Seriously, even Lu Rui was taken aback by the sensation. What's your name? Coming to be interested in this man, Lu Rui opened her mouth to inquire. Ikii, Ikii muttered, and seeing Ge in front of him looking so lost, Lu Rui couldn't help but feel a little amused in her heart, and she became a little more interested in Ge. Is it hard to believe that this is what those people call a little puppy? If Ge knew what was going through Lu Rui's mind right now, he would have laughed out loud in his heart in triumph. After all, that's affirming his acting skills. Ge is really very grateful to you today. Or else go back together and I'll help you treat the wound? Saying that, Lu Rui then looked towards the wound on Ge's arm with some worry. Although it had been 10 minutes, the place of that wound was still bleeding out. This looks very intimidating. Even Lu Rui frowned slightly. Only Ge felt like he didn't feel it and never squeaked. In front of Lu Rui's face, with a slight sigh, Ge laughed. It's fine. I'll just go to the clinic in a while. It's you. It's inconvenient for a woman to go home. I'll see to it that you take a taxi. Although Lu Rui would think more for herself at critical moments, it didn't mean that she was really heartless. So after hearing Ge's words, Lu Rui subconsciously frowned directly. How's that work? You saved me, and I'm responsible for you. Responsible? After hearing this word, Ge instantly became interested. Chapter 103, Lu Rui sighs. Lu Rui didn't think there was anything wrong with his words at first, but only when he saw Ge raise his eyebrows and look at himself flirtatiously did he realize what was going on. Don't be imagining things at your young age. After helplessly pouting at Ge, Lu Rui had already contacted someone on her cell phone to come pick herself up. What am I imagining? It's obviously you who are overthinking, Ge said very frankly. The moment these words came out, Lu Rui's small white face suddenly gained a touch of blush. However, looking at Ge's open and honest appearance, this made Lu Rui more or less doubt whether she had really misunderstood just now. After all, the person who looked at Ge was indeed very honest. Cough. Okay, then count it as a misunderstanding on my part, Lu Rui said in a somewhat low and twisted voice. After all, she had never spoken to anyone like that before this. Although, there was no direct apology, there was an apology of sorts. My car will be here in a few minutes. Wait and I'll take care of your wounds. There's a medical kit in the car. Saying this, a call came from Lu Rui's cell phone. At the moment of seeing the phone, Lu Rui's original face with a smile suddenly became serious. Seeing Lu Rui take the cell phone and walk to the other side to connect it, and the expression on his face boarded up, Ge understood that he was afraid that it was about what had just happened. Lu Rui saw Ge looking at himself. The face of the color will be soft for a moment, and then will indicate Ge to stand in place and wait for their own. She will immediately finish the phone call. When Ge saw Lu Rui giving her a greeting, he smiled and nodded at her. Then after seeing Lu Rui turn her head away, Ge hooked his lips and smiled before turning to leave. What's there to keep her interested? Now all Ge has to do is to let Lu Rui hold on to himself. Even if it's only for a while, it's good. In that case, you'll definitely be more impressed with yourself later on. Lu Rui quickly hung up the phone after instructing the person on the other end of the line. After all, at this point, Ge was still in the back, and treating his wounds was more important. However, after Lu Rui hung up the phone and turned her head to look, she surprisingly didn't see Ge's figure, but saw her car instead. Frowning as she walked over to the driver's side, Lu Rui asked, "Did you see someone behind me when you just came over?" When that driver heard Lu Rui's words, a trace of bewilderment flashed across his face. "When I just came over, there was only you in front of me," the driver said carefully, because indeed when he just came over, there was only Lu Rui in front of him. At those words, Lu Rui could only frown and nod, but when she waited until she was seated in the car, Lu Rui couldn't help but still nod her head as well, and even that delicate brow carried a hint of worry, because, just moments ago, the wounds on Ge's arms were all still dripping blood. "Aho, what's wrong, big sis?" When he heard Lu Rui calling out to himself, the driver in front of him looked over in the rearview mirror. "Never mind, it's fine." She had originally wanted to ask for help in checking on Ge, but then thought better of it and called it quits. It was better for her not to disturb people's peaceful lives. Still frowning, Lu Rui couldn't help but let out a soft sigh after getting into the car. At this time, Lu Rui couldn't help but feel some guilt in her heart. After all, she was aware of how much of a favor this man named Ge had done for her this time, and it was true that she was sort of guilty of letting him go just like that. Thinking of this, Lu Rui sat in the car and couldn't help but let out another sigh once again. And every time Lu Rui sighed, The driver in front of him couldn't help but shudder. After following Lu Rui for a long time, he knew that Lu Rui's temper was still weird, but it didn't occur to me that now Lu Rui sighed twice in quick succession. Helplessly, that driver could only sit straight in front and drive the car with a serious face. It's impossible to ask. The main thing is now Guichi. After Chi-E left Lu Rui's side, he re-entered the front of the Rose Bar. After all, his car was still parked over there now. This is the Flower Butterfly's car, which also has an emergency medical kit. The contents of their medical kit are extraordinarily all over the place compared to that home version of a medical kit. After skillfully bandaging the wound, Ge returned outside the villa. After returning to the villa, Ge first opened his laptop and wiped out some of the surveillance of his appearance at the Rose Bar today before he packed up and rested. The next day Chi also got up early, and after eating he held down the flower butterfly that was about to stand up. I'll pick up and drop off Zoe in the next 2 days, so you can rest at home. At those words, Flower Butterfly was first stunned, and then the corners of her mouth couldn't help but add a smirk. Ding ding, detected Divine Destiny heroine favorability, rewarded with 100 villain value. And after hearing the system's voice, even Chi-E's face had an extra smirk on it. It was true that for a flower butterfly, only caring warmed her heart even more. As for Yi Ro Ro, who had taken her things and was ready to leave, she was also instantly brightened up when she heard Ji-Yi's words. Brother Yat, are you still going to send me to work? Yi Ro Ro said in surprise. Originally she thought that Ji-Yi was just picking himself up from work. She didn't think that he would also send himself to work. Don't want me to deliver it? Ji-Yi said flirtatiously once he looked over. Where? I didn't say that. Originally, because she woke up early, Yi Ro Ro was more or less still a bit out of energy. Only after hearing Ji-Yi's words, Yi Ro Ro's side was suddenly in high spirits. After she picked up her bag, she went straight to Ji-Yi's side and wrapped her arms around him. Come on brother Yat, let's go now. Chi-E looked helplessly at Yi Ro Ro beside him. Then he nodded in amusement and led Yi Ro Ro away. Originally, Flower Butterfly's heart was still a little warm, and there was a hint of a smile on her face. But after watching Yi Ro Ro leave on Ji-Yi's arm, the smile on the Flower Butterfly's face disappeared immediately. Looking at the two's backs, the Flower Butterfly slightly frowned, with more than a hint of despondency on her face. When Song Qing came out of the kitchen, she saw Flower Butterfly sitting over there with a slight frown as if she was pondering something. Song Qing originally wanted to inquire about what was going on, but after seeing the gradually cold expression on the Flower Butterfly's face, she didn't ask anything in the end. Brother E, are you going to transport me to the office for the next 2 days? Yi Ro Ro sat on the co-pilot with a big smile on her face. Looking at Ge with a smile on her face, Ge nodded. Of course, not enough if you don't want to. Ge didn't finish the sentence, only that the flirtation in his words was already very obvious. Brother Yat, you're teasing me again. How could I not be willing? Yi Ro Ro looked at Ge without any good humor. Chapter 104, Chance Encounter and Chance Encounter. Although the morning rush hour is a bit congested, but after all, the villa to the company is still very close. Not a moment later the car parked in the company below. Because Ge didn't go back to eat with them last night, Yi Ro Ro was lazy this morning and didn't eat breakfast. Instead she brought breakfast to the office, so she didn't have the chance to tell Ge about what happened yesterday. Until the time the car stopped, Yi Ro Ro was still rambling on about what happened yesterday. Looking at the entrance of the company, Chi looked at Yi Ro Ro with a smile on his face. Seeing that Yi Ro Ro was still talking non-stop, Chi felt a little funny. It's almost time for work, and you're not going in? Yi Ro Ro's words were interrupted before she could finish them, which caused her to skim her mouth with some dissatisfaction. What's wrong with that? The internship salary is just a little bit over there. And besides, it's your own company, so just deduct some money. Yi Ro Ro heatedly smiled and said mischievously. That's not good. What if your brother knows that you're not working properly and makes you go back to continue school? Chi warmly reminded. Then Chi's face also serious down. And your brother went abroad, but also specifically instructed me to let me look at you. If your brother found that I did not properly look at you, angry at me how to do? Sure enough, it's still those 2 words that work. Alright then Yi Ro Ro's little mouth was pouting, and she got out of the car with a helpless face. But after getting out of the car, the cloudy sky on her little face turned clear. Then when you come to pick me up this afternoon, I'll continue to talk to you about it. Naughtily spitting out her tongue at Ge, Yi Ro Ro then walked into the company with a bounce. Looking at the little girl who walked into the company like a little rabbit, Ge helplessly shook his head and smiled, and then prepared to start the car to leave. Only, without waiting for Ge to start the car, a rather familiar voice came from behind him. Ge? What a coincidence! Jo Mei's voice came, and just as Ge turned his head, he saw that Jo Mei had already come to the passenger window, and even her hand was already on it. Seeing this, Ge could only give up the chance to start the car and turned his head to look at Zhou Mei, before smiling at her. "Hello Secretary Zhou. I didn't expect such a coincidence. Meeting again." To be honest, just as Yi Ro left in front of her, Zhou Mei appeared behind her, and Ge really had reason to suspect that Zhou Mei was doing it on purpose. In truth, though, Zhou Mei did do it on purpose. She had just come to work when she had seen Ge's car from afar. It was also specifically waiting until Yi Ro got off the bus before Zhou Mei came up. "You're not someone inside the company. No need to be so outgoing. Just call me Zhou Mei." Zhou Mei was still leaning in front of the car window as she did yesterday, and pulled her hair back with a shy face at Ge. Only Ge felt that just now the two of them did not say a few words. How come Zhou Mei began to be shy? Zhou Mei. In Zhou Mei's expectant line of sight, Ge said with a soft smile, "After all, well, you're coming over so early in the morning, are you here to take Zoe to work?" In order to be able to chat more with Ge, Zhou Mei asked knowingly. "Yeah, Zoe just went up there." "Say, aren't you going up there? I see it's getting late," Ge reminded. And it seemed as if Zhou Mei had really just now realized that it was getting late. She covered her lips in a gasp of surprise, and even the raging shook a little. "That's true. Thanks a lot. I'll leave you to drink this then." After saying that, Zhou Mei placed the ice Americano in her hand on the passenger side and winked wryly at Ge before leaving. She, though as the male lead's mistress, Zhou Mei certainly has a bit of everything, except, looking at the ice Americana on the passenger side, as well as remembering the winking thing that Zhou Mei had just done, Ge was more or less helpless and speechless. Except ice Americana isn't Ge's cup of tea, and that winking thing just now wasn't really for Zhou Mei to do. After all, Zhou Mei as a person is still more suitable for some flirty moves. Shaking his head helplessly, Ge was just about to take away the ice Americano from the passenger side when he heard someone calling out to him again. "Ge?" Ge's movements paused. Another more familiar voice. "What's going on today? Can he still leave from the door of Yi Group?" "Ge, why are you here?" Hiyubai said as the somewhat agitated person walked up. Although Ge had more or less relieved himself the last time he saw this woman, it was more or less unpleasant to look at this person at this time. In the original story, this woman was depicted as the original owner's White Moon, but in reality, this woman is as dirty as a snake with a heart of gold. After what happened on the day of the banquet, Hiyuebai's life had more or less turned upside down. For example, Yan Xiaoton, who was originally very attentive to Hiyuebai, pulling work for him to attend a drinking game, has stopped paying attention to Hiyuebai since that day. Now that Yan Xiaoton was working as an agent, both of them worked for a small entertainment company under Yan Xiaoton's boyfriend. It was also because of Yan Xiaoton that even though Hiyuebai didn't go to the chaperones as a newcomer, she still managed to get some work from time to time. But ever since that day, Yan Xiaoton hasn't paid any attention to Hiyuebai. Not only do you send messages without replying to Hiyuebai, even the usual meeting in the company is also 100 to Hiyuebai. It was also because of this reason that work now required Hiyuebai to do it herself. In just this half a month's time, Hiyuebai had already matched a dozen or so drinks, but I don't know what it was. Even if Hiyuebai did her best, she didn't take another job in this January. Even the previously scheduled role of the second female lead in the web series has now been notified that it has been cancelled. In fact, since graduation, Hiyuebai didn't have much money on hand. Before, when she went to school, most of the tuition and living expenses and such were also given by Ge. Just, when I had a job before, I had some small amount of money on hand, so at that time, Hiyuebai directly rented a large house, and also specially changed a check room. At that point in time, she had spent almost all of her money, and had even bought a dress for the party later. As a result, he was kicked out directly, and since that day, Hiyuebai has not had much money on hand. It was also spending on various loans during this time, but now she recognizes the reality. In that situation that day, even if Yin Feifei didn't make a sound to block herself, everyone around her would not cooperate with her because of Yin Feifei. When she met this situation, she was trying to contact Yihan, but helplessly, since a month ago, Yihan didn't reply to her messages much, and even more so, she didn't connect her phone. Chapter 105, Hiyuebai begs for peace. So under no circumstances, Hiyuebai came to the Yi Group, ready to personally find Yihan, thinking that there may be room for redemption. She thought that so much time had passed that Yihan might have returned from abroad, so to show her sincerity, Hiyuebai came early in the morning. But the result was that just after entering the Yi Group, Hiyuebai was stopped by the security guards. Even after explaining the situation to the front desk, they still wouldn't release them. But Hiyuebai stood over there and called Yihan countless times, and there was still no response. In the end, he was then kicked out by Zhou Mei, who had just gone in not long ago. At that moment, Hyuebai then instantly noticed the eyes of the people around him looking at him. Strange, contemptuous, amazed. Those eyes instantly made Hyuebai's face redden. She hurriedly walked out with her head down and then caught sight of GE. Though not more than understand the car, but the car's logo, Hyuebai still know. This made Hyuebai instantly light up while feeling very surprised. Although I knew that GE was doing well now, I didn't think that he could afford such an expensive car. Thinking of this, Hyuebai then looked at GE with complicated eyes. Before, she despised GE, so with the help of Yan Xiaotong, she managed to break up with him. But it didn't occur to me that GE was doing so well now. It had to be said that Hyuebai did have some regrets in his heart. GE looked at Hyuebai with cold eyes, and naturally observed the flicker of expression on Hyuebai's face. Of course, even that touch of remorse, naturally also let GE see clearly. Only GE just wanted to laugh when he saw this look on Hyuebai's face. He knew what kind of nature Hyuebai had, so he also knew that if it wasn't for the fact that Yihan wasn't around right now, along with the fact that he was doing pretty well right now, then Hyuebai wouldn't have regretted it. What's wrong? So even when he saw Hyuebai walking up smilingly, GE still looked over with a cold face. As expected, seeing GE's expression so cold, it made Hyuebai freeze while even her footsteps walking up to him were also a beat. GE, is this necessary between us? Hyuebai reddened her eyes. Then she gripped the bag's bag tightly and looked at GE in tears, hearing Hyuebai's words. At this point, GE just wanted to laugh. How come not to? When we first broke up, and when we bumped into each other at the banquet before, did you ever think of leaving me an ounce of dignity? GE raised his eyebrows and snorted. Then he casually rested his hand on the steering wheel, tapping it with a beat, and at those words, Hyuebai's face instantly became ugly again. GE, you misunderstood. Actually, I do not want that. But Xiaotong said. Hyuebai said. Did not speak, just a two helpless standing over there, gently with teeth biting his lips. The face is also very tangled. It was as if he was pondering whether to expose Yan Xiaotong or not. Only Hyuebai wasn't aware that. In fact, all those things that were going through her head right now were also clear to GE. GE also knew that Yan Xiaotong had been looking down on herself before, and this was going to be because there was this fuse of Hyuebai in place. Otherwise, when Yan Xiaotong didn't recognize herself in the beginning, she wouldn't have had such a bad impression of herself. I don't care about those. Anyway, now the two of us no longer have a relationship. In the future we will meet as strangers. Saying that, GE was about to close the car window. Seeing this, Hyuebai instantly became alarmed as well, and in the next second she even directly opened the passenger door and sat in. Seeing Hyuebai act this way, GE was really amused. He wasn't in a hurry to leave. There was no hurry anyway, so he just sat over there with his arms around his chest looking at Hyuebai with interest. He wanted to see what Hyuebai was going to do. GE, do you really want to be so desperate? Hyuebai sat on the co-pilot, her face very sad. Aren't you the one who's desperate? I did my best to put you through school, and you're the one who dumped me first, GE said with a raised eyebrow, and it was this one sentence that directly caused Hyuebai to choke. After all, GE did speak the truth correctly. Seeing Hyuebai choke, GE's heart was very cool. To be honest, right now, GE was doing well not to ask Hyuebai to pay himself back. After all, since going to college, everything Hyuebai spends is paid for by GE. Not to mention all this, let's say the two have been in love for so long now, and have only held hands and hugged a few times, with no other intimate gestures, not even a little kiss on the cheek or a kiss on the mouth. Just thinking about it made GE feel very shortchanged. This also made GE look at Hyuebai even more unfavorably. So what the hell are you going to do? Hurry up and say it. Hyuebai bit her lower lip in a tangled manner, and then her heart became tangled as well. She's very short of money right now, and she's at the end of her rope. She takes on loan sharks, and has been getting call after call for the past 2 days to collect on her debts. If you can't pay back the money, not only will Hyuebai not be able to pay the rent, but even those loans will be rolling in interest. Hyuebai would rather choose GE than committing herself to another beer-belly tycoon afterward. After all, having been in love for so many years before, Hyuebai was confident. She can stabilize GE, let GE pay himself to save the emergency. The back as long as wait for their own turnaround, or wait until Yihan back. She then kicked GE is also too late. Thinking of this, Hyuebai's face didn't struggle anymore. She blinked her big eyes and looked at GE pitifully, then softly said, GE, I regret it. I realize that people come and go or you are the best for me, and I feel more comfortable when I am by your side. As she spoke, tears flowed from Hyuebai's large red eyes, a beautiful woman in tears. What a heartbreaking look. However, at this time, GE looked at Hyuebai's appearance, but also still had a heart of stone, and could not bring up the feeling of heartache in the slightest. On the contrary, He even wanted to open his mouth to satirize Hyuebai a few times. "Oh, you mean it now?" Ge looked at her skeptically, with a clear look of disbelief. Seeing this, Hyuebai gritted her teeth, knowing that the current Ge didn't want to be as easy to fool as before. So when she saw Ge looking at herself suspiciously, Hyuebai clenched her teeth and directly ruthlessly went up and cupped Ge's face with both hands and kissed him decisively. A refreshing scent came to her face, and although Hyuebai's character was very bad, it had to be said that as the original Heaven's Destiny heroine, she still had a bit of capital. Chapter 106, Hyuebai. "So, do you believe it?" Quickly leaving a kiss on Ge's lips, Hyuebai sat down on the passenger side and looked over at Ge with a shy face. If Ge hadn't seen that flash of disgust in her eyes, I'm afraid he would have really been coaxed by her. Now, Hyuebai was no less an actor, and when he pretended to act, he did learn to act very much like one. Only compared to Hyuebai's acting skills, Ge's acting skills were still superior, so this allowed Ge to immediately see Hyuebai's pretense. Ge hooked his lips in an evil smile. "Lately very short of money?" Hyuebai froze, not expecting Ge to ask so directly. Only Hyuebai didn't know that the Ge in front of her now had long since ceased to be the Ge from before. The previous Ge, even when he was taking over from Hyuebai, was beating around the bush and wouldn't let Hyuebai feel the slightest bit embarrassed. But now that Ge had asked directly, it caused Hyuebai to feel a momentary pang of embarrassment. But after thinking about her situation, she finally nodded in shame. "Well, is short of money these days." Ge gave a meaningful laugh, not saying he agreed or disagreed. Seeing this instantly made Hyuebai a little apprehensive. The previous Ge, as long as you look at his expression, you will be able to understand his thoughts. But the current Ge, surprisingly, let Hyuebai a moment some not be able to understand his thoughts. "Then you come with me somewhere." With that, Ge didn't pay any more attention to Hyuebai, but directly turned his body to start the car. Seeing the car started up, Hyuebai was a bit panicked, but Hyuebai knew that compared to others, Ge was the best choice for himself at the moment. So although she was nervous, seeing that Ge had the intention of trying to help herself, Hyuebai was sort of relieved in her heart. The car in the process of driving. Hyuebai has been measuring the car. Look at the conditions of Ge. Think to give yourself those loans, pay the rent should also be simple? Thinking like this, Hyuebai's face sort of evoked a smile. Ge didn't move to look at Hyuebai, but finally snorted inwardly. After the morning rush hour passed, the road wasn't as jammed as it was just now. And soon the car drove into the underground parking lot of a 5-star hotel. And just a moment after entering the parking lot, Hyuebai suddenly panicked. Her face froze, and then she looked at Ge in panic. But Ge didn't think of hitting on her. "Alright, get out of the car." After bringing the car to a stop, Ge looked at Hyuebai with a smile. Seeing this, even the smile on Hyuebai's face stiffened. She smiled reluctantly, then said, Do what? What did you say to do?" Ge raised an eyebrow at her. "We're all adults now. There's no need to pretend to be innocent, right?" The smile on Hyuebai's face immediately turned ugly. "It's up to you on this one, up or down." After Ge finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Hyuebai, and saw that Hyuebai's body had stiffened up. Indeed, Hyuebai also really hadn't expected that the current Ge would be all that direct. "I'll give you 5 minutes to think about it, and if you can't, I'll send you back." Hyuebai bit her lip tightly entangled, and finally chose to give in. After all, it was still the same idea as before. If she didn't choose Ge now, she wouldn't have lasted until Yihan returned. In the end, the only options are the beer-bellied dudes. Thinking of this, Hyuebai gritted her teeth and directly got out of the car. Seeing this, Ge slightly hooked his lips and got out of the car before walking towards the stairs. Seeing that Ge didn't say a word to himself, Hyuebai then could only follow in small steps. The two were so fast that they had reached the suite in the blink of an eye. "I'm going to take a shower, so you can think about it yourself." After saying that, Ge walked straight into the bathroom. And the hotel bathroom, in fact, was just that, although it was frosted glass, but the inside, more or less, could still be seen somewhat clearly. Hyuebai originally sat tangled on the edge of the bed, and all that came to mind was Yihan's figure. Although Yihan was plain-looking, he was still relatively tall and lanky, and his body was very secure. Not to mention those, what actually made Hyuebai really like Yihan was still Yihan's personal charm. Although he wasn't handsome, Hyuebai couldn't help but have her eyes tightly drawn to Yihan the first time she saw him, so much so that the back fell in quickly as well. Thinking of this, Hyuebai subconsciously looked in the direction where bathroom Ge was, followed by a slight sigh. Only, before Hyuebai could sigh out with that breath, he caught a glimpse of the figure behind the frosted glass. Almost instantly, Hyuebai froze instantly. and immediately afterward, his eyes widened in surprise. When they were in a relationship before, Hyuabai didn't care much about Ge, and didn't think that Ge's body was so good. Seeing the figure behind the frosted glass, Hyuabai's gaze was drawn tightly. During the 2 months of filming, Hyuabai had actually met quite a few male actors, and they all had very good bodies. But at this moment, looking at the reflection on the frosted glass, Hyuabai was almost certain that none of them had a better figure than Ge. Because of Ge's broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted figure, especially those long legs that went nowhere, it was near perfect, and at that moment, Ge in the bathroom didn't have the slightest idea what Hyuabai was thinking. He was taking a leisurely bath at the moment, thinking that according to Hyuabai's previous thoughts, he definitely wouldn't compromise. After all, she had wanted to directly green herself in order to get Ihan before. Therefore, when Ge walked out of the bathroom with a towel around him, he was more or less surprised to see Hyuabai sitting honestly over there. A flash of surprise flashed in his eyes, but Ge quickly reacted. "Your turn." After saying that, Ge walked to the side and poured a cup of water before gulping it down. After drinking the water, seeing that Hyuabai was still staring straight at him, Ge couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. What? Backpedaling again? Seeing Ge sneeringly looking at himself, Hyuabai instantly reacted. She snapped back to her senses and then shook her head before immediately stepping into the shower. Ge raised his eyebrows, more or less feeling that Hyuabai was a bit strange. As for Hyuabai, who entered the bathroom, she covered her lips with a bit of a blush. OMG. She'd just been looking at it on the frosted glass thinking that Ge must have a great body, but she hadn't expected it to be so perfect, especially when the unwiped droplets of water slowly trickled down the neck and into the small of the back. Thinking of this, Hyuabai's face burst into red. Chapter 107, Hyuabai's favorable levels. However, this makes Hyuabai somewhat strange. Why before never felt Chi's charm, but meet again, but feel Chi's charm rose? Even the whole person seems to be more handsome. After Hyuabai went into the bathroom, Ge waited outside in boredom. Originally, Ge still had to make a trip to Yen Fei-Fei's side, but now he directly asked Yen Fei-Fei for a vacation. Yen Fei-Fei's side was quick to reply to the message, but that crying emoticon really looked pathetic. Ge had originally thought that Hyuabai had liked Jihan so much before, he would definitely be grinding inside for a long time before coming out. As a result, he had only chatted with Yen Fei-Fei for a couple of sentences over here when he heard the sound of the bathroom door opening. Ge subconsciously raised his eyes to look, and immediately saw a scene of a beauty out of the bath. Although the person's personality is not good, but the appearance is really good, even the body is superior. Ge rubbed his chin and sized up Hyuabai, finally nodding silently in his mind. And as Ge sized himself up, Hyuabai also instantly felt that gaze sizzle as if it were a palm sweeping over his entire body. This made Hyuabai, who had already done a good job of building up her mind, suddenly become embarrassed once again. She stood over there, wrapped in her bathrobe, a little formal, her body covered in vapor. Seeing that Ge was looking at himself, without waiting for Hyuabai to speak, the Ge in front of him directly reached out his arm and yanked her over. Ah, wait, a spinning in front of his eyes, Hyuabai could not help but say with some panic. Wait a minute, I've already given you a chance, now you're asking for it. Ge snorted and leaned forward. The curtains in the suite were not drawn, and at that moment there were dark clouds outside the window, and the weather, which was originally a blazing sun, was unexpectedly gloomy. Soon, the air around them is also humid, followed by a heavy rain outside. The violent rain hit the ground hard, and even the delicate flowers on the ground flower beds were ravaged. And looking in the air, I don't think the rain is going to stop anytime soon. I'm afraid it's going to be a while. When Hyuabai woke up in a daze, she saw the man sitting on the edge of the bed, and was currently sitting over there getting dressed. When she saw the man get dressed and stand up, Hyuabai hurriedly reached out and grabbed the man's clothes. Ge, wait a minute, are you leaving? As she said that, Hyuabai sat up in a panic, and then hurriedly hugged Ge from behind, afraid that Ge was going to leave. Ge raised his eyebrows helplessly. He just wanted to get up and go to the restroom. And gauging the time, in a little while Yizhuo should be off work as well. You let go first, Ge said helplessly. Hyuabai's entire body was suddenly flustered, so she felt that if she let go now, Ge would definitely just turn around and leave. Then you give me the money first, Hyuabai said hurriedly. Ge didn't get anxious when he heard this. Instead he was amused by Hyuabai's words. Sure enough, this woman still had an agenda in her nature. Say, how much does it cost? Ge snorted. Hyuabai thought that the two would more or less warm up for a while after they woke up, but it didn't occur to him that the two would start facing each other directly after they woke up. Hyuabai hesitated when she heard Ge's words. Then she carefully said, 100,000? Ge snorted. You really dare to ask for it. Although he was rich now, he also knew that 100,000 was not this small amount for ordinary people. At those words, even Hiyuabai paused. After all, Hiyuabai herself was clear that when she went to school before, she used Chi's, 8 Chi's, and during those 4 years, Chi didn't spend a lot of money on herself. In fact, by all accounts, it was already considered good that Ge didn't ask for that money back now, but she still has to ask Ge for money. There was nothing she could do about it though. After all, she was really short of money these days. After all, the loan she'd taken on recently had been over $100,000, and if she had that $100,000 now, she could still sell some clothes and bags to pay it back. But the thing is, she really couldn't get by without the $100,000. So after hearing Ge's words, Hiyuabai then stammered at once. When Chi saw this, he directly snorted. Then he flung over a card. There's 100,000 in here. Take it. With that, Ge walked straight into the washroom and started washing up, although just pretending to be very much like. But Chi at first thought why you buy to be on hundreds of thousands of it. Did not think that it is only 100,000. Thinking about this, Ge himself shrugged helplessly. Good. He also reads too many novels. Outside the door, Hiyuabai endured the soreness of her back and sat over there. She held the card in her hand and stared blankly. While rubbing her waist, Hiyuabai then subconsciously looked up at Ge in the washroom. It didn't occur to her that at the end of the day, the person she could rely on was still Ge. Just like a few years ago, when Hiyuabai couldn't pay her study fees, she didn't have to worry whenever she told Chi. Although Ge's attitude towards himself was now worse than before, he didn't expect it to remain the same. Thinking of this, looking at the man's broad back, Hiyuabai unexpectedly felt a warmth in her heart. Ding ding, detected divine destiny heroine favorability. Rewarded with 200 villain value. Ge, who was washing up, paused in his movements the moment he heard the system beep. After all, he hadn't expected that Hiyuabai would even be able to raise his favorability towards himself. This caused Chi to be a bit confused for a moment as to what Hiyuabai was really thinking in her heart right now. Only, Ge gave Hiyuabai money action numbness also because, the system panel above that tip was still reminded in the morning when it was raining heavily. Ge was busy at that time and didn't hear it, and then when he just woke up, that's when he noticed it. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for taking down the Divine Fate female lead, rewarded with 666 villain value. Ge reckoned that the villain value accumulated over this period of time wasn't too small, especially today. He hadn't expected this unexpected blessing of Hiyuabai to come to his door on its own. When he was free, Ge was going to make plans to prepare for the raffle. Ge stood in the washroom, contemplating the raffle, but outside, Hiyuabai was thinking of other things. During this month or so, especially during this time, Yihan had chatted with himself a few times except before when he had just left the country. This latter period of time has also pressed itself. At first she also felt that Yihan was busy at work, so she didn't even bother. No, behind the two are going to break the contact. When he thought about his recent predicament, Hiyuabai had an even bigger headache. Chapter 108, he's just a little brother too. Thinking of the recent encounter everywhere, and looked to their hands to store 100,000 yuan card, Hiyuabai slowly raised his head, looked to the washroom and the pool. Chi had just raised his head when he noticed the scorching heat behind him, and in the next second Chi's waist was wrapped around by the person behind him. Ge's movements paused slightly. Feeling the softness behind him, the knot in his throat couldn't help but move slightly. Hiyuabai, what are you doing? Hiyuabai didn't rush to answer Ge's, but after that small hand wandered around Ge's waist, then she softly said, Ge, have you forgiven me? Ge, to be honest, it was more or less a bit of a shock now that Hiyuabai had come so close. It's all in the past. Forgive or not, is there any use now? Saying that, Ge then reached out his hand and brushed away the hand on the waist of the direct shore. Honestly, Ikoyi is not a cutie. Moreover, Hiyuabai's attitude towards him before had already made Ge completely understand. So even if Hiyuabai were to soften up now, Chi wouldn't be so stupid as to just think that Hiyuabai was sincere about herself. In Hiyubai's case, isn't what's true or not true just money? Staring blankly at Ge out, Hiyuabai dumbfounded at the same time. The heart began to panic again, but once he thought of it, the $100,000 over there, Hiyuabai instantly came back to his feet. If he didn't mean anything to himself, how could Ge casually give himself $100,000? So it's not allowed to say that it's just that Ge is angry now, but still has himself in his heart? With this in mind, Hiyuabai secretly clenched his fists. She hadn't had much of a job since the last time she went through, and was now in daily debt, swiping her credit cards. If Ge's heart was soft now, He had contacts in Yin Fei Fei after all, so her job could definitely come back. Not only that, see this car that GE is driving now, but also those contracts that he heard from him before. So now GE is a standard high-flying handsome before finding a more suitable person. GE is indeed a very good choice. After all, now that GE had given her $100,000 directly, that would mean, if she made an effort, it was not unlikely that GE would not go back to the way he was dead to himself before, as long as she used GE as a springboard now and dumped it later. She was fine. Thinking of this, Hyuabai then walked forward again and directly hugged GE. GE really lived helplessly, although he didn't have any thoughts about Hyuabai, but with soft jade in his arms, this had to make one's heart flutter. GE, I know it was me who was wrong before, but after all, I was also just out of society, and before that I was also too well protected by you, and then the back was blinded by a few words from Yin Xiaotong, and I really didn't mean to. Hyuabai tightly hugged GE and said, and even her voice carried a sobbing tone, GE really had to admire this brain of Hyuabai now. Take a look and see how admirably this is said. 1. No, it's wrong. 2. Just out of the society is very simple, because before you are too well protected. 3. It's all Yin Xiaotong's fault, not mine. And 4. She was compelled to. Although Hyuabai's words were very sad, all GE wanted to do was laugh as he listened, especially after Hyuabai said that it was all Yin Xiaotong's problem. After all, GE knew that Yin Xiaotong in the original story was the one who had been brainwashed the most. Seeing that GE kept a cold face and didn't say anything, Hyuabai became more or less flustered in her heart. Don't worry GE. I've already broken contact with Yin Xiaotong now. Don't worry for your sake. I won't even contact her again after that. With that said, Hyuabai then tightly hugged GE's waist and looked up at him. That look was really pitiful to me. Only, Hyuabai had made this expression several times, so now GE's heart was harder than a rock. GE knows how much Yin Xiaotong has helped Hyuabai's career. So GE understood that there was no way Hyuabai would give up Yin Xiaotong, so there was only one explanation. That's when Yin Xiaotong broke off contact with Hyuabai. No wonder Hyuabai has been having such a miserable time lately. He can't even pay his rent, so it's because of this reason. Alright, don't make it look like this. Zoe will be getting off work soon. I still have to go pick her up from work. Saying that, GE then directly pushed Hyuabai away and turned to leave the room. Seeing the door to the room close in front of him, Hyuabai was dumbfounded. She was just casually draped in her bathrobe, and she didn't even tie it, so when she just hugged GE, she was almost all but zeroed in on him, but even then, GE was surprisingly indifferent. She was crying like this. After all this showing, GE just walked away with a cold face like that? Hyuabai fell onto the bed with an incredulous face, still more or less unable to figure it out. Hyuabai was still confident in her charm. Even in these 2 months, there were not a few people who pursued her and wanted to adopt her. Even GE was infatuated with himself before. How come now that she was standing in front of him like this? GE wasn't moved? This caused Hyuabai to have self-doubts about his charms. Could it be that it was his own performance this morning that made GE feel tasteless? Why else would GE be ignoring himself right now? Now, Hyuabai was really starting to have self-doubt. And at this time, GE has already driven the car to prepare to go to Yes Group. It should have just rained, so the air around is still very humid. Not only that, but even the surrounding area was very cool. If GE knew what was going through Hyuabai's mind, he would have laughed out loud in amusement. In fact, he really wanted to rush to pick up Yi Ro from school. After all, it has been promised to Yi Ro, and it is not good to miss the appointment. The main thing is that now it is not easy to go up to the goodwill, but cannot come down. As for Hyuabai, GE was a bit impulsive, but it was also because of that impulse that he had to leave in a hurry. It wouldn't be good to miss the hour on impulse. Soon the car arrived at the entrance of Yes Group. GE stopped the car and prepared to wait for Yi Ro to get off work, and at this time in the Guhua gang, which GE didn't know about, Wang Weilong really stood trembling in an office. Big sister, haven't you read any of those papers that were brought in this morning? Lu Rui was lost in thought, and it was only after hearing Wang Weilong's voice that she suddenly came back to her senses. Okay, we'll see in a bit. With that, Lu Rui began to think again. At this moment, Wang Weilong, who was ostensibly the boss of Guhua gang, stood in front of his desk and looked at the stunning beauty, while his heart was a million times helpless. On the surface, he was the boss and Lu Rui was his sister-in-law, but only he knew that he was actually just a junior. Chapter 109, The Distracted Lu Rui. As soon as he came here today, he heard the complaints of the people outside, so when they saw him coming, a lot of people swarmed over and asked him to help them to get the documents inside. Wang Weilong responded with a good answer on the surface, but in reality, his heart was bitter. After all, he himself knew that the real big brother of the Guhua gang was still Lu Ruyi, and at this time, Lu Ruyi had already piled up almost a day's worth of documents in front of her. He came in and saw that Lu Ruyi had been in a daze, and the document in front of him, not to mention signing it, didn't even look at it as if he hadn't looked at it much. Although Wang Weilong was standing over there at this time, he was considered to be on pins and needles. He stood in place for a while and realized that Lu Ruyi was still holding her chin over there and still had no intention of dealing with the documents. It's almost closing time now, and the people outside have been waiting. The main reason was that as a big brother, since he had already promised those people outside, he naturally had to do what he said he would do. Sister, aren't you going to sign? It's almost time to get off work. Unable to do anything else, Wang Weilong could only slowly approach, and then he whispered beside Lu Ruyi, getting off work soon? Lu Ruyi was still lost in thought over there, until she heard Wang Weilong's words, then she instantly reacted. It's almost time to go to work? After repeating once again, Lu Ruyi hurriedly glanced at the time. Sure enough, it was now really close to the end of the day. Didn't realize I'd been gawking all day. After realizing this, Lu Ruyi unconsciously sighed as well, and then hurriedly dealt with the documents. Lu Rui's work efficiency was still quite high, and it didn't take long to get all the documents. After receiving those documents, Wang Weilong was very curious as to why Lu Ruyi was so dumbfounded just now, only to see that after dealing with the work, Lu Ruyi was still in a daze. Wang Weilong thought about it and still didn't ask. Instead he walked out holding a pile of documents. Boss, still you can I can't believe you actually took out the documents. Yeah. We just went in to deliver the documents and saw that the previous documents were not finished. We didn't even dare to rush them. I'm afraid my sister-in-law will get angry. Handing over the documents to the people outside and listening to their bragging, Wang Weilong couldn't help but feel a little fluttery in his heart. Even though he himself knows he's a fake, that doesn't mean other people know he's a fake. Only the thought that even though he was a fake, Lu Ruyi had only himself by his side for so many years made Wang Weilong's heart smug again. Seeing that those people took the documents and then returned to their own workstations, Wang Weilong did not immediately return to his own office, but instead walked to the door of Lu Rui's office and found Lu Rui's bodyguard. What happened to sister-in-law yesterday? Why are you a bit distracted? Wang Weilong inquired with a cold face, rather angry. And that bodyguard didn't suspect a thing. After all, it was normal for people to care about each other between their young couple. This sister-in-law should have gotten some shock yesterday. After thinking about it, the bodyguard returned. After all, this was all he knew now. Like what? Wang Weilong knew that JC suddenly broke into the Rose Bar yesterday, but after knowing that Lu Ruyi quickly left later, he was relieved. The company is now at the critical moment of whitewashing. As long as you are a little more careful lately, and then when the company is completely whitewashed, you don't have to be afraid of anything. Boss, this I am also not clear. We were guarding outside, and then heard the order. After this hurried up to cover the sister-in-law left. I heard that later sister-in-law from the back door successfully left. After that things we do not know. Seeing that bodyguard's serious face, Wang Weilong knew that he was indeed telling the truth. After all, that's what one knows so far. Just as far as since it left smoothly, then why was Lu Ruyi still fuming now? Then was sister-in-law injured yesterday? Wang Weilong said with a slight narrowing of his eyes. The bouncer felt strange in his heart. Since it was a young couple, didn't he know if they were injured or not? But seeing that Wang Weilong did look concerned, that bodyguard didn't think too much about it. After all, maybe it was after his sister-in-law went home, fearing that Wang Weilong would be worried. So this is why he didn't say anything? So, facing Wang Weilong's question, the bodyguard still answered honestly. This doesn't seem to be the case, right? Yesterday, I heard them say that they did see blood on my sister-in-law's body, but after checking it later, they realized that my sister-in-law's body was not injured. Upon hearing this, Wang Weilong nodded, but his heart was still puzzled. Oh yeah, I heard from Xing yesterday that when sister-in-law got on the bus, she was still looking for someone, and that man was supposed to have helped her at that time, but I heard that it seemed like he quietly left when sister-in-law was on the phone. Oh, so, after hearing Ah Cheng's words, Wang Weilong then revealed a meaningful expression. It couldn't be that Lu Ruyi was a bit distracted throughout the whole day today because of that man? Boss, you mustn't take this the wrong way. I think it must just be that my sister-in-law feels guilty and wants to thank people. Seeing this expression on Wang Weilong's face, that bodyguard immediately felt as if he had said something wrong and hurriedly defended Lu Ruyi. Ha, what misunderstanding or not? You're overthinking it. Your sister-in-law and I didn't have any misunderstandings before. Saying that, Wang Weilong then smiled and patted that bodyguard's shoulder before leaving. Seeing that Wang Weilong left with a smile on his face, as if he really didn't take this matter seriously, The bodyguard was sort of relieved. After all, it was good to see that he didn't accidentally affect the feelings of the young couple, and that bodyguard didn't have the slightest idea that after Wang Weilong turned his back to himself, the smiling expression on his face also disappeared all of a sudden. And now, Lu Rui in the office let out another long sigh once she heard the sound of the door closing. Before she came back yesterday, she had decided not to disturb Ji's life, and she wouldn't try to get anyone to check up on him, but I don't know why. Sitting here for a day today, Ji's figure has been constantly and uncontrollably surfacing in his mind, which made Lu Rui a whole day didn't hold back in being lost in thought. In a daze, helplessly rubbing her brow, Lu Rui really did have some doubts that she was obsessed, or else why was Ji's figure always in her mind? But even if that was the case, Lu Rui had no intention of going to have someone check on Ji. It was still the same idea as before, not to disturb his peaceful life. The situation in the gang was more or less scorched right now, and a lot of people were also watching intently, so it was even more unlikely that Lu Rui would go check up on someone in this situation. It was too dangerous for Ji. Chapter 110, Fun. Ji didn't have the slightest idea of what was going on behind his back, and was still over there leisurely waiting for Yi Ro to get off work. But when it was time to leave work, it was Zhou Mei who found Ji first. Ji, you've come to pick up Zoe from work? A seductive voice with a hook rang out, and Ji subconsciously turned his head to look, and at a glance, he saw Zhou Mei, who was currently looking at himself with a smile on her face. Seeing that it was Zhou Mei who found him first, Ji was a bit surprised, but it was expected. Yeah, isn't this waiting here? Ji slowly laughed. Only seeing Zhou Mei come out, Ji was certain that I'm afraid Yi Ro won't be coming out so quickly today. It'll take a while for Zoe to come out. One of their group's programs went wrong, and the whole group is still busy over there. Zhou Mei looked straight at Ji with a pair of eyes and laughed. Ji nodded. Oh, so that's how it is. It seems that this Zhou Mei is really an old fart, and she can't find any flaws in what she says. There's a problem with the team's program, and now the whole team is busy, working overtime, which means it's not just for Zoe, but it looks like Zoe still has to wait for a while. If you don't care, why don't I accompany you for a chat? Said Zhou Mei has opened the passenger door, and then sat in. Ji raised an eyebrow and didn't say anything after seeing that she had already sat up, but I have to say, that's more or less a poor excuse. After all, everyone has a cell phone in their hands nowadays, and even if it's an hour, a swipe of a video will pass. Do you have to come to pick up Ro every day during this period of time? Fearing that Ji would say no, Zhou Mei sat up and closed the car door, then began to take the initiative to find a topic of conversation. Ji put down his cell phone and nodded gently. Well, both days should come. I'm really envious. If only there was someone who came to pick me up from work every day. Zhou Mei's pair of charming eyes looked at Ji and blinked a few times before saying with great envy. What's there to envy? It's just that Zoe hasn't grown up yet, so it's just the car picking up and dropping off. Miss Zhou looks like a mature woman, Ji said politely. You're really, this mouth is just good at talking with that. Zhou Mei then pouted and reached out her hand to gently slap Ji's shoulder. Seeing that Ji wasn't in the least bit in the mood to resist, Zhou Mei didn't retract her hand, but kept it on Ji's shoulder. By the way, Ji don't you need to go to work? Is it okay for you to come and pick up and drop off Zoe every day on your own? As she spoke, Zhou Mei looked at Ji with a concerned expression. Although this sounded like concern, Ji understood very well that this was actually testing himself and inquiring about his job. It's fine. I work more freely, so transportation is no problem. Ji laughed. Afterwards, he then saw Zhou Mei instantly light up. In that case, that's really envious. I've always thought about being my own boss as well after all. That would be very free indeed, Zhou Mei said with a face of envy and admiration. If it were someone else, at this time to see Zhou Mei this way, the heart has long been vain. After all, men still love the adoration of women. Only at this moment, Ji's heart was just amused. He can just say that he works more freely, but did not say that he is the boss. I have to say, this Zhou Mei is indeed very good at brainstorming. But I'm more curious. Ji, you're so outstanding. What kind of person do you like yourself? Are you very demanding of your other half? After a few words, Zhou Mei's hand still hadn't retracted from Ji's shoulder. At this moment, while she was talking, her hand gently moved down and held Ji's sturdy arm. Then she gently kneaded it, and this action looked very ambiguous. Ji secretly raised his eyebrows. Then he turned his head to see Zhou Mei slightly biting her lip, her charming eyes like silk, as if she was looking at herself very shyly. Me, like obedient, understanding, and just be true to me. Ji smiled and opened his mouth, and as he said that, he reached out his hand to hold Zhou Mei's very unfaithful hand. And it was in this instant that Zhou Mei's face suddenly flushed. Ji. She was full of shyness, And the moment Ge held her hand, she actually directly backhanded Ge's hand. It was also in that moment that Ge also determined that the system did not show any beeps. This also meant that even if the woman in front of him was Yihan's lover, but if she wasn't the Heaven's Destiny heroine, she wouldn't develop a good feeling even if she came into contact with her. Needless to say, this fact disappointed Ge more or less. After all, Jo-mei was so proactive that if there was a villain value, it would have rubbed off and started prompting by now. Ge was over here thinking about things, but Jo-mei felt that Ge was out of his mind. She hadn't realized that she was being so forthcoming right now, and there were still men who were out of their minds. This made Jo-mei feel more or less unbelievable. After all, she thought that her charm was still very good. What are you thinking about? Why are you ignoring people? Jo-mei's eyes flickered for a moment, suddenly feeling that this was not a bad time. So Jo-mei then took Ge's arm and then hugged it tightly on her chest. Feeling the softness, Ge suddenly came back to his senses. Doing what? Seducing me? Ge teasingly looked at Jo-mei before he reached out and cupped Jo-mei's chin, forcing Jo-mei to look at himself. Jo-mei was stunned at first, not expecting Ge to be so direct. After all, the people before her had flirted with her first, even if they already knew it by heart. You really have no love interest at all. At the end of the sentence, Jo-mei then stretched out her other hand and gently nodded on Ge's chest. So what do you say? Are you seducing me or not? Ge still inquired. Now Jo-mei's heart was a bit flustered. After all, he had not met such a before. Would he feel too casual if he said yes to this? After all, men don't seem to like that these days. Which is not true, don't you talk nonsense. So Jo-mei daintily denied it. Which into thought. The next second Ge cold-faced directly loosened Jo-mei's hand. Oh, ha! This time Jo-mei was completely frozen. What did this mean? What's the situation? How is it that things aren't what they think they are? Why is Ge so unusual? Ge? Jo-mei smiled twice, then called out tentatively. Ge was frank and looked directly over. You? What do you mean? Jo-mei was really bowled over by Ge's specialness, so she could only ask, What do you mean? Ge looked at Jo-mei with amusement in his heart. It had to be said that molesting Yihan's woman was really fun. Chapter 111, Why do you smell like perfume? Jo-mei sat over there and was quiet for a while, as she was really a bit confused as to what exactly Ge meant. He just didn't admit to seducing, so he's ignoring him. Is it hard to get yourself to admit that you're seducing? Don't a lot of people think it would be casual to just admit it? Does Ge have to be so direct? Or is this person just like, so exciting? Jo-mei sat over there thinking for half a day. Then she turned her head to look at Ge. Seeing Ge's bland face looking at his cell phone over there, Jo-mei hesitated for a moment before slightly biting her lip and slightly leaning forward. Ge, why are you so direct? Jo-mei smiled as she reached out and wrapped her hand around Ge's arm once again. Hate it. The whole thing makes me a little shy. Jo-mei's seductive tone rang in her own ears. And only after noticing Jo-mei's hot breath spitting into her ear did Ge put down the cell phone in his hand and turn his head to look at Jo-mei. He reached out and clamped down on Jo-mei's chin, forcing her to raise her head slightly to look at himself. This kind of thing was done a lot before? Hearing Ge's words, Jo-mei was once again in a dilemma, whether to admit it or not to admit it as she had just done. But after all, he had just admitted it, and I'm afraid that if he didn't admit it now, Ge shouldn't believe it. Thinking of this, Jo-mei's two hands are not good up. One of her hands up through the clothes, caressing Ge's abs, and the other hand is slowly going down. Knock knock. Jo-mei looked at Ge with winks, but before Jo-mei could say anything, the passenger window was knocked on by Yi Ro-ro. This scared Jo-mei so much that she hurriedly retracted her hand, and then she subconsciously looked over at the car window. Sure enough, at this moment, Yi Ro-ro stood outside in front of the car window, knocking on the door with a puzzled face. Jo-mei looked over in shock and saw that the window was closed, which was a relief. After all, their own just action, if was seen, the impact will be more or less a little bad. When she heard Yi Ro-ro knocking on the door again suspiciously, Jo-mei hurriedly sat down, and then this time she lowered the window of the car. Ro-ro, you're off work? Jo-mei looked at Zhuozhua outside the car window and smiled with a soft face. The originally smiling Yi Ro-ro's face disappeared when she saw Jo-mei. Her eyes first flashed with a hint of surprise, then she looked at Jo-mei without any good humor. Why are you in the car, Secretary Zhou? After asking, Yi Ro-ro looked at Ge with a puff of air. She shrugged helplessly before saying, I was over here waiting for you to get off work, and Jo-mei found me first and told me that you were still working overtime in there, and then, fearing that I would be bored, she came up to chat with me. Although she had heard the explanation, there was still no smile on Yi Ro-ro's face. Then now that I'm off duty, Secretary Zhou should hurry home, after all, it's getting late. Yi Ro-ro said with a leathery smile, Then she opened the car door and just stood over there looking at Secretary Zhou. Seeing this, Secretary Zhou was more or less embarrassed. But when he thought about what he had just done, Secretary Zhou was more than a little bit vain. Originally thinking that Yi Ro would take a long time to come out, I didn't think that she would come out so early. Looking at this hostile look in Yi Ro's eyes, he wondered when the next time he would have this kind of opportunity would be. Thinking of this, Zhou was more or less regretful to get out of the car. The heart is very regretful. I had known just asked GE to ask for a contact information. Outside Ikoyi. After getting out of the car, Zhou looked over to GE and just wanted to raise her hand to say hello, but the door in front of her had already been ruthlessly closed by Yi Ro. Oomph. After closing the door, Yi Ro then directly snorted coldly, then she eyed the front and said without any good manners, "Drive." Raising his eyebrows slightly in amusement at the little witch, GE started the car on command after all. And at that moment the smile on Zhou's face, who was left behind, stiffened. After all, just now Yi Ro's action of closing the door was indeed very disrespectful to her. But what can be done about it? When she thought that GE didn't have a repulsive expression when she just acted, Zhou hooked her lips slightly, and then she smiled triumphantly. Yi Ro in the car, only just honestly sat over there for a while after a while, then calmly cannot go on. She pulled out the wipes in her bag and then proceeded to wipe down the entire seat. GE, how could you let her sit in? Yi Ro said with aggravation and anger. GE first laughed dryly. After all, he did have a bit of a heart attack right now. I was waiting for you over there. Who would have thought that she would suddenly show up and then sit herself in? After all, she's your boss, so I can't kick her out, can I? What GE said was indeed the truth. Indeed, he didn't react just now when Zhou suddenly sat in. After all, he hadn't expected Zhou to suddenly sit in. Now that I think about it, Zhou is a much bolder person than he thought. According to the timeline, there should be a bit of a hookup between Zhou and Yi Han by now, but it didn't occur to me that Zhou would even dare to hook up. After hearing GE's words, the look on Yi Ro's face finally looked a little better. But it only looked good for just a little bit, because the next second Yi Ro's face became serious. There was a red light in front of him, and after GE stopped the car, he turned his head to look at Yi Ro. What's wrong? GE inquired suspiciously. Because at this moment, Yi Ro was constantly shrugging her nose and sniffing everywhere, just like a puppy dog. Wait, don't move. With that, Yi Ro pressed down on GE's arm, and then she slightly leaned forward and came closer to smell GE. I really didn't smell it wrong. Yi Ro said excitedly, and then in GE's puzzled sight, Yi Ro then said again without a trace of humor. Why do you smell like perfume? What the hell did you just do with Zhou in here? Yi Ro said excitedly. When GE heard Yi Ro's words, he was first stunned, then he also sniffed carefully, but unfortunately, he didn't sniff out anything himself. However, seeing Yi Ro sitting over there like a puffer fish, puffing up and looking at himself, GE couldn't help but feel amused. Wait a minute. In front of the green light soon, see the situation. GE then hurried to start the car. After all, has been parked on this side is not a thing. And Yi Ro also knew that it was in the car, so she couldn't mess around, so she didn't say anything else. Only GE glanced at Yi Ro with his afterglow, and his face could be described as very ugly. Seeing this, GE found a curb and parked his car. Ro. GE turned his head to look at Yi Ro after he stopped the car. Chapter 112. The moment GE turned his head, he saw Yi Ro turning her head away from him. GE poked Yi Ro's shoulder in amusement, angry? Then I'll make sure I don't let anyone else sit in the passenger seat from now on, huh? GE had more or less also some regret. After all, before it learned that a lot of girls very pay attention to the co-pilot, only GE just really still did not react. Only that even after GE said so, Yi Ro still sat over there in a huff and didn't move a muscle. Seeing that Yi Ro didn't say anything, GE then sniffed his body again suspiciously, but strangely enough, GE still didn't smell anything. I don't smell any perfume on me. How did you smell it? GE said strangely. This time, Yi Zhuojue did speak out. There just is. GE froze, thinking that he might have gotten it from being with Hiyue Bai, or maybe he just got it from Zhou. Only Yi Zhuojue's current tone was wrong, very wrong. GE slightly frowned and stretched out his hand to directly hold Yi Ro's shoulders, and then Yi Ro had not yet reacted, slightly forcefully wrenching Yi Ro's shoulders. Yi Ro's entire person were turned over. And the moment she turned around, Yi Ro hung her head in great panic. Although it was only for a moment, GE still saw Yi Ro's slightly reddened eyes. Coupled with the fact that he had just heard Yi Ro's voice with a sobbing tone, Ji was almost certain that Yi Ro was afraid that she was crying. How also cried? You can rest assured that brother just really did not do anything. You said you off time is not too late, brother, even if you want to do something, but also too late is not it? Ji said while crying and laughing to help Yi Ro wipe the tears. However, it had to be said that Ji also really didn't expect Yi Ro to really cry out. Only, Ji's heart was more or less joyful when he saw Yi Ro cry out like this. Did this mean that his current position in Yi Ro's heart was very important? Otherwise, Yi Ro wouldn't have been able to cry out directly. What? You still want to do what? Yi Ro is over there angry, can't do it, did not think that he and her Ji's this sentence directly to Yi Ro again to give angry enough. Ha, no, I didn't want to do anything, besides, such a short period of time is not enough time left for brother. How can brother be so short? Well. Ji waved his hand in amusement before he teased. Only before Ji could finish his sentence, a pair of soft little hands directly blocked Ji's mouth. Ji. What are you babbling about? Yi Ro was so ashamed that she didn't call brothery anymore, and directly shouted out Ji's name in a bad mood. So I'm proving to you that I really didn't do anything. Smiling as he raised his hand and took down Yi Ro's hand nestled in his hand, Ji said with a smiling face. Besides, Ji was already satisfied today, and looking at Jo-mei really didn't make him feel anything. It was just that he was really curious as to just how far Jo-mei could go, not realizing that Jo-mei as a person could indeed let go. This surprised Ji a bit. Yi Ro had guessed that Ji would explain, she had been ready to see how Ji explained. But it didn't occur to me that Ji would explain it this way. At this time, Yi Ro's face was a coaxing burst of green. Anyway, it was very wonderful. You this person is really. Yi Ro really don't know what to say. After all, Ji this person's brain circuit is really very peculiar. What's wrong with me as a person? Ji asked back in amusement before continuing, but why are you crying? Why are you sad? Anyway, the car was already parked on the side of the road, so Ji pressed forward and continued to ask. Not only that, he also slowly leaned over and gradually approached Yi Ro. This made Yi Ro instantly feel that the air around her became ambiguous. Seeing Ji in front of her gradually approaching, Yi Ro slowly and cautiously retreated to the back. It was only when her back was against the car door and she could no longer move that Yi Ro panicked. What are you doing? Yi Ro reddened her little face and forced herself to look at Ji. Ji loved to see this arrogant little witch make this kind of expression on her face. After all, this look of Yi Ro was really cute. Guess what I'm going to do? With that, Ji reached out his hand to gently rub Yi Ro's ear. Although Yi Ro looked fierce on her face sometimes, she hadn't been so ambiguous with anyone since she was a child. Until now, until graduation, Yi Zhuozhua has never been in love. Only after graduation, everything that Yi Ro felt like her heart was racing and the atmosphere was ambiguous was related to Ji. Every time when Ji was close to Yi Ro would think of the previous times when the two were very close. Even though the two hadn't done anything before, Yi Ro still felt very happy at that time. You. I'm warning you not to mess around. Looking at Ji who was close at hand, Yi Ro said with a red face. But if one were to look carefully, one would realize that Yi Ro had panicked and even her pupils had been lax. Ring. Just when Yi Ro didn't know how to recognize it was good, a cell phone ringtone sounded in the silent car. You hurry up and answer the phone. Yi Ro said as she pushed Ji without any good humor. Ji raised his eyebrows slightly, but in the end, he sat back and took out his cell phone. It's Flower Butterfly. After saying that, Ji picked up the phone. And Yi Ro over there also hurriedly straightened her clothes and feigned composure as she sat down in her seat. Hey, what's wrong? Ji didn't expect a video call from Flower Butterfly. The Flower Butterfly over there was obviously organizing something. She took out a bunch of information and gave it to Ji for the time being. I found some information on the Guhua gang, see if there's anything you need. Ji squinted his eyes to take a closer look, not realizing that there would be another surprise that hadn't appeared in the original. Thanks, just what I needed. Ji laughed. That's good, then I'll leave it to you when you return. After hearing Ji say that he needed it, even the corners of Flower Butterfly's mouth had an extra smirk. Only in the next second, Flower Butterfly looked at Ji strangely. Only it's this time of the day, hasn't Zhuozhua gotten off work yet? Just finished working overtime, now we're on our way home. With that, Ji turned the camera to Yi Ro over there. Seeing this, Yi Ro hurriedly raised her smiling face to greet the flower butterfly. Oh, that's good, then I'll hang up now. Seeing that Yi Ro was indeed sitting in the car, flower butterfly nodded with relief and prepared to hang up the phone. Wait. Seeing this, Yi Ro hurriedly grabbed the cell phone and shouted. Chapter 113, Pride. What's wrong? The flower butterfly over there looked over quizzically after hearing Yi Ro's words. Nothing, I just want to share a few things with you. With that, Yi Ro smiled sarcastically. While laughing, Yi Ro then used her afterglow to carefully glance at Ji next to her. Ji was able to detect Yi Ro's mind from this action of Yi Ro's. It's because he's afraid that he'll mess up again, so now this is why he doesn't dare to let the flower butterfly hang up the phone. After all, this was a video phone call, and if he did something, the flower butterfly on the other side of the room would be able to see it clearly. Shaking his head in helpless amusement, in fact, just now Chi didn't want to do anything, he just wanted to tease Yi Ro a little. It was only when the two of them returned to the doorstep of the house that Yi Ro hung up the phone. Seeing that Yi Ro returned the cell phone, Ji then looked at Yi Ro with amusement. Why don't you hang up the phone when you're inside the house? Seeing Ji's flirtatious expression, Yi Ro then reddened in embarrassment, but in the end she didn't say anything, just pursed her lips and hurriedly got out of the car. Seeing this, Ji also shook his head with a smile and followed up. After returning home, Song Ching had already finished cooking dinner early and was just waiting for the two of them to return at this moment. When Chi entered, he saw Song Chang welcoming him with a smile on her face. Zoe, you guys are back? Hurry up and wash your hands and get ready to eat. Yi Ro nodded her head with a slightly reddened face, then hurriedly went upstairs. And Chi looked at Yi Ro's back as slightly raised eyebrows. It is not possible that he just went too far? Noticing that someone was tugging at his clothes, Ji turned back to his senses and turned his head to look at Song Ching behind him. Seeing Ji turn his head to look at himself, Song Ching smiled curtly twice. Brother E, let me help you take off your jacket. With that, Song Ching gently took the jacket off and then set it aside. Yo! The little nanny is doing her duty today, huh? Ji raised his eyebrows and laughed. The smile on Song Ching's face first stiffened for a moment, then she laughed. This is what I should do. Seeing that Song Chung unexpectedly did not roll her eyes, Chi was more or less surprised in his heart. And Chi didn't know that at this time Chi's position in Song Ching's heart was already unusual. After all, just after seeing Yi Ro's rosy little face, a shy face went up the stairs. Song Ching guessed that the two of them must have done something extraordinary in the car on the way back, otherwise Yi Ro wouldn't have been so shy. Thinking of this, Song Ching was also even more shocked, thinking that it would be better to listen to Ji's words and hold out until Yi Han came back. After dinner, Chi once again went to Lu Qingfang's room. This time, Chi had walked into Lu Qingfang's room directly in front of Song Chung. But this time, Song Ching didn't dare to do anything, nor did she take out her cell phone to record the video, and also hurried into her room. There weren't many days left before he went on an undercover mission to the Guhua gang, so Chi thought that he had to hurry up and help Lu Qingfang with her acupuncture. So today, Chi had specialized in giving Lu Qingfang a good massage, and even the acupuncture was much more than the previous needle sticking. After all, anything will be a gradual progress. The first 2 days a little try, see the situation is good, so Ji will increase the method a little. Feeling a burst of warmth welling up in his body, even Lu Qingfang, who was lying motionless over there, was more or less surprised in his heart. However, for Lu Qingfang, it was more of an ecstasy. The next day Chi didn't continue to pick up Yi Ro. After all, the wound of the flower butterfly had also scabbed over. During the morning meal, Chi clearly noticed that the little witch's mood didn't seem too good. Hooking his lips slightly, Chi smirked as he rushed at the two to say goodbye. In fact, when he went to send Yi Ro to work before, Chi also had something else in mind, wanting to see if he could get some of the villainous value on this person Zhou Mei. Only to Ji's disappointment, the usual gesture didn't work on Zhou Mei. I don't know if I'll get feedback on the villain value after a more in-depth interaction with Chum afterwards, but it's been more intensive care for a while, so Chum is in a tight fit right now. During the past 2 days, Chi had not been idle, and every day, while helping Lu Qingfang recover, he also had to run to Yin Feifei to help her get her tunes. So during this period of time, Ji was really a bit busy. Only to see that Ji had acted as if he had ignored himself for the past 2 days, this couldn't help but make Song Ching let out a sudden sigh of relief. However, in the end, she still had some indescribable feelings in her heart, and seeing that Ji had ignored her, she actually felt a little lost in her heart. Only this lost emotion Song Ching did not acknowledge. She wasn't going to admit that she actually wanted the little bodyguard to give her a ride. It was another afternoon, and today Chi-E had finally helped Yan Fei with her tune, so he didn't have to worry about anything after that. Tonight was too much of a rush, so also Yan Fei then proposed that she and Sheng and Yan invite Chi-E for dinner tomorrow. To be honest, Chi-E hadn't seen Sheng and Yan for a long time, so after hearing Yan Fei's words, he agreed. And it just so happened that Chi-E had something else to do tonight. Chi-E returned to the villa a little late today, and the people in the villa had already started eating. But even so, Song Qing greeted Chi-E with a smile as he made his way back. If this had been put into normal times, Yi Ro would have greeted her with a smile on her face. It was only that the current Yi Ro was still in a tiff, so she just sat over there, picking at her meal with an annoyed face, and in the meantime, she was also looking at Song Qing's back with a displeased face. "Brother Yat, why are you back so late today? Are you hungry? Come and eat something, it just so happens that the food is still hot," Song Qing said very attentively. Because after she had behaved very obediently for the past 2 days, Ji indeed didn't molest her anymore. This made Song Qing feel that listening was still very useful. Only Song Qing didn't know in the slightest that it was because Ji had been rather busy in the past 2 days, so this was why he didn't bother to pay attention to her. Okay. After answering and handing Song Qing his jacket, Ji walked over to the dining table. Yi Ro was still squirming over there, so she didn't squeak when she saw Ji walk up. And Chi-E didn't bother with Yi's wazwa. It's better to use a different approach to deal with such more arrogant people. He first looked at Flower Butterfly with a gentle face, then he inquired with concern, "How are the wounds on your body?" Flower Butterfly sniffed and put down her chopsticks, the corner of her mouth slightly hooked up looked back. Because of the reason thanks to the spring transforming cream that Ji had sent, the Flower Butterfly had suffered injuries this time that didn't leave scars. Chapter 114 The Shy Butterfly. Flower Butterfly had wasted a lot of effort to get rid of the scar before, but it still didn't help. But the spring cream that Ji sent is very useful, so the butterfly thought, this thing is so useful, it must be expensive and hard to get. The Flower Butterfly also didn't expect Chi-E to be so attached to himself, so his heart's favorability towards Chi-E couldn't help but rise a lot. At this moment, when she saw Ji inquiring, the Flower Butterfly nodded with a warm smile and said, "Well, it's already almost healed, and it doesn't hurt anymore, thanks to the spring transforming cream you gave me." At this Ji also nodded, "It's good if it works." Seeing the two of them crossing over to chat happily, Chi surprisingly didn't want to take care of himself at all from the time he got home until now. This caused Yi Ro's lips to purse tighter and tighter, and the expression on a small face was very ugly. She just bowled the rice bowl in front of her, and then she left a message that she had eaten well, and then she turned to go upstairs and left. Butterfly looked at Yi Ro strangely, just wanted to ask what was wrong. The attention was pulled back by Ji. "Right, Butterfly, after dinner later, go somewhere with me," Chi said. Hearing that, Flower Butterfly subconsciously turned her head to look at Ji. "What place? Is there some kind of mission?" Ji glanced at Song Chang, who was honestly eavesdropping over there with his head down, and said, "You'll know if you go there later." Flower Butterfly still trusted Ji, after all, when they were mercenaries abroad before, it was Ji who had been taking care of them like an elder. "Good." After answering, Flower Butterfly lowered her head and began to eat in earnest. Seeing this, Ji shook his head with some tears and laughter. "It's not a big deal, you eat slowly." One look at the Flower Butterfly's appearance, Chi knew that the Flower Butterfly thought it was in a hurry over here for some big task. After hearing Ji's words, a blush couldn't help but appear on the face of the Flower Butterfly, and then she nodded her head with some embarrassment. Chi, on the other hand, looked to Song Chang, who had been eavesdropping on the side. Song Chang still thought she had disguised herself well, but in fact, Ji had already seen that Song Ching was eavesdropping over here. And now Song Ching heart is also very surprised. Yi Ro just saw two people chatting, so this is jealous up? Thinking about how Yi Ro treated Ji before, and then thinking about now, Song Ching's heart was really getting more and more stunned. Yi Han had only been gone for less than 2 months, and Chi was already so bold, she really couldn't imagine what Chi's madness would be like when Yi Han returned. Thinking of this, Song Ching couldn't help but lower her head and bite her chopsticks tightly, torn between whether or not to explain the current matter to Yi Han. But now Ji has involved so many people, if he said it, when Yi Han is furious, not to mention that if Ji is solved, the other people will certainly not let himself go. At the thought of this, Song Ching couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat on her forehead. So in the end, Song Ching decided that it was better not to care about anything. After a while, when she started school, she would be able to avoid Ji, and then when she waited until Yi Han returned, she would be fine. When she thought about this, Song Ching couldn't help but regret why she had been so stubborn about moving in before. Now Song Ching does have some regrets. Who would have thought that GE would become so bold? Song Ching was thinking out loud when she suddenly felt someone bump her knee. Song Ching snapped back to her senses, and then she looked up with a puzzled expression. She thought someone was calling her. As a result, after raising his head, he saw that flower butterfly was still eating over there with his head still lowered, and only GE was looking at him with hooked lips. Looking at GE's meaningful expression, Song Ching inexplicably panicked in her heart. She hurriedly stood up and smiled sarcastically twice. I'm going to eat. You guys can call me when you eat later. I'm going to watch TV for a while. It's fine, I'm done eating too. When the flower butterfly heard this, she also put down her chopsticks, and then she looked to the side at GE, signaling that GE could leave now. You clean up now, we'll go out first. After saying that, GE picked up his jacket and walked out with flower butterfly. It was only after seeing the two of them get into the car that Song Ching was sort of relieved. GE was driving the flower butterfly's car when he was transporting Yi Ro, but if he had something to do, he was riding the red motorcycle that he got from Sheng Himyan's side. Crossing over to the locomotive, GE took his helmet and saw the flower butterfly standing aside and chewing. Flower butterfly's usual expression was very bland, and at this moment, with a bland face bulging out, like a hamster, it looked very cute. GE didn't hold back, so he reached out and pinched flower butterfly's face. It's not a mission. What are you in such a hurry for? The flower butterfly didn't care about GE pinching her face. Instead, she slightly tilted her head and looked at GE with a puzzled expression. But the flower butterfly couldn't speak because her mouth was so full. After trying hard to swallow the contents of her mouth, Butterfly then said in confusion, not on a mission? Then what are you doing? You'll know when you get in the car. GE rubbed Flower Butterfly's head and handed her the helmet in her hand. Flower Butterfly looked at her car, then at GE, and in the end, she obediently took the helmet from GE. Oh. Well. After all, Flower Butterfly was confident that GE wouldn't set herself up. On the road, sitting on the back of the locomotive, Flower Butterfly carefully hugged GE's waist, not without some embarrassment. Her face heated up and she was thankful that fortunately Okoye's back was now to her so she couldn't see the expression on her face. GE, where exactly are we going? Flower Butterfly said, still puzzled. GE laughed softly, his hand reaching down to grab the Flower Butterfly's hand. You'll see in a minute, for now hold on tight. Ha! Oh, the Flower Butterfly answered with red earlobes, then she hugged GE's waist tightly. Just now she was only sort of holding on to GE's waist and was embarrassed to hold on. The temperature on the Flower Butterfly's face was even higher now that she was being pulled by Okoye's hand and held tightly behind Okoye's waist. Especially underneath the palm of her hand, through a thin layer of clothing, the Flower Butterfly actually touched GE's abs. Feeling the touch underneath, Flower Butterfly couldn't help but think of the night before. At that time, she did see that GE's body was really good. Not all the grease and exaggeration of internet models, but instead well-muscled and everything appears to be just right. Thinking about that night, the Flower Butterfly couldn't help but think about it some more, and subsequently the temperature of not only her face, but also her body was higher. Butterflies? Butterfly? Hearing GE's shout, the Flower Butterfly suddenly returned to her senses. What's going on? Chapter 115, Birthday Gifts. She subconsciously looked up at GE in front of her, and then heard his amused voice. Time to get off. GE said, crying and laughing. I don't know whether the butterfly was just in a daze or not. Anyway, GE was called several times before the butterfly answered. In fact, GE had really guessed right, the Flower Butterfly was indeed walking away. After hearing GE's words, the Flower Butterfly instantly came back to her senses, and then she heard GE's voice crying and laughing. This made Flower Butterfly instantly feel a heat on her face, and then she hurriedly got out of the car after hastily responding. Removing her helmet, Blossom Butterfly looked around. Looking at the endless sea below the road, the Flower Butterfly was slightly stunned, and then a hint of amazement flashed in her eyes. It was already afternoon, and the slightly cool sea breeze blowing over and hitting the body was really comfortable. This made the Flower Butterfly squint slightly in enjoyment. What are you doing? Seeing the somewhat dumbfounded expression of the Flower Butterfly, GE couldn't help but reach out his hand to rub the Flower Butterfly's head once again. She snapped back to her senses, and then she turned her head towards GE and smiled shyly. Sorry, dazed again. It's okay, look over there. GE smiled and shook his head, then he took Flower Butterfly by the shoulders and made her turn around, signaling her to look behind her. What? Flower Butterfly turned her head a little confused, and then saw a small warehouse next to the seaside road. Open it? GE put a motorized remote control in Butterfly's hand and gestured for her to open the door to the warehouse. Looking blankly at GE, the Flower Butterfly then opened the door to the warehouse after all. What's inside? Just as the warehouse door slowly rose, Flower Butterfly looked to GE and inquired. GE laughed, guess? Blossom Butterfly frowned a bit bitterly, a new type of firearm? GE. You might as well keep reading. Oh. Looking at GE that some speechless look, Flower Butterfly will also know, he should be guessed wrong. However, looking at GE's appearance, the Flower Butterfly couldn't help but become a little more excited. She looked over to the warehouse expectantly. And during the time the two were talking, the door to the warehouse over there had slowly opened. After looking at the slowly rising warehouse door and watching what appeared inside, Flower Butterfly's eyes widened. Although the Flower Butterflies had already developed a very calm character after all the years of mixing in the battlefield before, they still couldn't hold back their surprised gasps after seeing what was inside. She covered her mouth with a surprised expression, and then she looked at GE with some excitement. Did you buy this locomotive? She said excitedly. To be honest, GE had never really seen Flower Butterfly like this before. Because Flower Butterflies are always calm. It was only during this period of time that a shy look often appeared on the face of the Flower Butterfly, which let GE know that the Flower Butterfly was not just showing a bland expression. And right now, looking at the woman in front of him who was so surprised that she was jumping up and down, and the way her eyes were shining brightly, GE knew that the Flower Butterfly did like the locomotive in front of her. This locomotive was specially ordered by GE before, the dark purple body, together with the mold of the butterfly designed on it, it looks very suitable for the Flower Butterfly. I ordered it especially for you, do you like it? Butterfly nodded excitedly, and the whole group looked at the locomotive over there as if they couldn't wait. Ding ding detected Divine Destiny heroine's favorability, rewarded with 500 villain values. Hearing the system's voice, GE's eyebrows slowly raised, it looked like the Flower Butterfly did like the locomotive in front of her. But why did you buy this for me? Although very excited, Flower Butterfly calmed down and looked at GE inquiring in a puzzled manner. Silly now? GE amusedly reached out and nudged the Flower Butterfly's nose. Isn't today your birthday? My birthday? Butterfly reacted instantly, before blinking in bewilderment. Apparently, even Butterfly herself hadn't remembered that it was her birthday. The Flower Butterfly was actually trained at a much younger age than the mercenaries they had gone out on their own. I heard that Butterfly Flower was also an orphan and went abroad when she was a teenager. How can anyone have a birthday all the time when they're training to fight and kill every day abroad? Not to mention Flower Butterfly, even the others hadn't had a birthday in a long time. After all, what was a birthday compared to a life? So it's actually quite normal that the Flower Butterflies themselves don't remember their own birthdays. How did you know my birthday? Flower Butterfly looked at GE with another surprised face. After all, she hadn't expected GE to remember her birthday. Flower Butterfly's eyes widened as she looked up at GE, her eyes twinkling with what looked like tears in them. She didn't care about her birthday herself, and hadn't expected GE to remember it. In fact, from a long time ago, Flower Butterfly felt that no one would care about her. That was why she was very indifferent to the things around her. Even when she treated Yihan, most of her face was bland. The reason why he had a good feeling about Yihan was also because Yihan was really strong as a person. But now, everything has changed in the heart of the Flower Butterfly. Before, she thought that no one in the world would really care about her. Only, for a while now, the Flower Butterflies have felt it more than once. Sensing GE's concern. And GE's concern over and over again, also Flower Butterfly feel that there is someone who cares about themselves, and there is also someone who has been holding on to them. So uncontrollably, the Flower Butterfly's favorable impression of GE had grown. Ding ding detected Divine Destiny heroine favorability, rewarded with 500 villain value. Seeing the Flower Butterfly's tearful eyes looking at himself, and hearing the system's beep, the smile on GE's face became even more gentle. I didn't expect the Flower Butterfly to be so generous. How long have we known each other? How could I not know your birthday? Smiling, he looked at Flower Butterfly, then GE patted Flower Butterfly's shoulder. Go over and try? Flower Butterfly looked at the locomotive parked over there, more or less hesitant. She looked up at GE, can I really try? GE burst into tears a bit, it's your locomotive, why can't you try it? Upon hearing this, Flower Butterfly then smiled a little embarrassed. Don't say try, it's your locomotive, you can just smash her up if you want. Flower Butterfly sniffed and gave Chi-E a pouty look. What's this nonsense? After saying that, Flower Butterfly turned around with a happy face and trotted towards the purple locomotive over there. Only after trotting over, the Flower Butterfly didn't immediately straddle the seat, but instead touched it carefully. Chapter 116, The Active Butterfly. Waiting until after admiring the whole car, the Flower Butterfly had still had a feeling of unreality. She pursed her lips and smiled, before looking up coyly at Ge. Seeing Ge looking at herself with a smirk, she couldn't help but feel her ears heat up again. Come on, get up there and try. Ge said in amusement. Aha! With a coy nod, the Flower Butterfly then grabbed her helmet and sat up. Even though the Flower Butterfly had driven the locomotive more than once before during the mission, and even drove it through the gunfire, at this moment, sitting on this, the Flower Butterfly was still a bit unreal and cautious. In fact, it is afraid of accidental bumps and bruises. Is it hard to see how you're going to be carefully placed over there all the time? Ge said with amusement. The words made Butterfly's face heat up, and then she started the car. As the car pulled out of the warehouse, a bright purple car shadow flashed in front of Ge's eyes. Ge slightly hooked his lips, then he put on his helmet and sat across the top of the red locomotive. That's right, this location is actually Ge carefully selected, in order to be a good racing in this side. The Flower Butterfly at the beginning didn't use a very fast speed, until after a little rascal whistle rang in her ears, she saw Ge catching up, and then this accelerated her speed. The two of them kept speeding along the coastal road, because the time is getting later and later, plus this side of the area is a bit remote, so there are not many people on the road. It also managed to give the two the conditions for a drag race. It was only when they looked at the fact that it was indeed getting late that the Flower Butterfly stopped the car. She took off her helmet and smiled, wiping the sweat from her own forehead before looking to the side. At this time, Ge's car also happened to stop. Take off the helmet, Ge hooked lips to look at the Flower Butterfly. Was it fun? Having her eyes flashed for a moment by Ge's smile, Flower Butterfly's small face, which was originally flushed with excitement, was even more flushed at this moment. She grinned, over the top. With such a big smile on her face, it seemed that Flower Butterfly had indeed had a very enjoyable day. Looking aside at the sea, Ge slightly raised his chin to signal, tired of riding your bike, go down and take a stroll? Flower Butterfly's current mood still looked like it was still in a good mood, and her face was always all smiles. So after hearing Ge's words, Flower Butterfly even directly and painfully nodded her head in agreement. Aha! Finding a place to park the car, the two of them walked side by side to the ocean below the road. She had just experienced an exciting car ride, so Flower Butterfly's entire body was still in a state of euphoria until now. Until the slightly salty sea breeze blew, looking at the sea in front of them, listening to the sound of the waves in their ears, the Flower Butterfly's mood then gradually calmed down. She stretched lazily, then looked over at Ge. Only it didn't occur to him that at this moment Ge was also looking at her, so all of a sudden the Flower Butterfly was caught. Somewhat flustered, and somewhat vainly immediately averting her eyes, Flower Butterfly then sheepishly, pretending to be natural, said, Ahem, find a place to sit and take a break. Looking at the shy and twisted appearance of the Flower Butterfly, Ge couldn't help but feel a bit amused. Only he didn't laugh out loud. After all, for an iceberg beauty like Flower Butterfly, if she laughed out loud, she would definitely be more embarrassed. In fact, this is a special kind of introversion, and if you are not careful, the Flower Butterflies will wrap themselves around the whole person. And the way this wraps up is to always face those around you with a bemused expression. The two of them slowly walked ahead until they reached the beach before the two of them made their way to a reef and sat down. It's been a long time since I've been this relaxed. It's also been a long time since I've been this happy. Flower Butterfly said softly as she sat there staring blankly at the distant ocean, except that the words that followed were not spoken. Yes, but although work is work, life is your own after all, and people still have to live for themselves. Flower Butterfly heard Ge's sentiment and knew that it was Ge speaking for herself to hear. She pursed her lips and smiled, well, you make a good point. Before, Flower Butterfly thought that her life had no meaning, and that no one would care about her, or care about her. That's why Flower Butterfly has been working hard, trying hard to gain attention from others with her strength. But now, after becoming familiar with Ge, the Flower Butterfly seemed to have found another meaning in life as well. Ge over there was also in a very happy mood at the moment, especially after noticing that the Flower Butterfly's words were listened to. In fact, although Ge was also talking about some kind of chicken soup, he was actually still just straying away from Yihan and Flower Butterfly's relationship. See, there's a guy who uses you like a cow or a horse, doesn't care about you, just wants to drain you. And another person who cares for you and loves you and is very considerate. Even the dumbest person should know what to choose. So Chi-Yi knew that Flower Butterfly wasn't stupid, and at this moment, she must have another choice in her heart as well. Thinking of this, Chi-Yi turned his head to look at Flower Butterfly, only Chi-Yi didn't expect that Flower Butterfly happened to be looking at himself as well. Chi-Yi was not as thin-skinned as Flower Butterfly. Seeing Flower Butterfly looking at herself, she directly hooked her lips and smiled. Was it good? Butterfly froze and nodded, with a smile at the corners of her mouth. Well, it's pretty. Yeah? Then let's watch it some more. With that, Ge bent down slightly and slowly approached the Flower Butterfly. Looking at Ge, who was slowly approaching in front of her, the Flower Butterfly didn't immediately dodge, but instead looked at Ge's face seriously. She had noticed before that Ge was really good looking, with standard thick eyebrows, large eyes, a knife-like silhouette, and a straight nose. And those thin lips, everything seemed just right. Flower Butterfly thought that it would certainly be good for such a person to become an actor, to become a star. Seeing that he was getting closer to the Flower Butterfly didn't dodge? This somewhat surprised Ge, but he didn't want it to be too sudden. After all, just like what was said before, if they were in too much of a hurry, an introverted iceberg beauty like Flower Butterfly would surely wrap herself up. That would be a bit of a loss. Thinking all of this, Ge slowly straightened his back and then pulled away. And it was at this time that Ge suddenly felt his neck suddenly being wrapped around someone's neck. Immediately afterward, a force pulled at Ge. Ge froze, then he saw the exquisite and demonic face of the Flower Butterfly in front of him slowly approaching. The Flower Butterfly's eyes were closed, and Chi-Yi could tell that she was very shy, even her eyelashes were trembling slightly. Chapter 117, Sincere Flower Butterfly. Look at the woman in front of the woman wrapped his neck slowly close to the two women. Eyelashes are also nervous, slightly trembling. Ge cannot help but laugh softly, then directly lowered his head. Lips against lips, in such silence, both of their perceptions were magnified several times over. They sensed each other's movements, and both of their double-haired breaths couldn't help but begin to catch. Gradually, in this atmosphere, the two began to be unable to help themselves. Flower Butterfly also felt some weakness in her loins and couldn't help but lean on the reef behind her. Ge also followed her movements and stepped closer, and in the end, the two of them managed to lean on the reef together. The cool sea breeze mixed into the ambiguous heat. The two cannot help but also want to be closer to each other. It was also because when the two of them just came over, they saw that there were not many people over here, so this also made the originally very shy Flower Butterfly a little bold. But I have to say, at this moment in his arms wrapped around the Flower Butterfly who took the initiative to respond to Ge is still relatively surprised. After all, Ge did not expect the Flower Butterfly would suddenly be so proactive, and would be here. Ge was also not expecting it to be so exciting. However, just when the two could not help themselves, a child's voice suddenly came from behind the reef. Mommy, there seems to be a sound up ahead, is it a mermaid? Hearing the innocent voice of a small child, this side of the child cannot help but two people suddenly heart-shocked. After that, Ge and Butterfly quickly separated, and both of them sat down properly. If it wasn't for the fact that the Flower Butterfly's face was scarlet and abnormal at this moment, I'm afraid no one would have guessed how intense the two were. Only, now that it was so dark and dreary, it shouldn't be visible either. Although she couldn't see it, the Flower Butterfly still blushed and buried her entire face in Ge's shoulder. Seeing that the butterfly's neck is red with shyness, Ge patted the butterfly's back in amusement, signaling the butterfly to calm down a bit. So it's someone? Have you guys seen the mermaids? The little girl came forward with light footsteps, and then looked at the two with a puzzled expression. Seeing the little girl's face of innocence, Ge couldn't help but look again at the Flower Butterfly who buried her head tightly on her shoulder. No, I've been over here, I didn't see any mermaids. Ge said with a hidden smile. That's fine, the little girl said undauntedly, but she looked around and still said expectantly, but I clearly heard a sound over here just now. Ge gently patted the Flower Butterfly's shoulder with his hand while smiling and starting to snub the little girl. Then you should be mistaken, it's me who is putting this sister to sleep. As soon as these words came out, Ge then instantly felt the body of the Flower Butterfly in his arms tremble. With the commotion the two had just made over here, what sound could there be other than a Flower Butterfly not holding back her delicacy out? That's why Flower Butterfly is so nervous about this. Oh, well then. That little girl apparently reacted for a moment before turning away with a disappointed face. Ji turned his head to look and saw that the little girl had gone back to her mother, so he amusedly approached the flower butterfly's ear. "It's all gone, why don't you look up?" Butterfly didn't move or respond. Apparently, now the flower butterfly realizes with hindsight what crazy moves she's just made. But it did look like this, and at this point the flower butterfly couldn't raise her head in shame at the thought of what she had just done. She buried her head in Ji's arms and closed her eyes tightly. But even so, what had just happened was still fresh in his mind, and it even kept looping around in Flower Butterfly's mind. To be honest, there was no drinking or anything, and Flower Butterfly didn't think she'd just been that impulsive. Surprisingly, he directly pulled on Ji's neck, just forcing him to come to his side. Ji amusedly wrapped his arms around Flower Butterfly, slightly lowering his head. He could even see Flower Butterfly pursing her lips nervously. "Not talking, so is that going to continue?" Ji teased. And the moment Ji had just finished speaking, the Flower Butterfly sat up straight with a red face. No, it's getting late, let's hurry back too." Before the words were out of his mouth, Butterfly had turned hastily back to the road with his head down. Looking at the way the Flower Butterfly twisted and left, Ji was clear that this was the Flower Butterfly not wanting to let herself see her red face, but unfortunately, he could see it clearly. Shaking his head in tears, Ji stood up and followed her. As he was leaving the beach, Ji also very leisurely waved goodbye to the little girl who had just made a mess. By the time he went up to the roadside parking lot, Butterfly was already wearing her helmet, and looking at that stance like she was ready to go at a moment's notice. Seeing this, Ji sighed helplessly and could only sit across the car. With a grumpy look at the little girl on the beach below, Ji shook his head with great regret. What a pity. As soon as these words came out, Ji could see the body of the Flower Butterfly at the side stiffen even more. Go! Stuttering, the Flower Butterfly stepped up the gas and rushed out. Until after they got home, the Flower Butterflies were still a bit squirmy, even the blush on their faces never went down. Ji still understands this. After all, Iceberg Beauty Flower Butterfly is afraid that she didn't expect herself to be so impulsive. Compared to Butterfly, who walked up the stairs with a twisted red face, Ji was in a good mood. Seeing that she was shy and embarrassed to talk to him, Ji then did not provoke her. After all, he was still quite satisfied with this progress today. Only just when Ji really thought that Flower Butterfly wouldn't take care of him, Flower Butterfly actually opened her mouth and called out to Ji. Ji. Ji had just opened the door to his room when he sniffed and looked behind him. Only to see that at this moment, Flower Butterfly stood at the door of her own room with her hands behind her back and a rosy little face. So what? Thank you for today," Flower Butterfly said very sincerely. It was Ji's turn to stare. "It's been said, there's nothing polite between us." Flower Butterfly was stunned, and then the expression on her face when she looked at Ji became more than a hint of a smile, and even the twin she had just felt was a few points less. Well then, sweet dreams for that night. Smiling and saying goodnight, she then closed the door softly. It seems that the Flower Butterfly's character is very sincere, all of this, but still do not forget to say thank you to Ji. Shaking his head in amusement, Ji then walked into his room. Ji searched for quite a few things on the internet this night. Because of his hacking skills, it was much easier for Ji to search for anything on the internet. Carefully all viewed some. After the recent Songqing did not sue, Ji will concentrate on starting to search at this time Yihan's positioning in foreign countries. Chapter 118 Terrified Yi Ro. After all, Yihan is the male lead. Even now Ji through the system has already had an Yihan fight capital, but Ji still dare not act rashly. After all, compared to Yihan's aura and his strength, the current Ji still couldn't fight him hard. So Ji then prepared to lock down Yihan's approximate location first, and then find a way to continue the search later. But Yihan is a person who is very vigilant, so in fact, in addition to the people who followed Yihan abroad, now everyone else still doesn't know Yihan's exact location. Since he knew which country Yihan had gone to before, Ji locked onto that part. Soon enough, Ji locked onto the general location, but it was also to this extent that Ji stopped moving. "I'm afraid I'm going to be found out if I keep going." Although the probability was low, Ji was still not prepared to take any chances. Yihan didn't understand these techniques of hacking, but couldn't help having a male aura, so he was afraid that the people he brought there would find out. Moreover, Ji's target is not Yihan, but the target of Yihan this time, Ms. Morris. Truth be told, ever since he had last seen Maurice on a video call, Ji had been looking forward to seeing her again. After all, as the Heaven's Destiny heroine, her looks were top-notch. Not only that, but because she grew up in a mafia family, her temperament was more or less unique. After locking in on Ms. Morris's location, G.E. then fell asleep. The next day when breakfast was served, Yi-Ro-Ro, this arrogant little witch, was still sitting over there all twisted up. The flower butterfly, although face more or less some twisted, but have to say, in the face of G.E., face smiled than before. In his heart, he was certain that Yi-Ro-Ro would voluntarily bow her head, so G.E. didn't even bother with Yi-Ro-Ro while eating breakfast. While chatting with Flower Butterfly, he even chatted with Songchang, who was all on the side. After glancing at Yi-Ro-Ro's expression with his afterglow, G.E. was laughing more and more in his heart. After breakfast, Flower Butterfly had to send Yi Zhuozhuo to work. Ji clearly saw that Yi-Ro-Ro looked at himself with some desire to speak, but even so, Ji did not share his gaze with her, but instead, he chatted with Flower Butterfly for a few moments before turning around and going upstairs himself. He still had to rush to give Lu Qingfang acupuncture and massage. Yi-Ro-Ro looked at Ji's back in a daze, her heart became more and more clogged up, and even her heart was clogged up. The more this happened, the more Yi-Ro-Ro felt uncomfortable all over, so uncomfortable that even her eyes became a little red. Zoe? Zozo? After Flower Butterfly sat in the car, she looked strangely at Yi Zhuozhuo, not understanding how Yi Zhuozhuo was still in a daze when it was almost time to go to work. Returning to her senses in a flash, Yi-Ro-Ro then turned around and hurriedly got into the car. Seeing Yi-Ro-Ro's eyes a little red in the rearview mirror, Flower Butterfly became a little worried and said, "Ro-Ro, what's wrong with you?" No, just too sleepy, accidentally stayed up late again last night." After Yi-Ro-Ro came back to her senses, she stretched her back and pretended that she hadn't woken up. At those words, the Flower Butterfly could not help but show a helpless expression on her face. You, stay up late and take care of your body too." Yi Zhuozhuo heatedly smiled, I know. Although the words were said with a smile, only Yi-Ro-Ro knew how bitter she felt in her heart at this moment. She wondered what step had been done wrong. Why did Ji ignore her? Originally, when it was like this yesterday, Yi-Ro-Ro didn't care much about it. Thinking that 2 days have passed, the relationship between the two must have eased, but did not think that now Ji has completely ignored her. Compared to Yi-Ro-Ro over there, Ji's side was going to be a free-for-all. This time, when he came to find Lu Qingfang, Ji specifically looked for a good thing, and that was essential oils. Of course, this is the kind of essential oil that is really for massage, the kind that invigorates blood and removes blood stasis, not the kind of essential oil that Yi-Ro-Ro accidentally bought by mistake. At this moment, lifting the quilt in front of him, looking at the stunning beauty lying tightly in front of his eyes, Ji really had an impulse in his heart to do something big. "Sister Qingfeng, I'm here, I'm going to massage you a little longer today." As soon as Ji's words fell, he saw one of Lu Qingfang's fingers hanging down at his side, trembling slightly. Raising a slight eyebrow, Ji then continued the action under his hand. "Sister Qingfang, look at this skin of yours, it seems that Songqing didn't take good care of you either," said Ji then sighed heavily. And at this moment, feeling the large palm that was constantly messing around on her calf, Lu Qingfang did not feel disgust in her heart. After these few months together, Lu Qingfang felt that if Ji was not good to himself, then I'm afraid there really aren't any good people in the world. Besides, it's been 2 days of massages coming up. In the beginning, before, when Songqing didn't come, there were also special people who gave Lu Qingfang massages. Although at that time professionals, but at this moment in Qi compared to words, but also really some than Qi. Because only after experiencing it firsthand could one understand how heaven-defying Qi's techniques were. However, after hearing Ji's words, one had to admit that Lu Qingfang was more or less flustered in her heart. It's been over 2 years since she became a vegetable, isn't it that in those 2 years or so, she's aged a lot? No maintenance, just laying over here day after day, her skin is definitely not as good as it was before. And as soon as she thought of the vegetative look she had swiped on her cell phone before, Lu Qingxiang's heart began to panic all of a sudden. Is she that way now? Skinny, bony, and not at all human looking anymore. But Sister Qingfeng is still good looking, don't worry, I know you love beauty, I will take good care of your skin for you. Lu Qingfeng was still terrified over there when she suddenly heard Ji's words. It was strange, clearly Lu Qingfeng was still panicking, but now after hearing Ji's words, it was as if he had eaten a tranquilizer pill, and wasn't as flustered as he was just now. Not only that, but Lu Qingfeng's heart was more or less warm. She had become this situation and didn't think that there were still people who could remember her. Ding ding, faithful heroine favorability detected, 500 villain value rewarded. Ji couldn't help but hook his lips in a smile at his words. He poured some of the bottle of essential oils in his own hand, after which he rubbed it open with the palm of his hand. Then this was gently, slowly applied to Lu Qingfang's skin. Only after the essential oil was evenly applied did Qi then begin the massage. After looking up to see that Lu Qingfang's face had flushed, Qi was clear that she was now comfortable. But the thing was mutually beneficial, and he was in a good mood now. Chapter 119, Going on a Date with a Beautiful Woman. After all, who could easily touch the tender skin of a cold-faced female president? So with such an opportunity, Qi was still in a good mood. As Qi massaged her, Lu Qingfang felt a surge of heat in her body, and the whole person immediately felt comfortable. If it wasn't for the fact that she couldn't move at this moment, Lu Qingfang would really have to let out a long sigh to show her comfort. But I have to say that Ikoi's service is really very comprehensive. Just a moment later, Lu Qingfang suddenly burst into a blush. Because at this moment, Ji's actions were indeed getting bolder and bolder as well. Lu Qingfang panicked in her heart, wondering what exactly Ji was going to do. But it was only a moment of panic before Lu Qingfang calmed down. After all, Lu Qingfang believed in her heart that Ji was definitely not that kind of person. If Ji really had something in mind for her, then with so much time on his hands, he would have acted long ago. Although this was what she thought, Lu Qingfang's heart was still more or less a little apprehensive and nervous. Only with the passage of time, feeling Ji's large palm slowly leaving, Lu Qingfang felt relieved in her heart, while at the same time, there was surprisingly more than a hint of disappointment in her heart. Lu Qingfang was shocked by the idea. She hadn't expected the disappointment she felt. After giving Lu Qingfang a massage, Qi was ready to sterilize the silver needle and give it to Lu Qingfang. With victory just around the corner, Ji was more or less thrilled. Looking forward to what would happen if Lu Qingfang woke up. Ji first took Lu Qingfang's pulse, and then he was ready to give Lu Qingfang more strength. He took out more silver needles, and then he held his breath and dropped a needle carefully. And naturally, Lu Qingfang had also sensed Ji's movements. Only this time it was more or less different than before. The moment the silver needles were all stuck into the body, Lu Qingfang's entire body suddenly stiffened, and her body felt a burst of severe pain. Even her forehead was secreting cold sweat under this intense pain. Qi naturally also saw Lu Qingfang's state. Seeing Lu Qingfang's face constantly dripping with cold sweat, Qi then hurriedly spoke out to comfort him. "It's okay, Sister Qingfeng, as long as you make it through this period of time, you'll be much better." Upon hearing these words, the original panic in Lu Qingfang's heart was immediately smoothed out. After all, the sharp pain had just been horrible, causing her to panic all of a sudden. After the uneasiness in her heart became much less, Lu Qingfang forced herself to start enduring it. As expected, after surviving this period of time, Lu Qingfang then instantly felt that the pain in her body was much better. Miraculously, after the pain gradually disappeared, that original burst of pain turned into a wave of warmth that spread throughout the body. And the warmth was even more comforting than those felt before. After seeing that the expression on Lu Qingfang's face looked much better, Qi's heart let out a sigh of relief. After all, today's acupuncture was very risky indeed. But I have to admit that the results of the acupuncture administered today were indeed much better than before as well. After the acupuncture was completed, Qi packed up his things and wiped the sweat off of Lu Qingfang's body right before. "Sister Qingfeng, you trust me, I will definitely cure you." Before he left, Ji ended up leaving this sentence. Only after closing the door, Ji did not see the tears that slowly flowed down on Lu Qingfang's face. Otherwise Ji would have been surprised in his heart. But in reality, Lu Qingfang was indeed moved. After all, Ji was the only one who had insisted that she would recover and would help her all this time. Ji returned to his room, ready to pack up and go to the banquet. After all, today it was agreed that Yin Feifei would treat him and Shang Yimyan to dinner. After packing up and cleaning up, Ji went downstairs, and at this time there was only Song Qing in the house. When she saw Ji walk to the door, Song Cheng hurriedly walked up and took a pair of shoes for Ji. Seeing this, Ji couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly, not thinking that the current Song Qing was so good at coming to terms with things. "Brother Yat, where are you going out to now?" Song Qing silently began to test the waters. At that Ji hooked his lips and let out a light laugh, not hiding it in the slightest, going to have dinner with a beautiful woman. Song Qing choked, hearing Ji's flirtatious tone. She didn't say anything after all. Today Ji is riding the car to the restaurant, after all, has been riding Shang Haiman's car, or to return it to others. I don't know if it was a shadow after the previous incident, but this time, the restaurant Shang Haiman chose was in the city. So Ji arrived soon after. After parking the car, Ji went straight to the private room. Only it didn't occur to me that at this moment in the private room there was only Shang Hyman in, while Yen Feifei, who was organizing the game, still didn't show up even though it was already time. Sister Scarlet Burns. After pushing open the door, GE then smiled and nodded at Shang Hyman as a greeting. When he heard the sound of the door opening, Shang Yan then also withdrew his eyes from his cell phone. She smiled and nodded at GE, then said, "Coming?" GE wasn't polite and sat directly next to Shang Yan. He placed the keys to the locomotive in front of Shang Hyman. "Sister Hyman, your car, thanks." Shang Yan froze when he saw GE's action, and then he reacted to the fact that he did seem to have borrowed a car from GE. "You're welcome, but you can keep using it if it's still inconvenient for you." After all, GE's car was also scrapped because of himself. Although GE did not accept his compensation, a car, Shang Yan was still worth it. "No." GE smiled, although he knew that Shang Yan now wanted to give the car directly to him, but it was better to forget about it. After all, taking the hand is short, eating the mouth is soft. When Shang Yan saw how sharply GE refused, he raised his eyebrows slightly, but in the end, he still didn't say anything. "By the way, why hasn't Feifei come yet?" In GE's impression, Yen Feifei was still a very punctual person. Shang Yan didn't expect that the two were now so familiar, and that their terms of address were so intimate. However, when it came to Yen Feifei, Shang Yan was also a bit puzzled. After all, Yen Feifei was still very happy when she had an appointment with him yesterday. "Is there a traffic jam on the road?" After glancing at the time, Shang Hyman guessed. After all, at this time of the day, there really is more traffic. Looking at the time, GE also nodded, "I think so." In this way, the two chatted while they waited. They waited until it was time to start serving the food, when the two finally noticed something was wrong again. GE wondered if Yen Feifei was starting to serve the food before she even arrived. Seeing Shang Hyman beside him was also a little surprised. GE heart more or less heavily. Chapter 120 Being alone with Shang Yan. Could it be that Yen Feifei was doing this on purpose, specifically to leave herself and Shang Yan alone in a room? Although he was thinking this, GE also felt that it was impossible. "What's going on here, concubine? Is it hard to believe that something has happened?" Shang Yan sensed that there was something wrong, so he hurriedly took out his cell phone and dialed Yen Feifei's number. Seeing this, GE couldn't help but look over as well. Both of them thought that something had happened to Yen Feifei, but they didn't expect that just after the phone call was dialed, the other side even quickly picked up the phone. "Hello? Sister Scarlet Burner?" Yen Feifei's somewhat puzzled voice came from the opposite side. And after hearing Yen Feifei's puzzled voice, Shang Yan's face then began to be puzzled as well. GE, who had very good ear power, naturally heard the voice from the opposite side, and at that even GE began to be puzzled. "Is something wrong on your end, concubine? Why haven't you come now?" Shang Yan spoke in a somewhat anxious tone. "Huh? What thing?" "Rather, it's Sister Scarlet Burns, don't forget to come for dinner tomorrow," Yen Feifei said with a smile. When these words came out, GE and Shang Yan instantly guessed what was going on. The two of them glanced at each other, and then GE said, "Did concubine Yen get the time wrong?" Shang Yan also felt that this was the case. She could only say helplessly, "When is consort going to eat?" On the opposite side, Yen Feifei was quick to answer, "Isn't it tomorrow? Wednesday." "So? Look at the date, what day of the week is it today?" Shang Hyman said very helplessly. From her slightly drooping eyebrows, GE could tell how helpless Shang Yan was at this moment. Today? Yen Feifei on the opposite side first said in confusion, and then she really checked. "Ah. How come it's today?" In an instant, the sound of Yen Feifei's wailing immediately came from the opposite side. At those words, Shang Yan could only shake his head with a helpless face. "Didn't you just say that last night? How come you forgot today?" Yen Feifei on the opposite side was obviously a bit tearful. I don't know. Obviously I didn't sleep yesterday either. I didn't think that all of a sudden it would come to this point." Upon hearing this, Shang Yan then sighed once again. "You stayed up all night?" Facing Shang Yan's questioning, Yen Feifei could only respond helplessly. "I thought I'd rest after getting that bit, but I didn't realize it was now the next day." Listening clearly to GE. Surprisingly, the matter had also been asked clearly, and Shang Yan could only sigh. "Okay then. It's fine, you guys wait first, I'll pack up now and go over right away," Yen Feifei said hurriedly, and then the sound of Yen Feifei packing up her things in a hurry came from over there. This time, Shang Yan then immediately frowned. Don't. You mustn't come over now, go and give me a good rest and sleep after an all-nighter, don't you know your own body well? It even fainted once some time ago. She said in a very stern tone. As expected, after hearing Shang Haiman's words, Yan Feifei on the opposite side of the table suddenly became absent. Oh. That's fine. Yan Feifei knew that she was being unreasonable, and now once she knew the time, she herself did feel instantly exhausted. Only after instructing Yan Feifei for a few sentences did Shang Haiman finally hang up the phone. First, she sighed helplessly, then she looked at GE helplessly. Consort, she accidentally stayed up all night and overdid it, so it seems she can't come. In that case, then it's better to let her take care of her health. GE said with a worried face. Although he had just heard the conversation between the two, it was time to pretend. Anyway, the dishes have all been served, let's just start eating now. Shang Haiman put down his cell phone and gestured to GE. Good. GE answered with a smile. Afraid that GE would be embarrassed, Shang Yan hurriedly went ahead and placed a dish in GE's bowl. We're both familiar with each other too, so let's not be polite and eat. GE did not expect Shang Haiman to give himself food, and was more or less flattered. GE, I really thank you for this period of time. If it wasn't for you, Fei Fei's album wouldn't have been completed so smoothly. Shang Yan said with great gratitude. Although it was just being polite now, but the gratitude for GE was still true. After all, in that situation, it was already unexpected for GE to come out and save the day. It's fine, these are all things I should do, and I'm happy to be able to help you. Smiling at Shang Haiman, GE picked up his cup to clink it with Shang Haiman. Shang Yan looked at GE's smile and couldn't help but wobble, then said, anyway, I'll still toast you first. With that, Shang Haiman straightened up to drink the glass of wine. Only, perhaps because he didn't see the situation behind him, Shang Yan couldn't help but be staggered by the tables and chairs directly behind him. Ah! She was physically and mentally unsteady, then backed up backwards. Seeing this, GE was quick to rush forward and grab Shang Haiman's waist, which saved Shang Haiman from falling down. Although she didn't fall, because of her panicked behavior just now, Shang Yan still accidentally spilled as much wine as she could in her hand on her chest in the end. Until after being supported by GE, Shang Yan still felt a bit stunned. Sister Scarlet Burn, are you alright? Wrapping his arms around Shang Haiman's thin waist, GE inquired with a worried expression. Only the eyes stayed on the raging white flowers. Ding Ding detected the host's villainous behavior, rewarding 200 villainous values. Shi was more or less surprised in his heart, as he hadn't expected to have this villainous value on Shang Yan's side. On second thought, though, it was true that the two hadn't had much contact before. It's fine, I'm fine. Shang Yan's face was blushing as she hurriedly got up from Ji's body, then she patted her chest in shock. Only when this hand was just placed on it, the whole person froze. She hung her head in some consternation, not realizing that the front of her ex was all wet. She was originally dressed in a professional outfit and had obviously just come from work. Only the thin, white professional shirt was now clinging to his skin as soon as it got wet. It was also because of the tight fit, so the color of the roulette inside was directly visible at this time. Shang Yan instantly turned red, and after letting out a cry of surprise, she hurriedly raised her hand to cover herself up. She raised her head subconsciously with a flushed face and looked at GE, then she said somewhat at a loss for words, Aye. That? Here, put this on first. Seeing this, GE directly took off his own jacket and covered her up. This time, Shang Yan finally calmed down a bit. Chapter 121 Drunken Shang Yan. Without thinking that things would suddenly be so embarrassing, Shang Yan coughed lightly, and then looked at GE with a scarlet face. Only when she saw GE also looking at herself, Shang Haiman hastily averted her gaze as well. I'm sorry. You don't need to apologize to me, rather, do you want to change your clothes? GE said in a soft tone. Shang Yan nodded subconsciously when she heard that, but immediately she remembered the spare clothes she hadn't brought with her. I didn't bring any clothes. Shang Haiman sighed helplessly. At this point in time, the food is just now being served, so it's more or less a bad idea to leave now. Especially, although Yan Feifei also invited Shang Yan for this meal, the biggest contributor here was actually GE. So after just a moment of slight contemplation, Shang Yan's face regained its decent smile. It's fine, anyway, it's fine now, there's a jacket covering it, it can't be seen, let's talk about it later after dinner. Said Shang Yan, then took the lead and sat down on the chair. Seeing that Shang Haiman had said so, GE naturally had no opinion. A meal chat is not bad, mainly because Shang Haiman's impression of GE is not bad. I did not expect to chat, and GE Chat is also quite opportunistic. Yesterday evening, Fei to produce a good album, I'll give me a listen, did not think the effect is really not bad, really fortunate when you appear, or would not have produced such a stunning tune. Speaking of this, Sheng Yin then also became more excited. Yeah, it's kind of fate. GE raised his cup and laughed. In fact, GE is also quite thankful to them, after all, thanks to them, GE's card has a large amount of money. Not only did he brush a wave of goodwill on Wei Qing's side, but even yesterday, he also brushed a wave of goodwill on Flower Butterfly's side as well. Now GE still felt some heat in his throat when he thought of last night on the beach, that sizzling scene. But GE, in the future, if I meet this kind of thing again, can I still ask for your help? Sheng Yin said with a smile on her face. After all, after listening to those tunes yesterday, Sheng Yin then also knew clearly just how amazing the contents were. This is good to say, in the future, if you really need anything, Sister Scarlet Burner, you can just call me directly, there's no need to be so polite between the two of us. After hearing GE's words, Sheng Yin was first slightly stunned, then he laughed cheerfully. Well, if you put it that way, then I'm going to be rude. It was supposed to be a simple meal, but it didn't occur to me that it was almost 4 in the afternoon after finishing the meal that I had originally started at noon. Originally, Sheng Yin was also thinking that after finishing his meal as quickly as possible, he would hurry back to change his clothes. But it didn't occur to me that after the meal, the original sultry female president had been completely drunk. She propped one hand on the table, supporting her chin and squinting slightly at GE, her face full of redness, and even her speech was intoxicated. GE, chatting with you is really dutiful, come on, it's a friend, just drink up. Saying that, Sheng Hyman then raised his cup again. GE also coolly and Sheng Yin touched a cup, looking at the opposite side of the drunken, flushed woman, obviously as a vixen in general. But GE hadn't expected Sheng Yin to be so capable of drinking. Especially when it's all drunk like this and you're still thinking about drinking. Although GE had a good capacity for alcohol, he couldn't help Sheng Yin from pouring down so many cups. So after clinking cups with Sheng Hyman, GE just took a sip. But Sheng Yin on the opposite side of the table was a truthful person, and directly muffled the glass of wine in one gulp. After finishing his drink, Sheng Hyman frowned slightly and was about to pick up the bottle of wine on the side to pour it again. Only it didn't occur to me that the bottle was also already empty. Next to it were 2 wine bottles, which were also already clean inside. Upsetting the bottles one by one, Sheng Yin's already furrowed brows tightened again. Service hiccup. Just as he wanted to call the waiter, Sheng Hyman didn't hold back a gentle hiccup. Okay, Sister Himitsu, you can't drink anymore, you're going to be uncomfortable if you keep drinking. Seeing this, Shi hurriedly stopped Sheng Yin. He could sort of see that Sheng Hyman's drinking capacity was only okay as far as he could see at first. But as soon as you get past 3 drinks, that's when you get drunk almost immediately, and you're drunk as hell. Although there were 3 empty bottles of wine over there were almost 2 bottles of wine that Sheng Yin himself drank. After she poured it right down, and GE couldn't stop it even if he wanted to. There's no choice but to go with the flow. No way. More to drink. As soon as she opened GE's hand, Sheng Yin went to ring the bell for the waiter again. Only, before she could raise her hand, it was directly held by GE. Both hands were held tightly in GE's hands. Sheng Yin wrinkled his eyebrows and tried to break free for a bit, but he couldn't move a bit in the slightest. You let go. Unable to do anything, Sheng Yin could only she raised her head and looked fiercely at GE. She helplessly said again, you can't drink anymore, what time is it, let's find a place to change after dinner. Change your clothes? I don't want to change my clothes. Sheng Yin flushed red and said fiercely once again. You don't change then? All smelling of alcohol? GE said helplessly. But then GE reacted, oh right, you've also long since gotten off work at this hour, so there's really no need for an extra change, waiting to go home to change is fine. Who said I don't have to go to work? Sheng Hyman retorted fiercely again. GE could sort of see that the drunken Sheng Yin was like a child, a little resentful of the fact that he didn't allow her to drink, so whatever he said, she would contradict himself. So you're going to work now? GE changed his mindset and decided to coax Sheng Hyman out first. Ah. Well. GE's brain circuits made the drunken Sheng Yin a bit unresponsive for a moment. So after a slight reprieve, Sheng Yin then sort of reacted. She nodded slowly, yes, now. Saying that, Sheng Yin had already stood up, and even the expression on his face had become much more serious. GE looked at Sheng Yin like this and more or less cried and laughed. Not only because Sheng Haiman faced serious, but also because although the face serious, but her eyes at this time and the drunkenness, more or less a bit dull, coupled with the face of the scarlet look more or less still some lovely. Fine, fine, walk walk walk. With that, GE rushed forward to help Sheng Himyan. Slow down on the walk, but since you're going to work, why don't you change your clothes first? Chapter 122 Chance Encounter with He Yu Bai. Change what clothes? Sheng Haiman frowned again with some confusion. Upon hearing this, GE hurriedly reminded, didn't you just get the clothes on your body wet? How? Sheng Himyan threw away GE's hand, and even threw away GE's clothes on his shoulder. I'm not even wet. After muttering a sentence, Sheng Haiman looked to his ex-front. When GE looked over, he was left speechless. After all, it had been a couple of hours, and the area that had been somewhat wet had indeed all dried out. Okay. Saying helplessly, GE then wanted to hurry up and put the clothes on Sheng Himyan again. Only Sheng Himyan directly brushed GE's hand away. No, I'll just go out like this. GE has no choice but to let Sheng Haiman, after all, the clothes in front of the ex have also dried, splashed on the white wine, really no effect. It just reeks of alcohol more or less a little bit. After brushing GE's hand away, Sheng Himyan wanted to walk towards the front on his own. Only after leaving GE's support, Sheng Himyan stumbled directly. Her footing faltered a bit, and she looked like she was about to fall to the side. Seeing this, GE helplessly directly strides forward to take Sheng Himyan into his arms. Now, no matter how much Sheng Himyan struggled, GE had no intention of releasing Sheng Himyan. Let go, let go. Sheng Himyan kept twisting in GE's arms, trying to break free. Seeing Sheng Haiman so dishonest, GE felt that if he went out like this, he would definitely be misunderstood, and it would be troublesome if he was misunderstood. So with no choice but to raise his hand, GE could only slap Sheng Himyan directly on his PG. Be honest with me. Almost instantly, Sheng Himyan, who was still writhing, suddenly became honest. She stiffened, her eyes timid as she looked up at GE. GE raised his eyebrows, did not think that this trick is surprisingly useful. See Sheng Himyan now honest as a rabbit, GE cannot help but reveal a pleased smile. Let's go, now get out. With that, GE forcefully wrapped his arm around Sheng Haiman's waist and was about to head out the door. Seeing this, Sheng Himyan hurriedly followed up, seeming to be truly scared to death in his heart. After walking into the elevator, seeing Sheng Haiman still honestly staying in his arms, GE couldn't help but look at Sheng Haiman a few more times. Because the thought of the dainty Sheng Himyan now revealing this kind of expression was really pleasing to the eye as well. You know to be obedient now? Seeing Sheng Himyan's honest face, GE couldn't help but ask in a teasing tone. Sheng Himyan nestled in GE's arms, sniffing. She timidly glanced at GE before hastily lowering her head again. Just like that, GE wrapped his arm around Sheng Himyan until he arrived at the lobby of the hotel. I just didn't expect to meet a familiar face over here. Or the previously familiar already zeroed out person. GE? Before GE could see He Yu Bai, who had just entered the hotel, she had already screamed out in surprise. GE followed the voice and then spotted the demonically dressed He Yu Bai, who was standing at the front door of the hotel facing away from the security guard. In fact, in the original, there is something to be said for the name He Yu Bai. After all, the lining is a white moonlight of GE, showing that Yi Han's charm is big. But here and now. Looking at the originally quite good appearance, which at this moment was covered by the heavy makeup and appeared extraordinarily vulgar, GE frowned almost instantly. After all, the current He Yu Bai no longer had her own special and colorful place in GE's opinion, and was just as vulgar as the women inside that kind of bar. GE didn't really want to take care of He Yu Bai, but upon seeing GE, He Yu Bai immediately widened her eyes in surprise. He walked up quickly, directly in front of GE. Why are you here, GE? Eating here? He Yu Bai raised her eyebrows in excitement. GE nodded gently before noticing the security guard behind He Yu Bai. The security guard glanced at He Yu Bai with some difficulty, then looked at GE with some hesitation. This hotel had Sheng Himyan's shares, so Sheng Himyan was also considered one of the bosses in this hotel. And since GE was a special guest specifically instructed by the big boss, they treated GE with great politeness. It's just that this He Yu Bai. Thinking of this, the security guard again glanced at GE and He Yu Bai with great difficulty. This gentleman, do you know this lady? That security guard first hesitated for a split second before inquiring. And the moment this security guard asked the question, GE instantly understood what was going on. Thinking about just now, He Yu Bai was originally standing at the door, but after seeing himself, this is when he walked up with a surprised look on his face. This face of surprise really didn't look like it was faked, so there was a reason for it. As Chi-E thought, he looked up and down at Hyubai's outfit. Looking at this outfit, it was obvious that he was coming to a dinner party, except that the dress he was wearing was the same one that he said he had spent $20,000 on last time. However, probably because of his status, that's why this was stopped outside the door. That's why at the sight of himself Hyubai, this is why he was so excited. Looking at Hyubai's eyes with begging, Chi slightly raised his eyebrows before nodding, sort of my friend. Although Ji said this in a very forced manner, it was at least a relief to Hyubai. This way, ah. Even the security guard heard the reluctance inside the words, so he also said with some difficulty. Really, Chi, why didn't you tell me when you came? I couldn't even find you. After pouting, Hyubai walked over to Ji's side with a pouty face and directly hugged Ji's other arm. This if the original kind of pure face is just, but now looking at Hyubai this a heavily made up face too, Ji inexplicably heart more or less some diaphragm. So after hesitating for a split second, Ji still chose to pull his hand out. Alright, I have things to do so I'll leave first. After saying that Ji turned around and was about to leave. Although he said that he knew Hyubai, he wouldn't admit that Hyubai was his guest. Seeing this, Hyubai's eyes dripped and glanced at the security guard next to her, then hurriedly said, then I'll go to the restroom first. As soon as the words left her mouth, Hyubai directly took her bag and walked towards the restroom. Looking at the woman in front of him who quickly disappeared from sight, that security guard again looked at Ji with a difficult face. After all, if he let just anyone in, it would be his responsibility if anything happened. She also knew that it wasn't easy for the security guy, so he said, she and I are only sort of acquaintances, not very familiar, and she's not my guest. After saying that, Ji turned around and left with his arm around Shang Yen. And behind him, the security guy showed a very grateful expression. Chapter 123 A Dangerous Move. And after Ji left the hotel on this side, that security guard quickly ran towards the direction where Hyubai originally left. Hyubai naturally didn't go to the restroom. After leaving their line of sight, Hyubai hurried into the corner with her bag. She was afraid to go through the lobby, so she was going to go right around the back. After walking to the elevator door with a frightened heart, Hyubai was relieved, and then she had been anxiously waiting for the elevator to arrive. But, alas, before the elevator could come, there were hurried footsteps behind her. This lady, please stop. Hearing this familiar voice behind him, Hyubai's heart thumped, and then he was about to take a swift step to leave. Only, before she could run away, her arm was violently yanked. This young lady. The security guard coldly and directly pulled on Hyubai's hand with force, which caused Hyubai to be unable to move at once as well. Looking at the gazes of the people around him, Hyubai immediately felt humiliated, and even his face was suddenly very hot. You let go. I'll walk by myself. Hyubai flung her arms hard and said fiercely. But unfortunately, after what had just happened, the security guard obviously no longer believed Hyubai either. So in the face of Hyubai's words, the security guard had an impassive look on his face. Miss, please follow me out now, or we'll have to take coercive measures later. Seeing the security guard say these words with a cold face, Hyubai instantly panicked again. But she was still more or less resigned in her heart. After all, have come here, upstairs as those business predators in the party, if really can hook up with one, her future road will go a lot. Even though with the money Chi-E had given her, Hyubai had been able to pay off her debts and the rent would last for a few months, she had still moved out of that house as well. Because in order to socialize, she has so much to acquire. But despite all the preparation, her career is still not as smooth as it was before. Without Yan Xiaodong's efforts and some of the people she had offended before, it was now practically impossible for her to move an inch on her own. In fact, this time, I knew there was a dinner party here because I read Yan Xiaodong's friend circle. If this was before, when she and Yan Xiaodong were on good terms, it would definitely be easy for her to get involved. But it's too late for that. She's already lost Yan Xiaodong as her right-hand man. Thinking of this, Hyubai had just been pulled by the security guard to take a step towards the front when she immediately began to struggle frantically. Just at this time, the door of the passenger elevator also opened. Hyubai saw the situation and was about to see a gap, ready to rush in. Seeing that Hyubai was still being dishonest, that security guard also completely lost his patience. After all, looking at this current appearance of Hyubai, it had already attracted the attention of the surroundings and caused a sensation. If the sensation continued any longer, it would be just him who would be unable to get off the stage. Thinking of this, the security guard directly picked up the walkie-talkie and started shouting for people. Soon, several security guards ran over to the lobby side. Under the command of the security guard at the beginning, they directly dragged Hiyuebai over without doing anything, and then they lifted her up towards the entrance of the hotel with a concerted effort. Seeing this, Hiyuebai instantly panicked. She screamed and struggled loudly. What are you doing? Miss, if you don't cooperate yourself, we can only take coercive measures. The security guard said. Only that they also still had principles, although the four of them, one on each side, pulled the limbs up and lifted her up. They also kept their eyes peeled to keep Hiyuebai from getting naked. Shi-e didn't know the slightest bit about what was happening over here, as he had already assisted Sheng Yimyen to the parking lot. Because of the attack that happened some time ago, so now Sheng Yimyen kind of had to take Firefox with him wherever he went. After seeing that the driver was Firefox, Shi-e was still a bit surprised. Gently placing Sheng Yimyen onto the back seat of the car, Ji-e looked to Firefox. Why are you here and still not going up to eat? Hearing this, Firefox scratched his head a little embarrassed. This is better to forget it, after all, how embarrassing, you are a guest, I don't count said Firefox, then hemmed and hawed in embarrassment. His eyes then looked to the bewildered Sheng Yimyen at the back, and he said with some surprise, what is this, Mr. Shang? Ji-e was more or less helpless. I might have just had a happy drink, so I got drunk all of a sudden. Do you know where the address of Mr. Shang's house is? Firefox nodded and looked at Ji-e invitingly. I know. With that, Firefox turned the steering wheel and drove the car down the road. And all along the way, Firefox was very excited. Brother, yet you don't know. After I practiced those moves you sent me, all of a sudden my body felt different from before. Firefox said with great excitement. The moves that I learned before were just moves, but this one I'm learning now is different. Not only do I feel warmth in my body when practicing, even my speed feels so much faster than before. Firefox excitedly kept talking non-stop about the changes in his body, and he kept talking about it all the way. After all, this is a very big change indeed. It's good that you practiced and used it well. I was afraid that you wouldn't be able to adapt before. Shi-e laughed. Only because the Firefox was still over there right now, so looking at the drowsy Sheng Yimyen who was on the side, he only reached out his hand to assist and didn't put his arm around. After all, it's more or less the time to pay attention. Firefox snapped with an embarrassed chuckle. More than adapting? I'm simply adapting too much. Firefox hit the steering wheel, by the way, with the afterglow to look at Ji-e. Is that recently the brothers are found in the body seems to be much better than before, are asking me. Oh? At those words, Ji-e suddenly became interested. So what did you say? Isn't this something you wanted to keep secret before? So I'll just say that I've been working out a little harder lately. Ji-e nodded. Firefox, the man looked a bit horsey though. But what was dictated is still not forgotten either. Ji-e raised an eyebrow at Firefox. So when you said those words, they believed them too? Firefox hesitated, but shook his head. It doesn't look like it's very believable at the moment. Ji-e lost his smile. That's for sure, it would be rare if they just believed it. Firefox raised one hand and scratched his head. Then brothery, if they ask me again in the future, then what am I going to say? After all, he had already dealt with it once, and I was afraid that if he had to deal with it again in the future, he would not be able to cope with it. Ji-e pondered a little and still decided to take a risky move. Chapter 124, The Big Scene. How about this, if they come back to ask you later, you let them ask me. When Firefox heard this, he hesitated after all. Huh? Is that really okay? Ji-e nodded. Yes, it's fine. Seeing that Ji-e had said so, Firefox nodded honestly. Oh. Well. The car quickly arrived at Shang Hyman's doorstep. As one of the Heavenly Destiny heroines, it was natural for Sheng Yimyen to live in a large villa. The car had just stopped, and Firefox was ready to get out of the car to help Ji-e assist Sheng Yimyen back. Brother, yet, I'll give you a ride when I leave later. Firefox said as he got out of the car. Ji-e has parked the motorcycle in the underground garage of the Shanghaiman Hotel today, and now it's really not good to go back for a while, and I'm afraid I'll have to take a taxi if I want to go back in a while. Thinking that it would be easier if he was piggybacked back by Firefox, Ji-e slowly nodded. Well, then, I'll leave you to it. At this moment, in Firefox's heart, Ji-e's status was already extraordinary, so when he saw Ji-e say trouble to himself, Firefox immediately began to be flattered. What's the trouble, brother Yat? As he said that, Firefox helped Ji-e open the car door, allowing Ji-e to help Sheng Yimyen sit down directly. Saying that he was holding it up, in fact, now Sheng Yimyen was already out of spirit, confused and just now had even fallen asleep. So now it's actually just snuggling. Firefox had wanted to help, but the call came just as he opened the car door. Upon seeing the caller's name, Firefox then subconsciously glanced at GE. How superb was GE's eyes now! So naturally, he also read the note on it at a glance. It looked like it should be a call from one of Shang Hyman's little assistants or secretaries. Previously in the company, GE saw the two of them fighting in the heat, and now look at this situation. It seems that this period of time is also not less contact. Seeing Firefox give himself a somewhat difficult look after the call, GE was instantly happy. If GE hadn't guessed wrong, I'm afraid that Firefox was now facing that little girl's gracious invitation. As expected, after hanging up the phone, Firefox had more than a hint of difficulty and hesitation on his face as he walked back. When he saw him look at himself and had a look of wanting to speak again, GE said in amusement, "What's wrong? Is there something going on? Between you and my brother, do you need to be so polite? If there's something, just say it." As expected, after hearing GE say this, Firefox then instantly had a look of relief. "Yes, it's like this. That is, suddenly there is a date." Firefox, a big man, was more or less embarrassed when he said this sentence, so he stammered of. When GE saw this, he cried and laughed and said, "Then you can just go, dude can still delay you from finding a date?" Firefox scratched his head and smiled in embarrassment, then this time, he looked at Shang Yan in a difficult manner. "But Mr. Shang? Can you do it alone?" Firefox said worriedly. GE was originally still thinking that Firefox was because she was afraid of what she would do to Shang Yan, but now it seems that she was afraid that it would be too hard for her to take care of Shang Yan all by herself. Now, GE's heart became even more pleased. He directly waved his hand before saying, it's fine, Yis was often came back drunk before, can't I hold on too?" It was true that there was no harm without comparison, and after hearing GE say this, Firefox was finally relieved. Then I'm really not polite, brother yet," Firefox then said, and walked towards the car with a smile on his face. GE directly laughed and cursed before saying, "Go on, don't be polite." Firefox was so happy that he got into the car and immediately drove off. It was only obvious that GE was also having fun right now. So after seeing Firefox leave, GE also directly led Shang Yan towards the side of the house. Walking to the doorway, GE stood still, and then he looked down at Shang Yan who was leaning in his arms. Hooking his lips in a smile, GE gently patted Shang Hyman's small face. "Sister Hyman? Sister Scarlet Burn?" Perhaps it was because he hadn't slept deeply, so at this moment, under GE's call, Shang Yan also woke up very quickly. Bewildered, Shang Yan opened his eyes, obviously still not sober, and dully looked up at GE. Only, after looking up blankly at GE, Shang Hyman straightened up instantly. Just like before in the hotel, at this moment, Shang Yan's eyes were filled with timidity when she looked at GE. GE raised an eyebrow in his heart, apparently also not expecting that his slap had given Shang Yan such a great stimulus and shock. "Home, open the door?" GE inquired. Originally, GE had thought that the current Shang Yan was so timid when facing himself, and now that he heard himself say this, he would definitely be even more wary. It only did not occur to him that as soon as GE's words fell, Shang Yan over there had already opened the gate with a sharp movement. Only to see her reach out her hand directly, and with the doorbell jingling, the door in front of her opened. After looking at Shang Hyman with some surprise, GE put his arm around Shang Hyman and walked straight in. "Well, go home and hurry to wash up and go rest," GE said as he helped Shang Yan sit over to the sofa. "By the way, the clothes you are wearing smells of alcohol, remember to change them in a while, okay?" GE uneasily admonished. After all, when Shang Yan got drunk, he didn't go crazy with alcohol, but his personality changed all of a sudden. It was indeed a bit special. Only after seeing Shang Yan nodded obediently did GE turn around to leave with relief. Only when he was walking to the door, GE suddenly remembered. Now that Shang Hyman was drinking so much that he couldn't even stand up, how could he go upstairs to change clothes and wash up? Thinking of this, helplessly GE could only turn around and go back. In fact, GE's heart has also other ideas, that is, more contact, so that it is also good to get a little villain value. At this stage now, only Shang Hyman still has villainous values after contact. Thinking this way, GE walked back in a beautiful manner. Only this side just turned around, after looking at the scene in front of him, GE immediately froze over there. Even though he had seen big scenes before, after seeing this situation in front of him, GE could not help but slowly widen his eyes. Perhaps sensing GE's hot eyes, Shang Yan over there looked puzzled and turned her head to look at GE. GE was helpless. Can't you go up and change your clothes? You're down here. GE really do not know what to say. After all, he is not yet gone. Chapter 125 Looking for Lu Ruyi. How shrewd Shanghaiman was before he didn't get drunk. Who would have thought that the drunk Shanghaiman would be stupid now? This side of their own has not yet walked out of the door behind the little cute. I'm already getting ready to change my clothes here. And after hearing GE's words, Shang Yanyan then blinked her own fox eyes and looked over in some confusion. After seeing GE looking at himself breathlessly, but not saying anything, Shang Yanyan surprisingly began his movements again. Shi. No, is this making him transparent? Or does just not care? GE really was going to be helpless by this drunken little head of Shang Yanyan. Seeing that Shang Yanyan's movements were getting more and more excessive, GE hurriedly took a big step forward and directly picked up Shang Yanyan in a horizontal hug. Shang Yanyan was still over there blankly unbuttoning his own small clothes, and as a result, the next second his eyes turned, and his entire body fell into GE's arms. Ah! You, what are you doing? She looked up warily at GE. GE was helpless and amused. Now you know to be vigilant? Why should I? If I don't come over and stop you, are you going to be even more generous? Show me more things? GE said without a good mood, and after saying that, he directly walked up the stairs with big strides. Obviously, Shanghaiman's drunken little head can't turn a corner, and after hearing GE's words at this moment, she still can't react. And after GE finished speaking, he didn't hold back a glance at Shang Yanyan with his head hanging down. As expected, I have to say that Shang Yanyan, this person is indeed rich and generous. GE even heart also vaguely some regret. I should have known a few seconds later to stop Shanghaiman. Only now that Shang Yanyan was lying in his own arms, because of his posture, the white raging flowers were all squeezed together as well, and at this moment was trembling with his own steps. Raising his head helplessly and gritting his teeth, GE coughed lightly before striding up to the second floor. Accurately walking up to the second floor, GE directly threw Shang Yanyan towards the sea. Seeing Shang Yanyan lying over there for a long time without reacting, he thought that his brain should have been confused by the fall. GE didn't bother with Shanghaiman, but turned towards Shanghaiman's checkroom. After finding the upper and lower two small clothes from inside, GE threw them both to Shang Yanyan. Cough, after I leave, change your own clothes, okay? Glancing at Shang Yanyan who was lying on her side over there, GE said with a light cough. To be honest, Shang Yanyan was not only sultry looking, but even her body was very hot. GE was already feeling like he was going to be unable to bear it at this point after just a few more glances. If it wasn't for the fact that the situation didn't allow it, GE would really have to hold back his animalistic nature and pounce directly on Shang Yanyan when he saw her like this right now. And after hearing GE's words, Shang Yanyan, who was lying on his side over there, then slightly raised his head to look at GE. It was also because of the lifting of the head that even the raging in front of it squeezed. It also made those rages look like they were about to squeeze out. The knot in his throat rolled slightly. GE hurriedly moved his eyes away. Behave yourself and remember to change your clothes, I'll leave first. After saying that, he turned around directly and was about to leave directly. Originally, GE was still hesitant to directly take down Shang Yanyan. But on second thought, now is not the time. The same as a female president, if it was Lu Qingfang in front of him at this time, he would definitely be moved. However, what was helpless was that what was in front of him at this time was Shang Yanyan. While the two had seen each other a few times and did get intimate for a bit, it was only for a bit. Besides, GE now knew that Shang Yanyan didn't have a very high favorability rating for himself. So that means the risk is very high. If he really moved his hand, then when Shang Yanyan came to his senses tomorrow, he still didn't know what he would think in his heart. For a woman who could mix like a fish in the business world, GE knew that she was definitely not as easy to fool as Song Qing. So to be on the safe side, GE decided it was better to take his time. After walking out of Shanghaiman's villa, GE's heart was a burst of regret. But after thinking that he would definitely take it later, GE's mood was much better. With a deep sigh, GE turned around and walked out of the villa area. GE was ready to take a cab after walking out. As he lowered his head and operated his cell phone, he heard a few of his minions over there spouting off. What do you think the boss is up to in the middle of the afternoon? Who knows? I heard it's to go fishing with my sister-in-law over at Fongyang Lake. Hey, that's a lot of groves over there. I don't think the boss should just be fishing. Surely he still wants to eat fish in the woods? Blah blah blah. He can eat if he wants to, you see he's cool, and now he's going to instruct us to come over to his side of the villa area to get the fishing gear, and when we get over there it's definitely all late. Harm, calm down, don't talk nonsense during this recent period. I heard that the incident at the Rose Bar some time ago almost involved sister-in-law, and now the gang has been looking for an undercover agent, and it is better to kill the wrong person than to let them go off. You mustn't talk nonsense. Upon hearing the other one's warning, the one who had just spat was indeed much more honest and didn't dare to speak again. And after hearing them walk past him, Ge raised his head slightly to look at the few people who had already walked away over there. Ge then changed the address on the taxi app in his phone to Fongyang Lake. The drops are coming pretty fast, it's that Fongyang Lake that's a bit far away. It wasn't until almost half an hour later that Ge finally got out of the car. By the looks of this, a lot of people over at Fongyang Lake come specifically to fish. Just after getting off the bus, Ge saw a lot of people walking outside with fishing gear, and of course, there were also those walking inside. In fact, there are fishing gear sold at the gate of Lake Fongyang, but the quality of this, well, it's actually just average. So it seems that the one called Wang Weilong, this is why he told his two minions to go back and get their tools, so this is why he was spat on. Since Ge wanted to lurk over here for a bit, so naturally, he had to put on a bit of a show. After buying some basic tools at the door, Ge slowly walked inside with his sunglasses. This Fongyang Lake is still huge, and as expected there are some small forests all around as well. Because it was afternoon, and also because it was really very claustrophobic inside the grove. So when Ge stood over here and looked inside the surrounding grove, he made sure that if it was an onlooker, he would definitely not be able to see what would be going on inside. It looks like this place is very good indeed. While thinking like this, Ge walked inside. He moved slowly along the edge of the lake and inside, underneath his sunglasses, he was also searching for Lu Ruyi. Chapter 126, Envy, Envy. There were still a lot of people on this side of the entrance, but there was still a distance between where everyone sat and the surrounding area. After all, it's better not to be disturbed when you're fishing. Ge quickly looked over the group of people at the entrance and didn't find Lu Rui's figure. After noticing this, Ge continued to walk inside. At this point in time, there are actually quite a few people in there. Only, after Ge had walked for a while, he still hadn't found Lu Rui's figure. However, he wasn't in a hurry, instead, he continued to slowly walk inside with the things in his hand. It seemed that there was no Lu Rui's figure all the way to this side, so it looked like it should be in the innermost area. After thinking about it, Lu Rui's idea, it should be the same. Sure enough, Ge heard Lu Rui's impatient voice after walking inside for some time. Aren't the two of them back yet? It's going to be dark in a while if we wait any longer. No hurry, you eat first, they too should be here in a while, but wild fishing is also good. After Lu Rui complained, a male voice immediately rang out. Ge then guessed that this should be the voice of the one called Wang Weilong. Ge did not continue to walk inside, but put down the small horse zipper, then directly primed a little tool in this side to start fishing. Although this side was still some distance away from Lu Rui's side, it wasn't really very far. Only a large tree blocked the view between the two sides. Other people sitting over there might not be able to hear the movements on Lu Rui's side, except that Ge could definitely hear them. In order to come over here, Ge hadn't eaten yet, so he had just bought some bread to fill up his hunger outside the gate. Good is good, is this side of the mosquito is really too much. Lu Rui said impatiently again. Didn't I bring mosquito repellent here? You can just spray it. The pandering male voice soon sounded again. Ge knew that Wang Weilong definitely didn't have any good intentions just by listening to that voice. Especially after trying to bring Lu Ruyi to this place. When he thought of this, Ge slowly thought of the plot of the original story once again. The real boss of the Guhua gang was Lu Rui, and the ostensible Wang Weilong was a shield. Although on weekdays, that Wang Weilong looks smiling very amiable, but precisely this kind of person, the ambition of the heart is very big. If Ge hadn't guessed wrongly, while Wang Weilong wanted to slowly get the Guhua gang, he also wanted to directly take Lu Ruyi for himself. After all, as the Heavenly Destiny heroine, Lu Rui, so now it's 29, but that sultry figure and appearance is no joke. If Ge had guessed correctly, after asking Lu Rui out this time, Wang Weilong wanted to test Lu Rui and also stated his ambitions. Only Lu Rui didn't look at Wang Weilong in the slightest and warned him in passing. And it was this rejection that completely blackened Wang Weilong. Now at the critical moment when Lu Rui's Tiger Guhua gang is going to be cleansed, everything must not be sloppy. In the original, after Lu Rui rejected and warned Wang Weilong, she was actually worried that Wang Weilong would have a grudge, and later paid special attention to Wang Weilong. But seeing Wang Weilong's dedication and devotion in clearing his name, the suspicion in his heart was dispelled. And, in fact, it was disguised by Wang Weilong. He's just waiting to reap the benefits after the company cleans up behind him. I have to say that Wang Weilong's plan is indeed very perfect, just more or less unable to resist the male lead aura. After his plan was defeated in the back, he went straight for a hard fight with Lu Rui. Because Lu Rui had trusted Wang Weilong too much some time ago, he hadn't been very defensive at the beginning. So, by the time Wang Weilong flipped out, it was more or less too late. It was also at this time that the male lead made a direct appearance, and while rescuing Lu Rui, he also managed to help Lu Rui take back the Guhua gang. Because of this reason, Lu Rui was very touched, and later even gave herself directly to Yihan. Lu Rui was a reason for great ambition, which was why she had brought the Guhua gang to this point. At the same time, she's very defensive for her career and hasn't had much contact with men before. So although the current Lu Rui looked flavorful and very womanly, the first time was actually still there as well. Ge sat over there nibbling on the bread, listening to the movement over there as he did so. Hearing that Wang Weilong had been serving and eating Lu Rui, Ge actually still had a great understanding of his mentality. After all, as a man, no matter what kind of man it was, he would definitely be impulsive at the sight of Lu Rui. After all, although Lu Rui didn't have that kind of experience, a pair of beautiful eyes looking at you without blinking also looked like they were seducing. This feeling of looking at it all the time and not being able to eat it is very hard indeed. When he thought of this, Ge mentally sked and shook his head. Boss. Sister-in-law. We brought everything. A familiar voice came from behind him, and then Ge saw the two passers-by he had just met in the villa area. Although the resentment of the two of them looked very great, they didn't show it at all on their faces. Well, good, put your stuff down and you guys go to the restaurant to eat, my treat. Wang Weilong laughed, actually dismissing these two. Upon hearing this, those two hungry and at the same time starving people were instantly ecstatic in their hearts and hurriedly thanked them. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Thanks, boss. Wang Weilong smiled brightly. What do you thank me for? It's your sister-in-law's intention. Ge raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, after spending so many years in the Guhua gang, this Wang Weilong is actually not that simple. As expected, this sentence directly pleased Lu Rui. I only heard Lu Rui give a light laugh. Alright, it's getting late, we've both eaten, so you two should hurry up and go eat as well. After responding, the two passers-by left with smiles on their faces. Only after those two minions walked out some distance away, Ge was still able to hear the words of the two of them. Look at this, the boss has prepared things really well, the face tent is done, it looks like it's really going to be over here tsk. Another man's envious voice came out. Yes, what envy, to have such a capable and good-looking wife with a great body. Yeah. As the two men's voices moved away, Ge shot up to listen for movement on the other side. Big sister, why don't I help you set up your fishing pole? Lu Rui was perhaps too lazy to engage in this, so she answered softly. Chapter 127 Lu Rui Rapture. Ge sat here eating bread, heard the commotion over there, cannot help but heart vomit. Wang Weilong, this person is really able to say ah. Ever since Ge had started sitting over here, he had been able to hear Wang Weilong over there blathering on and on. Even now, when he was supporting a fishing rod for Lu Rui, that mouth never stopped. Obviously Lu Rui over there was more or less impatient after hearing Wang Weilong's words. Okay, I'll do it myself, go get your own. As Lu Rui spoke impatiently, immediately afterward Ge heard Wang Weilong awkwardly snapping and laughing twice. Only apparently this wasn't completely embarrassing to Wang Weilong. There are actually advantages to night fishing at night, after all, there are fewer people, and the fish must be coming to us by now, plus there's a bright light on our side. Well. Is it? Lu Rui answered with a very impatient voice. Hearing that Wang Weilong could not help but also stop talking, after all, the discerning can see that now Lu Rui has been very impatient. Thinking about what to say in a while, Wang Weilong is more or less a little nervous, so in this situation now, it is even more impossible to let Lu Rui impatient. After Ge finished his bread, he stuffed the trash into a bag, and instead of looking at his own fish in front of him, he concentrated on listening to the commotion next to him. Keep an eye on it for me, I'm going to make it easier. After listening to Lu Rui finish her sentence, Ge heard a movement coming from over there. Obviously Lu Rui stood up and walked towards the grove. This side is very wild except for this lake. It's also because the public restroom in front of it is just too far away, so many people choose to settle in the grove. Hey, well, you go you do not worry, I will help you look good. After hearing Wang Weilong's attentive words, Ji looked over through the gaps in the leaves, not realizing that Wang Weilong over there was really looking seriously at the fishing rod. At the same time, Ji heard Lu Ruyi, who had already walked away, sigh as if in a quiet manner. Slightly raising an eyebrow, Ji was completely regardless of that fishing rod, directly turning around and walking towards the grove as well. Lu Ruyi actually didn't really want to go to the convenience, just really annoyed Wang Weilong, this person. Previously, I saw that Wang Weilong was quite honest as a person, so this came to let him help himself to disguise a little bit, but I did not think that now it might be the reason for his age. Wang Weilong, this person is really annoying, now no matter in the company or where, has been talking non-stop. These words, of no use whatsoever, stopped in Lu Rui's ears and noise were actually no different. So constantly after hearing Wang Weilong's words, Lu Rui was really annoyed in her heart. In order to avoid showing herself directly in front of Wang Weilong, Lu Rui, that's why she said she wanted to come out for convenience. In fact, she just wanted to come out to get some air. Breathing in the fresh air of the woods, Lu Rui's heart was always much more relaxed. Just as Lu Rui slowly walked ahead, he suddenly heard the sound of sizzling footsteps coming from the side. This sound did not sound like those wild animals could make, so Lu Rui was instantly certain that there were people around him. Who's over there? Her hand was quickly placed on her waist, and then she looked in the direction from which the sound came with a wary face. As for Ji, who was slowly walking in the distance, the moment he saw Lu Rui's movements, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. Worthy of being the boss behind the Gowa gang. Look at the reflexes. Just now, almost the instant she heard the voice, Lu Rui's hand had been placed on top of the weapon. Whom? Who? Acting on the line, Ji touched his belt with one hand and looked at Lu Rui with a bewildered expression. The moment they locked eyes on each other, they both froze. Of course, Ji was pretending, while Lu Rui stared in slight surprise. Only more than that, it was a surprise. She lowered the hand at her waist, and then she looked up at Ji with delight. Ji, how is it you? Only after looking slightly downward with her eyes and seeing Ji's hand on the waistband of his pants, Lu Rui coughed more or less unnaturally. Lu Rui? How come it's you? Ji similarly came forward with a happy face. If this was in the gang and the bystanders called her Lu Rui, she would have gotten angry long ago. But after the person in front of her called herself Lu Rui didn't feel angry at all. At the same time, looking at Ji in front of her, Lu Rui's heart was filled with surprise. I'm here to fish, are you? Unconsciously walking over to Ji's side, she opened her mouth to inquire. Ji smiled and said, I came to night fishing specifically for the excitement, but it's you, a girl, it's more or less dangerous to come out alone. Said Ji, then frowned slightly. And after hearing Ji's words, Lu Rui was first stunned for a moment, then she didn't hold back and the corner of her mouth hooked up into a smile. Lu Rui is already 29 years old to be, outsider also called by big sister and sister-in-law. It had been a long time since she had heard someone call her little girl, especially coming from a man younger than herself. What's wrong? What are you laughing at? Ji slightly lowered his head and looked at Lu Rui. Lu Rui's delicate eyes looked at Ji, then said in amusement, I'm so old, what do I call myself, a little girl? Ji raised an eyebrow, then looked at Lu Rui with feigned surprise. You merely look like you're only 267, a year or two older than me, so how come you can't be called a little girl? After hearing Ji's words, Lu Rui no longer held back, and the smile at the corner of her mouth gradually deepened. You really are this person. Covering her lips with a light smile, Lu Rui couldn't help but feel a lot better about Ji once again. Ding ding, detected divine destiny heroine favorability, rewarded with 200 villain value. After hearing the system's voice in his head, Ji hooked his lips with great satisfaction. It had to be said that right now, Lu Rui was naturally very ecstatic to be able to meet Ji in his heart. She had to admit, ever since that night, Ji had been in her mind frequently. Along with that, she had been a bit distracted in her office for the past 2 days. It was also because of this that she had so easily agreed to Wang Weilong coming out for a break today. After all, she also felt that she needed to take a break. If you came out by yourself, your husband didn't come out with you? Seeing that Lu Rui was clearly very happy now, Ji dutifully played the role of the little wolf dog. Ji now really felt that his acting skills were at a level where he could go for an Oscar. See, it's really true that life is all about acting from the beginning of the journey. Chapter 128. This is brother-in-law, right? Lu Rui on the opposite side couldn't help but first freeze after hearing Ji's words. Husband? Yeah, Ji said in a somewhat disgruntled tone as he once again lowered his head and looked directly at Lu Rui. Didn't you say before that you have a husband? This day is dark, big night, you are alone is really too unsafe. Why doesn't he accompany you to come? This is also too irresponsible. If it is changed into me, definitely won't be like this. GE deliberately said this. He wouldn't be able to. Lu Ruyi couldn't understand the meaning of his words. Looking at the young man in front of her with a disgruntled face and speaking in a tone as if he was jealous, causing Lu Ruyi to not be able to help but feel a little itchy in her heart. She really understood more and more now why those rich women would like young boys and would be willing to adopt those young male stars. It seemed that this was the reason. I have to say, Ruyu did get a little addicted. What nonsense are you talking about? However, although Lu Ruyi hadn't been in much of a relationship, she wasn't that easy to fool around with either. Naturally, GE will not be able to say a few words and then rush after him like a love brain. So while GE wanted to whet Lu Rui's appetite, Lu Rui also had the idea of wanting to whet GE's appetite. Or what? Why didn't he come with you? GE slowly approached Lu Rui, and soon, Lu Rui felt that the two were so close that she seemed to be able to feel the temperature of GE's breath on the opposite side of the room. Although Lu Rui appeared to be at ease on the surface, she was actually more or less flustered in her heart. After all of these things were things that Lu Rui hadn't even experienced before. Seeing that GE was getting closer and closer to her, Lu Rui even had the idea of letting nature take its course. Only after thinking for a moment and struggling a bit, Lu Rui still raised her hand against GE's chest. GE. Lu Rui couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise, and then she felt GE's body stiffen slightly, and then soon afterward, GE took 2 steps back. Seeing GE retreat so quickly, Lu Rui's heart cannot help but more than a few silk of disappointment. Got it, go back, just when I'm conveniently done. Which side of the night fishing are you on? I'll accompany you back. The smile at the corner of Chi's mouth disappeared, and his expression looked as if it was much colder than it had just been. Seeing this, Lu Rui couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, not thinking that the seemingly playful GE's face would change so quickly. This made Lu Rui's heart a little stifled. So, is GE starting to get cold feet now? It's not far ahead. Seeing GE's face cooled down, Lu Rui more or less felt a little embarrassed. Okay, stay close to me, I'll send you back, okay? Saying that GE had turned around and walked ahead with big strides. In fact, there was absolutely no need for Lu Rui to let GE send himself back. After all, Lu Rui was still very confident in her own hands. Only, at this point, she didn't want to say no. She pulled back her hair, and even nodded her head somewhat docilely before meekly following behind GE. Because GE didn't say anything, Lu Rui didn't know what to say either, so for a while, the atmosphere between the two was more or less awkward. Did you come by yourself too? Didn't you come with a friend? In the end, it was Lu Rui who took the initiative and started making conversation. GE, who was walking in front, slightly raised his eyebrows after hearing Lu Rui's words. Originally, he thought that with this character of Lu Rui, maybe when the two of them had walked out of the grove, she definitely wouldn't take care of herself either. Yeah, came with my girlfriend. GE said with a shrug. So, what are you? Then? Girlfriends? Then you just. After Lu Rui heard GE's words, she first subconsciously nodded, then instantly felt that something was wrong. She was stunned for a moment, then she looked up at GE with a surprised expression. Right, you came with your husband and I came with my girlfriend, what's so unreasonable about that? GE said, dangling in front of him. In fact, secretly, after hearing Lu Rui's surprised tone, GE was already laughing. As expected, Lu Rui couldn't help but jump with her eyebrows after hearing GE's words again. You have a girlfriend? Lu Rui quickly took 2 steps forward and walked directly to GE's side, inquiring. GE looked at her inexplicably. Yeah, can't a man have 2 hearts? Hearing this, while Lu Rui's heart was somewhat stifled, a fire inexplicably surged up. Then you. It's brother-in-law, isn't it? Annoyed, Lu Rui just wanted to question GE a few times when he heard GE smirk and greet the people in front of him, even waving his hand. After being stunned for a moment, following GE's eyes, Lu Rui really did see Wang Weilong, who was walking slowly. As before, Wang Weilong still had a decent and kind smile on his face. Hello, I'm here to see Kisame. With that, Wang Weilong took a big step forward and stood directly in front of Lu Rui. Seeing this, Lu Rui could only swallow her words into her stomach, and a decent smile was put on her face. What brings you here? Lu Rui looked at Wang Weilong. If Wang Weilong hadn't suddenly appeared now, she would have been able to ask the question. Now that Wang Weilong was standing over there, Lu Rui couldn't ask anything even if she wanted to, which made her more or less suffocated. When Wang Weilong heard Lu Rui's words, he first laughed slightly twice, then said, "Seeing that you haven't gone back after being out for so long, plus it's dark, so I was a bit worried, so I thought to come in and look for you." Brother-in-law is really thoughtful. We were just chatting about brother-in-law, seeing that brother-in-law especially accompanied sister to night fishing, it's really thoughtful. Shi smiled and spoke with a very polite tone. It was only that although he was addressing the words to Wang Weilong, his eyes were always looking at Lu Rui. Lu Rui straightened up, and when she saw the smile on Ji Yi's face, her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a bit. "Yes?" Wang Weilong looked at Ji Yi and then at Lu Rui, feeling more or less strange in his heart. "Doesn't Ru Yi want an introduction?" Wang Weilong laughed. Wang Weilong had asked this, so naturally Lu Rui was going to say a few words. "This is my husband Wang Weilong, and this is the man who helped me in the bar before, his name is Ji Yi. So that person before was you, really thank you very much Ji Yi little brother." With that said, Wang Weilong extended his hand with a leathery smile. He'd just come over and felt something strange between the two. After all, before, Lu Rui wouldn't casually talk about herself in front of outsiders. Moreover, after so many years of mixing in the Guhua gang, Wang Weilong had just naturally noticed that Ji Yi had been staring at Lu Rui the entire time he was talking. Chapter 129 The Annoyed Wang Weilong. Wang Weilong thought he had disguised himself well, but Ji Yi could tell at a glance that Wang Weilong's expression was a bit awkward. Raising his eyebrows gently, Ji Yi reached out his hand after all. "Hello brother-in-law." The moment Ikiyi gripped his hand, Ikiyi felt the strength emerging from the opposite side of the room. It seems like Wang Weilong is trying to give himself a hard time. Noticing the heavier and heavier weight in his hands, Ji Yi smiled more kindly on his face. Only Wang Weilong, who was on the opposite side of the room, just thought that Ji Yi was just pretending to be relaxed when he saw this scene. The undercurrents between the two were naturally seen clearly by Lu Rui on the side. After all, as the boss in the Guhua gang, Lu Rui had studied people's expressions a bit. Especially, after knowing Wang Weilong for so many years, she almost immediately saw that there was something wrong with Wang Weilong's expression just now. She looked over at Ji Yi with some worry, but she didn't expect Ji Yi to smile even more. Only like Wang Weilong's thoughts, Lu Rui also thought that Ji Yi was just pretending to be relaxed. So seeing the corner of Wang Weilong's mouth curved, Lu Rui also instantly frowned. Although he had seen Ji Yi's good hands before, Lu Rui was still more worried about Ji Yi in the end. After all, looking at Wang Weilong like this, he didn't stay his hand. Moreover, Wang Weilong is specialized in martial arts, and Ji Yi's hands are still different. And Lu Rui also expressed great dissatisfaction in his heart about Wang Weilong coming up and targeting Ji Yi on this matter. After all, the two are also the first time to meet. Look at Ji Yi face smile, how kinda, this Wang Weilong is really no light. Thinking like this, Lu Rui's heart became even more upset as well. She frowned and took a step forward, just wanting to warn Wang Weilong, but then he saw the expression on Wang Weilong's face suddenly changed, followed by frowning and letting go of his hand to take a few steps back. "What's wrong?" Lu Rui hurriedly inquired. Although it was just a worried inquiry, Lu Rui was not looking at Wang Weilong, but Ji Yi who was on the side. Ji Yi grinned and shrugged off his hand. After seeing Lu Rui look over, he frowned slightly and sighed, "No, nothing." "How can this be nothing?" As soon as she heard this tone of Ji Yi's voice, Lu Rui knew that Ji Yi must have been aggrieved just now. Somewhat unhappily glancing at Wang Weilong next to him, Lu Rui helplessly said, "As an elder, you have to be a bit more atmospheric." At this time, the palm of his hand was in severe pain. Wang Weilong, he clenched his teeth tightly and fought to not let his face grimace from the pain. After hearing Lu Rui's words, Wang Weilong intended to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Mostly, his hand was now in severe pain, and at this point he was using as much strength as he could muster to try and keep that grimace off his face. But as soon as he spoke, then he was definitely exposed, and it would be really embarrassing to show that. There was also the fact that Wang Weilong definitely wouldn't admit that he had just tried to give Ji Yi a hard time, so he didn't squeak. But only, Wang Weilong's heart was really suffocating after hearing Lu Rui's words now. He admitted that he was not atmospheric enough, and just now he wanted to give Ji Yi a hard time. But who would have thought that he would be complacent for just that one moment? Immediately, the force coming from the opposite side instantly made Wang Weilong a little taut. Now when he thought of the force he had just endured, Wang Weilong glanced at Ji Yi with some trepidation. This man looked young, how could he be so strong? And, obviously, he'd just outdone himself in force. Is it hard to believe that this person is in disguise? As soon as he thought of this possibility, Wang Weilong's heart was a little unsettled. Could it be that he had really underestimated him? The Lu Rui over there turned around and walked directly in front of Ge directly after saying a word about Wang Weilong. She looked at Ge and eventually inquired somewhat, Ge, are you really alright? Ge looked at Wang Weilong, who was standing behind Lu Rui, angrily clenching his teeth and looking at himself. Then he shook his head and said, I'm fine, although brother-in-law's strength is a bit big, but I've always worked out and worked before, so this amount of force is nothing for me. Wang Weilong immediately dispelled the idea of feeling that Ge was in disguise after hearing his almost naive words. It looks like Ge, this person just did too much heavy work before, so this is why he didn't realize it, so this is why he's a bit stronger, right? Thinking of this, Wang Weilong then once again looked Ge up and down. Seeing Ge's slim figure, other than being a bit taller, he was completely different from those martial arts practitioners he had seen before. Sure enough, this is someone who only knows how to use brute force. Seeing that the two people standing over there seemed to be chatting more and more happily, Wang Weilong was more or less looking over his shoulder. Waiting until the pain on his body was not so obvious, Wang Weilong then walked up slowly, smiling kindly on his face. Well, it's not early, let's go back quickly, don't we still need to night fishing? Shi looked at Wang Weilong with a smile on his face, then glanced at Lu Rui. Right, now that it's completely dark, let's go back and take a look. This side wasn't very far away from that lake in front of them, so after the three of them didn't take 2 steps, they had already reached the edge of the lake. Just 2 steps past, Wang Weilong let out a laugh. Oops, the fish has taken the bait. With it he walked over to his rod with a surprised smile on his face and picked up a fish straight away. Lu Rui looked over, but he didn't think that he could still catch fish even after being gone for a while. Ha! Ge gave a puzzled cry as he looked at his fishing rod, and then he walked forward as well. Rui, look, I told you that night fishing is faster. Saying that, Wang Weilong then smiled and threw the fish he picked up directly into Lu Rui's bucket. Lu Rui smiled and answered, but before he could say a few polite words, he heard movement from Ge's side. Only a not-so-small sound of water came from over there, which drew Lu Rui and Wang Weilong to inevitably look over as well. The lake, which was originally calm, suddenly fluctuated. Especially the water in front of Ge also stirred up a gush of water. Lu Rui curiously walked up. It looks like this fish shouldn't be too small, right? Ge nodded as he felt the force in his hand. While not small, I'll send it to you when it's caught. Not waiting for Lu Rui to speak, Wang Weilong directly interrupted with a sneer. If the fish is not small, I'm afraid you can't support it with this fishing rod, right? It wasn't that Wang Weilong was deliberately mocking, but the fishing rod in Ge's hand looked like it was bought over at the gate. Chapter 130, Brother-in-law has some discomfort in his heart? When he came here, he went over and took a look, and all they were selling were these very cheap plastic fishing rods. Just like this fishing rod in Ge's hand, even though it was already late at night, it still had a cheap luster. These rods are only good for catching small fish, a slightly larger walleye will not be able to handle it. So Wang Weilong wasn't in a hurry now as he watched Ge catch a big fish that would surely fall anyway. After hearing Wang Weilong's words, Ge also nodded with great approval. Well, it really can't be afforded if you pull straight. At those words, even Lu Rui's face showed a hint of disappointment. After all, Lu Rui had fished before and hadn't caught many of them, that was to say nothing of those big fish. But I wasn't thinking of pulling up either. As Ge said that, he felt the force under his hands. Having sensed that the big fish was about to make its escape, he duly raised his hand straight up and threw the rod with all his might. Only hearing a flopping sound, a big fish drew a beautiful scenery line in the air and directly fell into Lu Rui's bucket on the other side. After reacting to what had just happened, Lu Rui looked at Ge with great excitement. Ge, you're really something. With that, she strides over to her bucket, and sure enough, she sees a fish that is several times bigger than the one from Wang Weilong. At this time, Wang Weilong stood in front of Lu Rui's barrel. His face was very ugly. Because not only did Ge actually catch the fish and dump it into Lu Rui's bucket with precision. It wasn't just because Ikari had caught a bigger fish than himself, either, but because Ikari's one had smashed precisely into the one he had caught. And, also because of this reason, Wang Weilong caught the fish has floated up, turned belly up. Lu Rui didn't care about this detail in the slightest. Ge will go down to the restaurant together in a while and stew this fish, right? Ge stood over there slowly reeling in his fishing rod. As long as you're happy. Waiting for Ge's promise, Lu Rui over there had already started to take out her cell phone to dial the number and start contacting the restaurant. This made Wang Weilong instantly suffocated again. He gave Ge a very unkind look. The warning was very obvious. But Ge saw this expression on his face and treated it as if he didn't see it. By the way, Shi also smiled at Lu Rui and said, "Sister Rui, I want to eat the braised one." Lu Rui smiled and answered, then began to order with the person on the other end of the phone again. Seeing this, Wang Weilong's face was completely dark. At this moment, he also felt a heavy sense of crisis. Because of staying by Lu Rui's side for so many years, Wang Weilong already knew Lu Rui's character very well. After all, usually in order to please Lu Rui, Wang Weilong did not put in much effort. But Wang Weilong knew that on weekdays, Lu Rui didn't smile very often. Even when she laughed, she didn't look like a little girl like she does now. This made Wang Weilong must admit that seeing Lu Rui in this state made him jealous. Originally, he was going to express his feelings with Lu Rui today, but looking at Lu Rui's current appearance, Wang Weilong had no reason to be flustered. Ahem. Rui, you're really too. It's impossible for Ge to have come alone. Why are you in such a hurry to decide? Wang Weilong said. Upon hearing this, Lu Rui also stiffened. After all, after she heard Wang Weilong say this, she instantly remembered. Just now, when he was in the woods, Ge had also said that he had come with his girlfriend. Right, the smile on Lu Rui's face stiffened for a split second, then she looked stiffly at Ge. What about your girlfriend, Ge? Ge raised an eyebrow, then he held up his cell phone, just told me to go back first. Smelling the annoyance in Lu Rui's heart was much better this time. Although, Ge already had a girlfriend, but it had to be said that not being able to see that person, Lu Rui was still in a good mood. Although she admitted that her thoughts were a bit nasty, Lu Rui felt very much in the way when she thought that there would be another woman beside Ge. That's good, I've already booked the place, just wait for a while and we'll take our stuff and go straight there. After hanging up the phone, Lu Rui looked at Ge with a smiling face. Lu Rui has fine a posture, even if she does not speak, also does not intentionally scratch her head, but also still have a subtle seductive feeling, looking at Ge heart itchy. Good, and it's getting late? Why don't we go together now? Saying that, Ge had already started to pack up the things on the floor. To be honest, Lu Rui was also really lazy to stay in this kind of place. It's not that it's not fun, it's just that it's only now at this point in time. Although the fish do swim this way with the lights on, it's more mosquitoes. Even though he had just sprayed something to repel mosquitoes, but just in this moment of time, Lu Rui had already been bitten several times. Wait, Kisaba, aren't you going to play for a while anymore? Listening to the two people who had already made up their minds with one sentence from you and one from me, Wang Weilong, who was standing on the side, was more or less dumbfounded. What? Suddenly being gripped by someone's shoulder, Lu Rui couldn't help but frown and look back. Wang Weilong was helpless. Didn't we just come not long ago? Are we going back? Looking at Lu Rui's face very impatient hair expression, Wang Weilong could not help but laugh. Aya, it seems that I'm the one who disturbed the two of you on your date, and brother-in-law is a bit uncomfortable in his heart? It's fine, then Sister Rui will just find a chance to talk again next time, I'll leave first. With that, Ge finished packing up the things in front of him in a couple of moves. Seeing Ge about to leave, Lu Rui's heart was a little more impatient. She glanced at the clock. Been tossing around over here for over 2 hours? How many fish did you catch? Wang Weilong was a little speechless for a moment, because there really wasn't any more except for one fish that he caught when he just walked away. The two men came over here and spent an hour waiting for the men below to bring their rods and tools. It was dark when I brought it over. Forget it, then let's pack up and go too. Wang Weilong directly gave up struggling. After all, seeing Lu Rui's face so impatient, Wang Weilong did not want to say anything. It looked like Lu Rui would definitely become even more impatient if he said any more. So in that case, it's better to say nothing at all. Moreover, being stirred up like this, the sense of atmosphere that Wang Weilong wanted was gone. It was somewhat inappropriate to express one's feelings in a situation where Lu Rui was impatient. Seeing Wang Weilong's helpless and hopeless expression, Ge was practically laughing in his heart. It seems that he did disturb Wang Weilong this time. Chapter 131, Enjoying Yourself. Walking to the door, Ge also felt that holding those fishing rods is really troublesome very much, all of them back to the front of the grandfather selling fishing rods. This makes Moncler Outlet Store me happy, after all, sold out less than a day, and came back. This is not the equivalent of making money for nothing? Lu Rui, who was in front of him, saw that Ge didn't follow him, so she looked back at him strangely. Ge shrugged helplessly. It's a bit of a pain in the ass to hold these. Lu Rui slightly hooked her lips and nodded approvingly. Really young people. Wang Weilong wouldn't be able to see the two chatting in front of him. So he directly stepped forward and interjected, "Say, how did you get here, GE?" GE said frankly, "I took a taxi." Upon hearing this, Wang Weilong's mouth then vaguely grew a mocking smile at the corners of his mouth. "Ah. So not brother-in-law lesson you, is your age is not small, young people should also be for their own future marriage considerations, man, or to have a car has a room, oh yes, you buy a house?" The targeting in Wang Weilong's words was very obvious. Not only did Qi hear it all, even Lu Rui heard it very clearly. However, Qi was still very open and honest after hearing Wang Weilong's words. "No, I haven't bought it yet." Although he had some money on hand, Qi did not intend to buy a house at the moment. Something like a house is definitely in the future. But at the moment sometimes he still needs some money to spend. After hearing Ji's words, the mockery on Wang Weilong's face became more and more obvious. "Brother, not sister-in-law ridicule you, in fact, sister-in-law this is also for your future considerations, you say you now every day just have fun, how can you give your girlfriend future? So still need to work hard," said Wang Weilong, then patted Ji's shoulder in a serious manner. However, unable to speak to Qi, Wang Weilong then continued. "In fact, your age is just should work hard age only work days out to play is indeed a bit too much, you think about your parents so hard for you to fight for the future, how can you slack off?" Wang Weilong's words were full of educational meaning. This tone of voice not only made Qi sound very uncomfortable, but even Lu Rui on the side frowned more and more. Qi is really upset right now, this if Lu Rui is not on this side, Qi would have already gone back in a gloomy manner. But after all, at this time, Lu Rui was still standing over here. What brother-in-law said is true, Qi didn't seem to be angry in the slightest, the expression on his face was still smiling, it's just that I don't have parents, I've been an orphan since I was a child. When these words came out, the atmosphere around them instantly froze. Even Wang Weilong's hand on Ji's shoulder stiffened, huh? He looked at Ji in a bit of a daze. This time, Lu Rui on the side also could not hold back any longer. She walked up with a frosty face and directly said without a good mood, "What are you talking about? Is it your turn to meddle in other people's affairs?" With that, Lu Rui raised her hand and knocked off Wang Weilong's hand that was resting on Ji's shoulder. Wang Weilong didn't think that Ji didn't have parents if he knew, he wouldn't have said so. After all, this was indeed very rude in Lu Rui's eyes. Seeing Lu Rui coldly pulling Qi towards the car side, Wang Weilong could only hurriedly follow. No way, he hadn't expressed his feelings on his side yet, how could he let Lu Rui's impression of himself get worse and worse? Although Lu Rui's attitude towards Ji was so good that it made Wang Weilong jealous, but once he thought about it, after all, he was also considered to have done Lu Rui a favor, so Lu Rui that's why his attitude towards him was so good. Thinking this way, Wang Weilong felt that he had just been in a real hurry. Shouldn't have been in such a hurry to make Lu Rui's impression of herself bad. Those two had already sat on the back seat, and Lu Rui sat directly on the edge, then closed the door, looking like she didn't want Wang Weilong to sit in the back. Seeing this, Wang Weilong could only give an awkward laugh, and then he could only sit in the front passenger seat. The driver gave them a somewhat strange look, then started the car. After all, the instructions had just been received. "I'm sorry Qi, he didn't mean to," Lu Rui said with an apologetic face as she held Qi's hand in a comforting manner. After all, since just now, Qi had always had a forlorn expression on his face. Qi acting skills online, reluctantly hooked the corner of his lips, smiled very difficult to see, "It's okay Sister Rui, I've long been used to it." Looking at Ji's slightly drooping eyebrows, whispering these words, without reason, this makes Lu Rui's heart more heartache. Wang Weilong, who was sitting in front of him, also stopped talking after seeing that he couldn't interject his own words. Mostly, it does seem to be a bit of a mind. Although looking at Lu Rui holding Qi's hand was more or less unpleasant, but if he gritted his teeth and endured it, Wang Weilong was still able to endure it. But soon, the kindly expression disguised on Wang Weilong's face stiffened instantly. He stared at the rearview mirror with wide-eyed jaws of dismay and incredulity. Lu Rui, who had always rejected people and seemed gentle to them but was actually very detached, actually took the initiative to hug Ji. Wang Weilong's face went cold, and then he clenched his fists tightly. And naturally the driver noticed. The driver sensed something was wrong from the moment a few people started to get in the car. So while driving the car, he kept sneaking glances this way. But the driver was not expecting to see something so exciting? Sister-in-law even hugged up like that directly in front of Big Brother? Looking at the present scene in front of him, the driver couldn't help but yell out in his heart for excitement. However, after catching a glimpse of Wang Weilong's arm that was already full of veins in his afterglow, the driver hurriedly withdrew his sight, and then he honestly began to drive over there. In fact, Ji was also quite surprised sitting over there. After all, he was also not expecting Lu Ruyi to suddenly hug himself. It might just be out of pity for myself, but it's worth it. After all, in the original, Lu Ruyi is a complete snake beauty, although the face always looks smiling, but in the heart do not know what things are still calculating. Not only that, but even Lu Ruyi seems to be smiling and talking to you right now, but in her heart, she's already thinking about how she's going to get rid of you. And in the original, Lu Ruyi was the one who quickly sensed that something was wrong with the original owner, and later on, she just went straight to the knife. Being held by Lu Ruyi, Ji slightly shrugged his nose, sniffing the rose fragrance between Lu Rui's neck. His heart was really enjoying Chapter 132 Lu Ruyi whose heartbeat is not normal. It didn't even need Ji to turn around, he could feel the hot sight behind him. After all, pretending to be a couple for so many years, in fact, Wang Weilong has not taken advantage of anything. Even if he was still the boss in the eyes of others on weekdays, in Lu Rui's eyes, Wang Weilong was actually just a little brother. Facing the real boss, Wang Weilong still didn't dare to make a move. The heart is very pleased. According to the current Lu Rui's attitude towards himself, it looks like his own undercover road after that will also be very smooth. Lu Ruyi softly comforted Ji while gently patting his back. Although Ji was only a year or two younger than Lu Ruyi. But after all, Lu Ruyi came out of society earlier, so now looking at Ji was more or less like looking at a little brother. Especially since Ji had just revealed that expression, it really hurt Lu Rui's heart. Since the last time he was helped by Ji, Lu Ruyi has been thinking about Ji, mainly because she also feels guilty for not thanking him properly and letting him leave with such injuries. And the main thing is also, in Lu Ruyi's so many years of human affairs, Ji's appearance is really special. Not only was the way of knowing each other a bit special, even Ji's character was also very special. Ever since that day, Lu Ruyi was as if she was addicted to it, and when she worked on weekdays, Ji's figure was always in her mind. So this time to see Ji has been very happy and surprised, coupled with the original on Ji some guilt, want to make up for Ji. Now it's good, after letting that mindless Wang Weilong say a few words, Lu Ruyi's heart is also getting more and more guilty towards Ji. See two people hugging delayed not to let go, sitting on the passenger side of the Wang Weilong cannot help it, hurriedly coughed a few times. As if he was afraid that the two couldn't hear him, Wang Weilong's cough was also really loud. Lu Ruyi was still over there in a daze, and when she heard Wang Weilong's cough, she snapped back to her senses. Somewhat flustered, she gently pushed Ji away, and Lu Ruyi more or less laughed twice unnaturally. Seeing Lu Ruyi's face emerge a touch of redness, looking more or less embarrassed, Ji then took the initiative to smile. "It's alright, Sister Ruyi, I'm really used to it." Although, Ji said so, but Lu Ruyi's heart was still more or less heartbroken for Ji. "Sis is treating us later, eat more no?" Lu Ruyi was afraid that Ji would be polite, so she hurriedly said. "Well, don't worry, I definitely won't be polite." Wryly winking at Lu Ruyi, Ji said. Seeing this, Lu Ruyi then more or less couldn't help himself. "That's right." After a laugh, Lu Ruyi then instantly reacted to something. It just occurred to her that after saying goodbye to Ji last time, Lu Ruyi had actually thought about looking for Ji. But for fear of letting someone with an axe to grind know that they were looking for Ji and getting Ji into trouble, Lu Ruyi could only be patient and didn't let anyone investigate Ji. But, in fact, she had been thinking about Ji for the past 2 days. So thinking of this, Lu Ruyi took out her cell phone directly. "Want to add a contact?" Lu Ruyi said with a very affable smile, afraid that Ji would reject himself. Upon hearing this, Wang Weilong in front of him immediately came back into the spirit. Even the driver in front of him, after hearing Lu Ruyi say such a sentence in a nice voice, he didn't hold back and looked back once again. It seems that this person is the one who saved his sister-in-law last time. I have to say that this young man is indeed very good looking. Thinking of this, the driver then glanced at Wang Weilong next to him again. Especially compared to Wang Weilong, it does look better too. After all, this age, Lu Rui's body is still good, but Wang Weilong words. Not only is he a bit undersized, but he's more or less out of shape. In fact, when we all just joined the Guhua gang a few years ago, after knowing that Wang Weilong and Lu Ruyi were a pair, we were more or less surprised in our hearts. After all, they also really didn't think about how exactly Lu Ruyi looked at Wang Weilong. In particular, many people in the gang knew that this person, Wang Weilong, actually had a very chaotic private life in private. The driver felt that it was impossible for Lu Ruyi not to know about this matter. So there is also a part of very puzzled, why Wang Weilong private play so joyful, Lu Ruyi still can put up with him. Is it really true love? But now. After looking at the two people who were chatting happily after exchanging contact information at the back, he also stole a glance at Wang Weilong, who was looking very bad in front of him. The driver secretly sked and secretly shook his head. It seems that Wang Weilong is really a bit insecure now. After all, apart from being the boss of the Guhua gang, he really can't compare to other youngsters in anything now. Just as Ji and Lu Rui were chatting happily, that is, when Wang Weilong's patience was about to reach its limit, the car finally stopped at the entrance of the hotel. The car had just stopped, and the driver hadn't even gotten down yet, so someone had already helped open the door. Looking at the two people outside the car door who were smiling and fawning, Ji instantly recognized that these were the two people who had just gone to the villa area to get the tools. If it wasn't for these two people passing by and spitting a few words to themselves, Ji really didn't know that Lu Rui would show up at Fengyang Lake today. Big brother and sister-in-law. The two of them smiled and greeted Lu Rui and Wang Weilong, only to pause when they looked at Ji. Just call me Ji. Ji said with a smile as he got out of the car. Oh hello little brother Ji. Those two were also very insightful people. Seeing this, he also curtly greeted Ji. Ji smiled and nodded, getting out of the car and directly taking the man's place. Sister Rui, get off. With that, Ji reached out to hold Lu Rui's hand and helped her to come this way. Seeing that Lu Rui was about to get out of the car, Ji hurriedly stretched out a hand to block the top of the door again. Be careful of bumping your head. Ji slightly lowered his head and softly warned. Inexplicably, Lu Rui felt her heart's mind miss a beat. Somewhat flustered, Lu Rui answered, and only then did she walk down. I don't know if it was because she hadn't been in love before, but Lu Rui always felt that when she was spending time with Ji, the beating of her heart was always a little bit different from normal days. Even just now, when Ji gently said something, Lu Rui's heart was more or less racing. After hurriedly glancing at Ji and seeing him looking at himself with a smile on his brow, Lu Rui then reddened her earlobes again and hastily moved her eyes away. Ahem, let's go inside. Big John and 2 John, the fish is in the back, remember to take it to the back kitchen. Afraid that Ji would see that something was wrong with him, Lu Rui then hurriedly pretended to order. Chapter 133 Goal to squeeze out Wang Weilong. Just as Lu Rui instructed Di Chang and Air Chang, Wang Weilong also saw the opportunity and directly stood beside Lu Rui. He glanced back at Ji without a good look, the brat. Don't think he didn't just see him move. When he hadn't met Ji before, Wang Weilong was skeptical, suspecting that this person wanted to buck his own corner. Moreover, Wang Weilong was also suspicious more than once, wondering if something had happened between the two of them the last time they were at the Rose Bar. Otherwise, why did Lu Rui keep acting like she didn't want to eat or think during those days when she went back? This feeling, especially after the two met, grew especially. Because after seeing Ji's face, Wang Weilong's heart then instantly rose with a thick panic. After all, that face did make Wang Weilong feel a sense of crisis after all. Only did not think that later, this brat took the initiative to call his brother-in-law, which makes Wang Weilong also thought that this kid is very understanding. The result is now Wang Weilong know that their own ideas at the beginning of the wrong. Originally, he and Lu Rui had been able to chat a bit while fishing over there. But ever since Ji appeared, he hadn't spoken to Lu Rui. Now that he saw that the two had separated, Wang Weilong hurriedly came over. Rui, I remember that you like spicy food, so let's make it spicy, okay? Wang Weilong said very considerately. When Lu Rui heard this, she first lowered her head and contemplated for a moment before looking at Ji behind her. What flavor do you like, Icky? Ji hooked his lips in a smile. I like to eat red roasted ones. Lu Rui smiled and agreed decisively. Okay, then let's make it braised. Wang Weilong, who was on the side, had his teeth clenched tighter this time. He looked at Ji fiercely, eating red hot, eating what red hot? He looked at this one named Ji like he was red hot. Seeing Lu Rui turn her head, Ji directly and unabashedly smiled at Wang Weilong just smugly. Old thing, trying to compete for favor seems to be unable to compete with himself. Sister Rui, don't you like spicy food? There are 2 fish anyway, 1 fish for 1 flavor. Ji said as he walked to Lu Rui's side and pressed close to her. Where was Lu Rui's mind in Ji's words right now? At this moment, all of her attention was on Ji's skin that was tightly pressed against her arm. Originally, it was summer now, so when they came out, Lu Rui just wore a long wrap-around skirt, and Ji also just wore a short sleeve. By now the sky was darkening and the temperature around them was getting cooler. This kind of weather was very comfortable, but at this moment, Lu Rui was standing over here, but she felt that at this moment, Ji's arm that was attached to her skin was really hot. She didn't know if it was because of Ji's body heat or if it was because of her own heart. In short, right now, Lu Rui's heart was more or less in a panic. Aha, well, then do as you say. Lu Rui hurriedly responded. Seeing this, Ji couldn't help but slightly hook his lips. After all, from the beginning and Lu Rui met, everything is a bit out of his expectation. Originally, Ji was just thinking that it would be nice to be able to go undercover without being suspected or discovered, and that his life wouldn't be threatened. But now Ji slightly raised his eyebrows provocatively, looking at Wang Weilong over there, who was gnashing his teeth and looking at himself. Now he had a sudden surge of boldness in his heart. Maybe it's not out of the question for him to rise up the ranks of the Gurkhas? A group of people walked into the box and took their seats. Lu Rui sat in the center, while Ji sat on Lu Rui's left. Of course, Wang Weilong naturally had to do it right next to Ji. It was just that there were only 3 people in total right now, and no matter what Wang Weilong did, Ji would be sitting next to Lu Rui. Although this restaurant doesn't look that classy, but the flavor is still very good. Before your sister-in-law and I often came over here to eat. Wang Weilong looked at Ji smilingly and said. Only the word used was not that you Rui's sister, but became your sister-in-law. Ji laughed. It seems that the flavors over here look very authentic, otherwise Sister Rui wouldn't be able to keep coming. Ji said, and then turned his head to look at Lu Rui and opened his mouth to snicker. Lu Rui looked at Ji in amusement before she pouted. What are you talking about? Saying it like I'm being picky. Ji raised an eyebrow. No, I just think that a woman like Sister Rui should live as she pleases. Seeing that the two were chatting familiarly again, Wang Weilong could then only clench his teeth fiercely. At this time, under the table, Wang Weilong's hands were also tightly clenched into fists. Thinking back to the afternoon, Lu Rui was still more or less impatient with herself. Even on night fishing trips, he kept initiating the conversation himself. While the two hadn't been considered awkward before, they hadn't been chatting this much either. So now it looked like the two were having such a good time talking that they were ignoring themselves. Especially after seeing the smile on Lu Rui's face, Wang Weilong felt a sense of crisis again in his heart. At the same time, Wang Weilong secretly made up his mind. It seems that we have to act as soon as possible, otherwise it's very likely that Lu Rui's heart is going to be seduced by this foxy girl. Yes, this was the first time Wang Weilong had used fox charming to describe a man. Although he didn't know how Wang Weilong was feeling right now, he had to say that Ji was still in a good mood today. After all, the current Ji had basically made sure that Lu Rui had a very good impression of himself indeed. At least in the future, even if you are found out, death is definitely out of the question. As the two chatted, the meal was served. Wang Weilong hurriedly greeted, Ji, quickly, don't be polite, if there's anything you want to eat it as soon as possible. Ji nodded, okay, I'm welcome. Saying that, Ji directly reached out his chopsticks and caught a spicy fish, then placed it directly in Lu Rui's bowl. Now not only Wang Weilong froze, even Lu Rui froze. Lu Rui didn't care about Wang Weilong's feelings. After all, she and Wang Weilong were just pretending to be each other. Even if she had any more intimate moves with other men, it all had nothing to do with him. Wang Weilong was almost shaking with anger now, and he even gave Ji a vicious glare when Lu Rui's back was turned to him, only it wasn't much use. Let him be nonchalant, and he really is? Ji had been ignoring Wang Weilong from the beginning to the end, so he was indifferent even when he received Wang Weilong's gaze. Lu Rui looked at the fish in the bowl and thought that youth does have vigor and guts. Surprisingly straightforward. Cough, you don't need to always give me food, eat yourself. Saying that, Lu Rui slightly lowered her head and ate. Turning his head to look at Lu Rui's slightly red earlobes and neck, Ji really wanted to get on and rub it off. If Wang Weilong wasn't sitting here right now, Ji might actually have to get on and molest him. When he thought of this, Ji gave Wang Weilong a very unhappy look. What a shame, a shame. Veronica Wang. What do you mean? What does this little kid mean? It's not even enough to provoke yourself, but now you're even looking at yourself with such compassionate eyes? Thinking so, Wang Weilong became even more irritated in his heart. Even looking at the meal in front of him, he couldn't eat. Because he was already full of gas. Jingle bells. Jingle bells. As his cell phone rang, Ji took out his own cell phone. It was Yi Ro calling. Maybe it was because he hadn't returned so late, so that's why he came to call and ask? The moment the cell phone rang, not only did Wang Weilong look over, but even Lu Rui, who was on the side, also looked at Ji. Ji raised the cell phone he was holding and gestured at Lu Rui, then walked out to answer the call. And the moment he walked out the door, Ji heard Wang Weilong's voice faintly coming from the box behind him. It's late. I think it's a girlfriend calling, right? Chapter 134, How is your relationship with your girlfriend, Ji? After hearing Wang Weilong's words, Lu Rui's movements couldn't help but give a start. But it was only for a moment, and soon she was back to her normal self. Oh. Although he saw Lu Rui's cold attitude, just now Wang Weilong had already noticed a pause in her movements. When he thought that, after only meeting a few times, Lu Rui's attitude towards Ji was already so good, Wang Weilong sat up straight with some annoyance. Oh big sister, why do I see that this youngster, Ji, is not in the right frame of mind? Wang Weilong reminded. How is it immodest? It's probably just being young. Lu Rui ate her bowl of rice without changing her face. Big sister, you know I don't mean that, although he's still young, but after all, he's not the same as us. Wang Weilong was still speaking politely. After all, it's not like you can say things like that outright now. Looking at Lu Rui's face right now, he knew that if this was said outright, Lu Rui would have a high probability of flipping out with himself. Does being young mean you're not the same person? Then your vision of people is really shallow too. Lu Rui didn't hold back her direct dislike. Wang Weilong choked, and his heart was more or less in a fury. Big sister, you know I do not mean this, I just let you be careful. You see this young man, know you have a husband, but also with you ambiguous, you think he can be what good things? Wang Weilong did not hold back, then said directly. That's enough, you don't have to feel so suspicious. Ji is just a bit more enthusiastic in his treatment of people. Lu Rui said in a rude manner. Seeing Lu Rui's attitude is so stubborn, Wang Weilong can only say nothing more. After all, if he really pissed off Lu Rui, that would not be good. However, after that, Wang Weilong didn't say anything else and just ate his own meal over there. After all, today Wang Weilong had specifically picked a place to prepare to express his feelings with Lu Rui. But who would have thought, this halfway suddenly popped up a program bite. Wang Weilong thought like this, the heart is also more and more suffocated, and even the wine in front of him is also a cup of spoiled. Only after seeing the two in silence for a long time did Ji then push the door and walk in. Yi's was what just called worriedly, and after saying so herself, she was relieved. So it was just a matter of a few words, but I didn't expect the two to talk so stimulatingly. After hearing the two men's words, Ji didn't rush in and instead stood at the door for a while. He walked in with a slight curl of his lips, and after seeing Wang Weilong drinking with a stifled look on his face, the smile at the corner of his mouth intensified. Wang Weilong had just been accustomed to one glass of wine after another, and his brain had been more or less a little confused for a bit. So now, looking at this smug look on Ji's face, he couldn't hold back. He sneered, see how you're smiling? Surely it's a call from your girlfriend, isn't it? With that, Wang Weilong's eyes went to Lu Rui. Lu Rui had been quietly eating her meal over there, and at this time, after hearing Wang Weilong's words, the movements of her hands once again paused. Instead of continuing to eat, she concentrated on trying to listen to Ji's words. Ji raised an eyebrow, and after a slight hesitation for a split second, he simply nodded and said, yeah. This time, Lu Rui's body was completely stiffened. At the same time, Lu Rui's mind then resounded with Ji's words in the woods tonight. If Sister Rui has a husband, how come I can't have a girlfriend? Distracted eating the meal, the always calm Lu Rui, unexpectedly for a moment some of the thoughts in their own minds cannot be sorted out. Sister Rui eats slowly, be careful of choking. Just as Lu Rui was thinking wildly, she then suddenly felt a large hot hand slowly patting on her back. Ahem, good. After answering the question, Lu Rui surprisingly was a little unsure of how to face Ji for a moment. She had to wait to admit that it was indeed very pleasant to spend time with Ji. She also had to admit that she did get on top of her game when talking to Ji, and actually created some illusions that she shouldn't have. But all the way up until just now when Ji walked out to make a phone call, Lu Rui instantly came to her senses. Ding ding, detecting the favorability of the Divine Fates heroine, rewarding 100 villain values. This favorability came really suddenly, and Ji even glanced at Lu Rui with some suspicion after hearing the system's words. After all, the one Lu Rui just answered was really a bit cold, now how could it suddenly rise in favorability? This was a bit confusing for Ji. Ji, how is your relationship with your girlfriend? Your girlfriend won't be angry if you don't go back now and still drink over here, right? Seeing Lu Rui's reaction, Wang Weilong said in a very gloating manner. Ji coldly grunted. If he let Wang Weilong know that even in this situation, Lu Rui still had a good feeling about himself, I'm afraid that he would be shocked out of his wits. No, she's very understanding. Not wanting to bother with Wang Weilong, Ge coped. And unbeknownst to him, this sentence also sent some ripples through Lu Rui's heart. Lu Rui slightly clenched the chopsticks in her hands, so Ge likes to be understanding? But she wasn't that kind of character. After all, although she had been pretending not to know, Lu Rui had known for a long time that many people had said she was a snake charmer. Even though the two of them brought beauty with them, Lu Rui knew that the term wasn't all compliments. A meal finally passed. Wang Weilong saw that the two people in the back finally did not say a few words, and his heart was sort of relieved. "Xi-ya, you don't have a car, do you want us to send you back?" Wang Weilong said in a very good mood. It looks like Lu Rui is more or less dead in the water. When he went to the hotel next to him in a while, he would have to think of a way to comfort Lu Rui. "No need, I still have some things to do, you guys go first without me." After perfunctorily giving Wang Weilong a sentence, Shi walked directly to Lu Rui's side. "Sister Rui, then I'll leave first. If you usually have something to do, or if you get bored, feel free to send me a message." Curving his eyes and smiling at Lu Rui, after seeing Lu Rui stunned, Ge decisively turned around and left. And it was in that moment when he turned around, the disguise on Ge's face also disappeared all of a sudden. The expression belonging to the little wolf dog disappeared, and Ge hooked his lips in a very pleased manner. "Yihan, the hero boss himself is not afraid, go a Wang Weilong only." Seeing Ge turning left and right quickly disappeared from his sight, only then did Lu Rui somewhat reluctantly retract her sight. "Big sister, I just saw that you also drank a lot of wine, just now that driver also do not know how to go back, was Big Strong too strong pulled also drank wine, now is the key moment to clear the name, for insurance reasons, do we want to go to the nearby hotel to make up for the night?" Wang Weilong stepped forward and said softly. Lu Rui sniffed without some slight frown. She stood in front of the hotel and looked around, and sure enough, she didn't see the driver or Big John or two. By the looks of it, it really should be the same as what Wang Weilong said, all of them had been drinking. With a slight sigh, Lu Rui nodded back as she was too lazy to fold. "That's fine." Seeing this, Wang Weilong's heart immediately became ecstatic, only that he didn't show it on his face. "Then I'll lead the way." Only after watching the two walk into a hotel not far away did Ge slowly walk out of the alleyway. Looking fixedly at the backs of the two men, Ge then slowly walked forward. But Ge also told the truth, he did have something going on right now. Only this matter, and Lu Rui and Wang Weilong also have something to do with it is also. Ge's footsteps were very slow and leisurely as if he was taking a walk. It was only after both men in the lobby had entered the elevator that Ge walked in. After taking his room card, Ge didn't rush to his room, but went to Wang Weilong's floor. Not only is the original written out on Wang Weilong's floor, but also because he, who has superior ear power, heard it outside as well. Lu Rui was still relatively vigilant, so Ge thought that she should notice something was wrong soon. Thinking of this, Ge then sat directly in the lounge on that floor and began to leisurely swipe his cell phone. Chapter 135, Don't you understand my feelings? However, although Ge was swiping his cell phone, he was still looking at the time. After all, even though you know the plot, it would be a bit of a loss if you did miss the time. Just as Ge was already sitting in the lounge, Wang Weilong over there had just sent Lu Rui to his room. In order to let Lu Rui put down her guard, Wang Weilong also specifically opened 2 rooms at the front desk. As expected, seeing the 2 room cards, after hearing that Wang Weilong was going to send himself back to his room, Lu Rui did indeed feel relieved as well. The wine Lu Rui drank today wasn't too much, and it was also because Lu Rui's drinking capacity was very good. So now Lu Rui wasn't drunk, and when she saw Wang Weilong walking in together, she gave him a strange look, but she didn't say anything. Only after Wang Weilong closed the door, she inquired vigilantly after all. "What's up? Is there something else going on with you?" In the face of Lu Rui's questioning, Wang Weilong is not flustered, just Ge a little thing has not been able to talk to you. Then you say yes now, before you take a break. Lu Rui thought it was a work matter, so she asked directly. But at this time, Wang Weilong was more or less hesitant. "It's not a work thing, you relax a little." With that said, Wang Weilong went to the bar and took out several unopened bottles of wine in front of Lu Rui. "Why don't you sit down and I'll make you a drink?" Lu Rui watched Wang Weilong's movements, then she nodded in response as well. "Good." Wang Weilong's bartending skills are well known in the gang, and Wang Weilong took the unopened wine, so see, Lu Rui will also be assured of sitting over. "So what the hell is going on? You say it now." Ryuya said casually as she sat at the bar. "What exactly is it that makes Wang Weilong so stumped?" Moreover, right now, Lu Ruya's thoughts were still a bit confused in the end, and actually wanted to go lie down as soon as possible to have a good rest. Cough, it's like this, big sister, how many years have we been disguised as a couple? Wang Weilong's hands were not stopping moving, mixing the drinks as he inquired about Lu Rui. Lu Rui glanced at the time on her phone and sniffed before looking up. What's wrong? It was also at this time that Wang Weilong put a cup of already mixed wine in front of Lu Rui, and took a sip of wine himself after sitting down opposite Lu Rui. It's nothing, it's just that I suddenly thought of something recently and suddenly felt some emotions. Wang Weilong said with a smile. And after seeing Wang Weilong take a sip of wine, Lu Rui also took a slight sip of wine. After pondering a little, Lu Rui raised an eyebrow and looked at Wang Weilong. It's been so many years, how come I don't feel like I'm suddenly feeling sentimental when you're talking about these things now? Wang Weilong smiled, especially when he saw that Lu Rui was drinking the wine down. The smile on his face then also deepened. Oh? And what do you think it is? Although Lu Rui had been drinking, she was still sober. She rested one hand on the bar and tapped slowly. I also said at the time when I asked you to do me this favor that after that time, if you wanted to settle down, we could announce our divorce, except that the two of us aren't married either, so we can just advertise it directly in the gang when the time comes. Indeed, we've both gotten pretty old over the years, so if you've had any thoughts of wanting to settle down lately, or if you've already got your eye on someone, let me know and I'll make arrangements ahead of time, and prepare the molecule money along the way. It must be said that Wang Weilong did help Lu Rui a lot of help over the years. Only Wang Weilong now this identity, but also brought a lot of benefits to himself is it? However, Lu Rui was still the kind of person who was more grateful. So when Wang Weilong got married in the future, she truly wanted to give her blessing. Actually, I do have someone in my sights now. Wang Weilong didn't say it outright, but instead, his eyes burned as he looked across the room at Lu Rui. The moment she noticed Wang Weilong's line of sight, Lu Rui then instantly frowned slightly. After all, after looking at the current Wang Weilong's eyes, and after remembering Wang Weilong's attitude towards GE today, Lu Rui's heart slowly rose with some uneasiness. Being looked at by his eyes, Lu Rui could only take a few sips of wine once again to hide his impatience. It wouldn't do for Wang Weilong to really have that kind of thought, and things would become more complicated. Thinking of this, Lu Rui couldn't help but let out another sigh. Although a few years ago, after making a pact with Wang Weilong, she also specifically talked about this matter, but now it seems that this kind of thing is still more or less out of control. After watching Lu Rui on the opposite side gradually drink all the wine in the glass, Wang Weilong's eyes gradually became deeper and deeper. After all, as long as this cup of wine went down in Lu Rui's stomach, things would be fine. Who? You've spent all these years in the midst of all the flowers, so I really didn't expect to still be able to settle down. Lu Rui laughed. In fact, Lu Rui was also aware of the fact that Wang Weilong had been traveling between various women over the years. However, the two were not really a couple, but a relationship between a superior and a subordinate, and she was not in a good position to intervene, nor was it necessary to intervene, but only to remind Wang Weilong not to play too much at times. And Lu Rui also knew that Wang Weilong wasn't just the usual ambiguous, or keeping a mistress that's simple. To put it bluntly, Lu Rui was also really afraid that Wang Weilong had gotten some kind of disease on him now. After all, there was a period of time when Wang Weilong did seem like he was crazy. When she thought of this, Lu Rui couldn't help but twitch her eyebrows. Not to say that she had little affection for Wang Weilong, even if she had the love of a colleague, she actually more or less couldn't see him as a person. After all, usually Wang Weilong didn't mess around with his status as the boss of the Guhua gang, and she was the one who cleaned up a lot of messes. But it's embarrassing to be upfront with him about this kind of thing. I don't know, because of the reason of boredom in my heart, Lu Rui really thought about the previous things. The more I thought about it, the more I felt disturbed to a great extent, and even my head started to get dizzy. The smile on Wang Weilong's face grew even wider after he saw Lu Rui slightly raise her hand to rub her head. Rui, don't you still know my heart? Wang Weilong spoke softly, and as he did so, he reached out affectionately to hold Lu Rui's hand. Wang Weilong's words and actions directly scared Lu Rui to the point that she shivered. She jerked her hand back, and then she looked up, frowning at Wang Weilong. What do you mean? Lu Rui sighed, helplessly inquiring again. Chapter 136, Lu Rui who was backstabbed. However, not waiting for Wang Weilong to speak, Lu Rui helplessly said again, Wang Weilong, some things you still want to understand before saying better. This was already considered a warning to Wang Weilong, and she only hoped that Wang Weilong would understand what she meant. Wang Weilong is not a little cutie. Naturally, he also understood what Lu Rui meant. Only this was something he had been thinking about since a long time ago. Also, it's been plotted for some time now. So even if Lu Rui said these words now to warn himself, he still had to insist on saying them. Rui, I'm sincere, we've been together for so many years, you should understand my heart, you're different from others in my heart. Wang Weilong said very sincerely. But even so, Lu Rui's brows had always remained tightly furrowed. Wang Weilong, today's words, I'll take it as if I've never heard them before, and you shouldn't say this kind of words again in the future, hurry up and go back to rest. Saying that, Lu Rui then stood up directly with an ugly face, wanting to walk towards her bedroom. Rui. I am true to you, even if I don't say it today, I will still say it tomorrow. Could it be that after spending so many years together, you really don't have any feelings for me?